Hi, Eli. Here's your ticket. Welcome to Gravity Falls, baby! I'm doing my promos. Here, Taz, here's your ticket. Welcome to Gravity Falls. I can't believe this actually had its own fucking category. God, I haven't thought about this game in actual years. And it's like an Ichio fan game. I didn't think those really got their own category that often. Huh. Oh, it ended. Damn, I reached the end of my playlist and then it restarted. Oops. I was like, why did it get quiet? Anyway, let me just promo my shit and then I promise we will be up and running. As usual, I like to talk through this bit because it's boring. Alright. Where the fuck is my post? Hold on. Here we go. Here's my post. Here we go. It's over. It's all Jover now. Alright, alright. There's Blue Sky, there's Twitter, and there's Tumblr. Hold on. Alright. There's Twitter, there's Blue Sky, and of course Tumblr is always last because god damn it, Tumblr, why do you take so damn long? It's because of the tags. I know why it takes so long. Alright, there we go. Tumblr's posted. Let's go. Alright. I am very excited for this one. I thought of this, like, randomly, I think literally either while I was at work or I was about to go to bed. And the idea did not leave me. I did not, in fact, forget, which means it is such a banger idea. And that I am absolutely going to play. Now, when looking for the game, hold on. Hi guys, how's it going? Hi. Now, when trying to find the game, I found someone made 2, like, non-canon endings for it because they liked the game so much they made their own endings for it just because they wanted more out of the endings that already existed. So I downloaded those as well just to see what they were about. So I've played the base. I actually 100%ed this game because there's a guide by the creators on how to get all the illustrations and everything. So I was like, why the fuck not? I was having a day. So I have technically played through this before, but it's been actual years. Like, it's been a long fucking time. I only remember maybe, like, 1 or 2 things that happened in the game. So I thought it'd be fun. I also... But... Oh, Eli, thank you for the tier 1 sub to Shifty Blook. I appreciate it. Oh, I also forgot to mention... Just saw that help me pay rent. Thank you. That's gonna be there for a while. I'm very behind on rent, but that's just how it be on this bitch of an earth. But to also help me celebrate, because I have a day off, and I worked a lot yesterday. I have alcohol. I have triple second orange juice. And I actually drank earlier, so... I didn't drink that much though, so like I'm not feeling it. But if at any point I start getting crazy, I have something to blame. That was mostly my excuse to get a drink, was I have something to blame for my horrible behavior during this stream, possibly. Now, I don't remember what the music is like in the game, but I know there is music, so let me go ahead and turn off mine. I might need to adjust settings and levels and everything, so give me just one moment to open it. It's windowed, as expected. Wait a minute. Can I use my fucking... I'm just gonna use my mouse. Why would I need a controller for anything else? There's just reading. This game is just reading. Music volume. It's not playing the music right now, so I'll just put up here. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, maybe when I start it. There we go. I'm gonna scream. It's a window. I should be able to... There we go! I had to maximize it, then minimize it again for it to show up. Damn. Okay. Okay, bitch. I see how you're gonna be. Alright. Actually, hold on. Does it show my mouse on screen? Let me see. Yeah, it does show my mouse on screen. That is one of my pet peeves. I can use my keyboard if I really want to. So I'll probably do that. Alright, here we go. Ah, good old road trips, full of promise and ripe with potential for adventure. Blech. Ah. I'm gonna turn on the music a little bit more, actually. I like the music, I just need to turn it down like that. There we go, I can hear myself think. Ah, good old road trips, full of promise and ripe with potential for adventure, soul-searching, and incredible scenery. Or at least, that's what you thought before the novelty wore thin. As of now, your legs are cramping up. You're exhausted. You've exhausted your travel playlist 2 times over, and your stomach is begging for something to eat. On top of all that, you're pretty sure you're lost. Driving through Oregon paints a picture of trees, and more trees, especially on the endless winding roads that you're taking up north. All that breaks the pattern is a sign that zips past with words that you're just able to make out. Gravity Falls. The road continues on, giant redwoods looming on both sides. You find yourself anticipating something, because as you drive on, you can feel it. Something strange is bound to happen here. Something weird. That's when it happens. Your car picks up speed. The change came out of nowhere, and you quickly put your foot on the brakes, but horrifyingly, the car seems to be driving on its own willpower. Trying to stay calm despite the panic welling in your chest, you pull the emergency brake, only to find the car resists and keeps moving forward, like something is pulling it. The car begins to rattle, the wheels screech against the country road, and you're screaming until... Crash. Bandicoot. No, just Crash. I love how painty the background is, it's so cute. There's smoke. Why is there smoke? You cough, fumble for the door, and manage to undo the lock just before the door is wrenched outward from your grasp. Something lands on your shoulder. A hand. Are you alright? It's Ford! God, no one will understand how important Gravity Falls is to me, except maybe the best friend that I used to have in high school, and unfortunately we don't talk that much anymore because of some circumstances that happened. No bad blood, just unfortunately we grew apart. But we do occasionally still talk sometimes. We used to, like, talk so much about the show. We used to be obsessed with fucking, like, figuring out all the ciphers and, you know, like, solving all the puzzles and guessing what would happen next episode and what the major lore was, and, like, oh, man. Nothing has ever excited me more mystery-wise than Gravity Falls. And I think Gravity Falls was actually what kicked me into liking ARGs, because there was a Gravity Falls ARG where we had to find the Bill Cipher statue in real life. And, like, man, shit's wild. I love this show so much. It's got such snappy writing. And honestly, when I played the game, one of the only things I remember is the dialogue is super snappy, just like the show, which is just so nice. A man stands at your open car door. His hand on your shoulder leaves to tilt your head up, and he pulls a flashlight from his coat, shining it in your eyes. 2 blinks and he lets your chin go. His eyes dart over the rest of you, looking for injuries. Still stunned, all you can do is watch. Yeah, this just kind of happened, man. This just kind of fucking happened. I crashed, like, my car. What's your name? Type in your name. Oh, God. Regular person. Tad Strange. No, I'm not typing Tad Strange. What if I do... What if I do Tic-Tac? Or Ticket. I'll do Ticket. Ticket's a little easier to say. I feel like Tic-Tac might make me fumble a little more. And your pronouns? Oh my god, I've got hair and pronouns. God damn it, what are my pronouns? You're playing a legit Gravity Falls game. I thought you were just saying it to be funny. No. No, I am not. I am playing a Gravity Falls dating sim. And it's only to date the two grunkles. And it's really funny. I love this game. If you've never played this game, it's for free on Itch.io. In fact, hold on. Wait. I'm gonna do it on my laptop so that I don't fuck anything up. But. I'm going to pin the link. That is the link to the download of this game. It works on Mac and computer. And it's got multiple translations. I highly encourage people to play it. It's such a nice game. Like, as long as you like otome type games. If you're not into reading, it's not your thing. I understand. I love reading, and I love otomes, and I love Gravity Falls, and so this is just perfect. And it's not overly horny or pandering to, like, the romance part of it. And it's not too, like, funny or jokey. It's mostly just, you can tell fans of Gravity Falls made this. And even Alex Hirsch played it on a live stream once, and he thought, like, oh, it's gonna be haha funny horny game, and he goes, there's a lot of heart put into this game. I'm actually quite surprised. Like, I thought we were just gonna fuck the grunkles, but no, like, there's a lot of stuff from the show in this game, which I will point out if I can spot it. Obviously the Mystery Shack, we have that. But this supposedly takes place after the show. I think, like, this is, like, the next summer over. Something like that. I still can't tell if I want to be they, them, or he, him. You know what? He, him with the boobs? That's kind of funny, actually. I like that. There's Ford. Ticket? I'm Stanford Pines. Ford for short. I would shake your hand, but you look shaken up enough as it is. You seem fine, as far as I can tell, but you shouldn't head back out there anytime soon. Where on earth were you driving in such a hurry? They even have his symbol in the corner, the little six-fingered hand. Oh, I love him. You open your mouth to explain when a voice calls from inside the house. Poindexter, this better not be another one of your experiments again. I've had this place rebuilt too many times. You can tell it's Grunkle Stan because the symbol on his hat is right there. And those symbols are also their symbols on the wheel. Oh, man. I fucking love this. Look at him! And his stupid gold chain! Look at these two! I love them. Oh man, Gravity Falls had some peak character design with not only them, but I really liked Seuss and Seuss's grandma. They were so fucking funny. One of my favorite lines that lives in my head rent-free is when it's like, I want you to have grandchildren before I ascend with the angels. And he goes, and Grandpa, right? And she goes, no, he is not there. Like, his grandma is so funny. She's just very monotone Hispanic grandma who raised this man, and I love him. I love Seuss. I love Dipper. He was my favorite because I related to him the most. And even, like, characters like Mabel, I was usually really annoyed with, and I do still think she got her way too often in the show. But I actually really liked her character compared to other characters that were generally like her. Especially at the time. I had a real problem with characters like her, and she was actually really well written, and I liked her. Wendy was cool. Robbie was kind of an ass, but, like, he served a purpose, so I didn't hate him. I hated him the way I needed to. This entire show just has my heart. I'm gonna cry. The owner of the voice walks out of the house and stops slack-jawed at the sight of your car in the sight of, you're guessing, his house. You must have hit your head earlier because you could swear you're seeing double. Sweet Moses, Ford! You've done it this time! What? This had nothing to do with me! I was testing my magnet gun and... It must have pulled this victim of circumstance into the house. I suppose it is entirely my fault. I'm incredibly sorry. Yeah, that sounds about right, honestly. That does sound about right, yeah. Reassure him, reassure yourself, or cry! I'm nice. I would probably reassure him that I'm fine. Like, I guess this is okay. This is interesting. It'd be really funny if I pick cry, but like, no. This is what I would actually choose. Unsure of why you're reassuring this mystery man who just wrecked your car, you give an awkward shrug. See, they even, like, they know when you're just trying to get the endings. Which, honestly, I'm the kind of person you could pour soup into my lap and I'll say sorry. So, unfortunately, that is just the answer I'd be like, nah, man, it was my fault. Even though it was entirely his fault. It's alright? No, I must have done something wrong. A wire mix-up, perhaps. Or the potentiometer. They're talking about your other mistakes, Sixer. Oh, right. Hey, look. It's fine. Sure, there's a dent in the roof from the shack's signage and a crack in the windshield that looks like an ominous triangle, but I'm sure she'll still run. You try to start up the car. It sputters, but ultimately nothing happens. You feel like crying. Oh. Well, let's call a tow truck for this unfortunate soul here and forget I'll take care of it. You're right. It is cheaper to tow it yourself. Sixer, get that magnet gun out again. Oh my god, no, do not do this to my car. No, Stanley, I'm going to fix this. What? Ha! You fix this mess? I figured out a few alien vehicles in my time. Nah, you kidding me? It takes some sort of miracle worker to bring this baby back to life, and this miracle worker's on vacation. Stanley, a moment. Ford and Stanley turn away and you're left to your thoughts. Who can anticipate a car accident like this in the middle of a road trip? You can take care of the car, but how are you gonna get home? They run buses out here, right? Take a bus out of here, then... Aw, look at him. Ford clears his throat, shifting a little awkwardly in place. Seems they finished their talk. Yeah, are you guys done having your little brother powwow over there? I gotta fix my car. So there were a few options. My brother Stanley here could drive you out of town to find a place to stay for the night, or you could stay the night here. Because, you know, that's the plot of most otomes, unfortunately. We have some maps and information you can look at in the gift shop, and in the morning we can help you with your car. What do you say? Just as you're about to answer, another high-pitched voice comes from inside the house. It's Mabel! Because it's got the star sticker! And I love that there's stickers. Because you know for a fact. Smash! Grunkle Stan! Picture this! A whole week of, oh my gosh! Look at her, she's so cute. The girl that runs out of the house comes to a halt at the sight of your car. Oh great. Grunkle Ford? Why is it that everyone automatically thinks I'm at fault? Well, this time it is my fault, but I've invited Ticket here to stay with us for the night if he'd like. I'm sure I can fix this. I just have to figure out how. Stanley sighs. I can take a look. Being on vacation's pretty boring, and the old Stanmobile doesn't need a tune-up yet, so it wouldn't be too bad to work on something in the meantime. Thank you, Stanley. I'm sure I can put something together from the gadgets I have laying around if you need any specialized tools to help you with the job. And let me introduce myself. I'm Mabel. You can ask me anything. I pretty much know everything there is to know about this place. Thank you, Mabel. You're adorable. Wait, hold on. I haven't even said anything yet. I appreciate your offer to let me stay. And to repair your car. Yeah, it'll be as good as new in my hands. I mean, look at my Stanmobile. She's been through the ringer, and who knows how many times, and she's still a beaut. He points out a red car parked a distance away. You can't really see how beautiful it is at this distance, but he sounds really confident. This turn of events is kind of suspicious, but like... I'm a glass half full person. Free repairs, free lodging, there's no better deal to be found, and if things don't work out, this town probably has some sort of auto repair shop you can head to instead. Well, I accept. Thank you for the help. And my apologies again. What an embarrassment. I must have made such an elementary mistake. You used a magnet gun. I have a car. 2 + 2 = 4, dumbass. I'm sorry. As the pines lead you inside their house, Mabel leaves her number in your phone for you to call whenever, and you find out that Ford's twin goes by Stan. So it's Stanford and Stanley. So they're both the Stans, they're both Grunkle Stan, but everyone knows him as Stan, so that's why Stanford just goes by Ford. Instead of Lee and Ford, it's Stan and Ford. Everyone's used to it. This part's the house, but just outside that door is the Mystery Shack. Have you ever been to the Mystery Shack before? I wanted to, actually. I saw a bumper sticker while I was on the road and got curious. You're interrupted by a loud triumphant "Ha!" Those bumper stickers were a good investment, and Sixer says they're too plain and graphically simplistic and don't even have an address on them, Stanley. How is anyone supposed to find the place to attract customers? Sixer, did you hear that? Well, they are graphically simplistic. I don't know how he found the place, let alone thought, what is the Mystery Shack, was compelling. I kinda liked it. See? He kinda liked it. Hey, I like you, Ticket. How about I give you a tour sometime tomorrow? Regular price. Yeah, he's still the same guy I know and love. Fucking greedy ass fucking bitch. God. Tomorrow? Then I'll have to squeeze all my get-to-know-you questions in today! Ticket, tell me, capybara, yes or no? At that moment, a boy passes in the hallway at the far doorway, and Ford calls out to him. Dipper, my boy, I'm surprised I didn't see you run out to the scene of the crime. Crime? What crime? I have an alibi. I swear... Oh, you have someone with you. Dipper, what are you doing now? Dipper, what are you doing? Let me see what you have. A book! No! That's half the show. Oh my god. Hey, I'm not suspicious at all. Did you guys see that car in the side of the shack, though? For a second, I thought the Manitars were back with a grudge. The Manitar episode hits me really hard, actually. Oh god. I love the Manitar episodes so much. It's like literally one of the first episodes in the show that I solidified. I want to say it was one of the first ones I watched, but it was one of the first ones that solidified. I love this fucking show. It's so good. I've drawn the multi-bear I don't know how many times because he's so fucking fun to draw. You would think he's oddly complicated, but it's just a bunch of bear heads on a normal bear body. So I used to draw bears all the time, so it's really not that big a deal. God. The gnomes! Oh my god. I fucking love the gnomes. The gnomes. The fucking, the Halloween trickster. The shapeshifter. He was so fucking cool. Fucking, what's his face? The little pig. Waddles. And then, of course, Old Man McGucket. Fucking love Old Man McGucket. There's so many good characters in the show. Both mythological and non-mythological. Yes. About that, Dipper. Meet Ticket. I've, stranded his car here by accident. He is staying here for the time being. Sorry, stranded his car here? You crashed it? Yeah, the Essen shack fell on it and everything, and the windows are cracked. One window. The windshield. That is technically one window. Yeah. Oh god, the alcohol. It's coming back. And Ticket was lucky to make it out alive. He's fine. No injuries, thankfully. The magnet gun's rather safe, despite never having been tested in a formal setting. Yeesh. Did you not, like, take safety precautions or anything? Actually, the irony of the situation is that's what I was trying to install. That I was trying to install as safety precaution. Hey, if you two are gonna do your nerd talk, I'm gonna get Ticket set up. Mabel, sweetie, why don't you show Ticket around? Let him stay in... the storage room. That's still empty, right? I'll make it empty! The rest of the day consists of Mabel showing you the storage room you'll be staying in, then the kitchen, and then the living room, and then the hallway, and then the bathroom, and pretty much a comprehensive tour of the mundanities of a regular house. I can see that, yeah. Eventually, you find out that the family is even more extended than you knew. The decorative doilies make a lot more sense knowing a grandmother normally lives here and her grandson Zeus. Or was it Zeus? Whatever the name, you look forward to meeting him when he comes for work in the morning. Yay! We get to meet Zeus! I didn't remember if he was in this game or not. When you go up to the attic, Mabel opens the door to reveal Dipper, nose stuck in his book, and you catch him occasionally glancing up at you as he pretends to read. The next member of the family snorts up at you from Mabel's bed, a rotund pink pig, who Mabel declares is her best friend and partner in crime, Waddles. I love Waddles. The two are a perfect match, right down to the chubby cheeks and boopable noses. And in the evening, though you'd still been in disbelief over the state of your car, the family dinner and after-dinner TV marathon you'd been invited to made it seem like a normal guest stay rather than a forced circumstance. Yeah, we just kind of had like a random Airbnb situation happen to us. Aw, Bill! Bill. Fucking window. Returning to the storage room Mabel had shown you earlier, you find an air mattress waiting for you and more pillows and sheets than a summer night warrants. Kitchen, souvenirs, cursed artifacts. I don't know what the other one is. You wake to the weak glare of sunlight streaming in through the small, high window in the wall. You can't remember your room having this kind of feature, or any hotel or motel room for that matter, and then yesterday comes crashing back to you, like, oh yeah, fuck. I'm fucking stuck here. You glance at the time to see that you've slept into the afternoon. Experiencing the accident yesterday must have left you tired out. And here's the kitchen! This fucking little rat thing over there. Jesus. Oh, man. So many scenes happened at that table. Despite having been assured yesterday evening that you were free to anything in the fridge, you still feel like you're imposing on the Pines family and try preparing as polite a guest breakfast as you can. You wash your dishes in the sink before you leave, and just as you're about to exit the kitchen, you bump into Ford. Excuse... Oh. Ah. Yes, from yesterday, of course. For a good solid moment, Ford regards you in awkward silence. Yeah, it's me! The guy whose car you wrecked. Oh my god, Ambrosia, hi! Oh, hydrate? I grabbed my alcohol. Thank you. It's technically hydrating. Hello! Why is the first stream you catch me on this one? Or at least the first one you chatted. Alcohol is not hydration, don't worry, I have normal water too. Ah, 2 for 1. Look, triple sec is clear like water, it's the same goddamn thing. Damn, we just staring at this man. Ford clears his throat. I believe Stanley's taking a look at your car outside if you want to be there for it. You give a nod and make to leave, for real this time, when Ford speaks up again. And Ticket, I'm sorry again for the accident. If I'd been smarter about, well, let's just say it's entirely my fault and you shouldn't worry about this at all. When it comes down to it, Stanley does have a knack for cars. I predict you'll be back on the road in a matter of weeks. Weeks? You can't keep the dismay off your face and can't really bring yourself to try to either. What am I gonna do with weeks? Ford, who'd gone kind of uncomfortable and closed off when your face fell. I catch a few of your streams, I just observe the chaos. Yeah, that's why I corrected, because I'm pretty sure I've seen you pop in, but you just haven't typed anything. Because it just said first time chatter, and I was just like, I know you've been here before. I've seen your face. I know you. Also, thank you for the 100 bits, as make sure you're saving your money. But I appreciate it. Let's see. Ford, who'd gone kind of uncomfortable and closed off when your face fell, recovers at the prospect of a question he can answer. Biddies. About to get these biddies, if you know what I mean. Anyway, well, there's the town to tour, of course, and the Mystery Shack. But if you ask me, oh, that pales in comparison to... Hold on, do you hear that? Ford turns to the kitchen doorway to investigate. Oop! Sounds like... The sound comes again, and this time you hear it as well. The squeal of a pig, followed by a pair of quick footsteps running down the stairs. Waddles tumbles past the open kitchen doorway, and Mabel comes into view soon after, a few sheets of paper clutched in hand. Ford steps quickly out of the kitchen, and you follow to the doorway, getting there just in time to see the apparent tug-of-war between Mabel and her pig over a saliva-covered sheet of paper. The paper rips, and after nearly toppling backward from her efforts, Mabel recovers, snatching the scrap of ripped paper from Waddle's jaws and lifting both pieces up victoriously. Ha-ha! Mabel wins again! Now I just gotta find Grunkle Ford! Ford, who'd run forward and held out a hand to steady this energetic child when she'd been in danger of toppling over, now finds a number of crumpled sheets of paper shoved into his hands. Mabel tugs urgently at his coat. Grunkle Ford, you've gotta help me! Ford kneels down to face Mabel with a serious, though concerned look. Slow down, Mabel. What's the matter? Dipper found a stack of pages from your old journals, and I walked in and Waddles ran up and started eating one, and he must have been chewing on it to warn me, Grunkle Ford, because look! Mabel takes the ripped halves of paper back from Ford's hands and joins them together, holding it up for Ford to see. I see. And you took this as a warning. Yes! It says here it eats small dogs, and Waddles is a small pig, but he sort of looks like a dog from far away, and Waddles must have feared for his life. Waddles seems to second this notion with a snort, or not, as it seems the pig is lounging adorably a short distance away in the hallway. Not a thought between those eyes. You can't imagine what this dangerous predator could be. Some kind of wolf? Something bigger? You're suddenly not so keen on staying anymore. Remember the pterodactyl I told you about? Waddles was so scared that time. I can't let him leave my side. God, the fucking pterodactyl. Where we find out Grunkle Stan has the biggest heart. He just doesn't like admitting it. Pterodactyl? You suppose pigs are allowed in museums around here? How about I finish that repellent I never got around to completing? That'll keep Waddles safe from harm. Mabel flops down on the floor in relief. Grunkle Ford, you're an actual lifesaver. Waddles, you have nothing to fear. Ford chuckles, lifting himself out of the kneel and standing back up. Alright, I'll go get my recipe. Ford turns to leave and you suddenly remember that with nothing better to do for the weeks you're going to be here, it wouldn't hurt to get to know Ford. He seems to know what there is to do around town anyway, and you'll need that to not die of boredom within the first week. Or more pressingly, you could go check on your car and see what Stan's made of it so far. You're not exactly eager to face seeing your car inside of the house again, though. I want to check on my car! No offense to Ford, because I like both of them equally, but I'm more worried about my car. After Ford leaves, Mabel rolls away with her pig towards the living room, and you head out of the house in search of Stan. Pit Cola? The Mystery Shack should only have 4 main sides, but you feel like you've made your rounds past 5 of them before finally seeing your absolute wreck of a car. You swear, it looks even worse than it did when you crashed it. Stan stands before it, hands on his hips as he looks at the large wooden S that made its indent in the car's hood. How bad is it? Can't tell yet. Not till I get this letter off the hood. That S never did like to stay in place. Mystery hack, huh? Look, if you're gonna insult me... Oh, you were reading the sign. I'm fixing that later, alright? Just avert your eyes. Don't look at it. Let him do it himself. Unfortunately, I have nothing better to do. I might as fucking well. I guess we should fix it as soon as possible, then. Sounds good to me. Give me a hand here, would you? Stan directs you to help him push the wooden S off the car. It stalls a little in its own dent, but with another firm shove, its end meets the ground. Stan gives another push with a grunt and it tips, falling completely to the ground with a whoomp. Now that it's free from its burden, Stan lifts up the dented hood of the car to take a look inside. He hums and haws and rubs a hand over his chin in thought, walking over to his toolbox and grabbing a tool before walking back, still assessing the damage. Yeah, this one's gonna take a while. You've got parts that need replacing, not to mention she's not gonna look so hot after this. Not unless Ford's got the tech squirreled away somewhere that can smooth out these dents. The more he tells you the situation, the more it sinks in. You really are stuck here. Stan spots your worried frown. Hey, dig it, right? Look, I know this sounds, but with me on the job, you'll be all set and back on the road in no time. Think so? Kid, I know so. I've even got a plan to get those replacement parts of yours. Might not be able to clean up all these scuff marks after I'm done, but she'll run. Please tell me he's getting these parts legally. And hey, so maybe you gotta stay a couple days. So what? There are worse places to get stranded, believe me. In fact, I'd say the Mystery Shack's the best place to get stranded. We've got all tons of stuff for people just passing through. Merchandise, magic, mystery, any other M words, mayhem. You get the idea. Stan tosses the tool in his hand back in the toolbox, exchanging it for another. He works for a while longer in your silence, metallic clanks and occasionally heavy breathing, all that mixes with the sound of the outdoors. You stand by, awkward, uncomfortable, and a little useless. Can I help with anything? Know anything about cars? No. Stan straightens, cracks his back, and sets down a tool before leaning casually against the nearest load-bearing surface. He wipes his forehead, let his hand fall to his waist, and gives you an assessing look. How about collages? Tall tales? Improv? Yeah, I think I can handle that, but what does that have to do with this? You gesture at your stranded car, held in limbo between life and death by nothing more than Stan Pines' car expertise and a little luck. Nothing. I was planning on having you help Seuss around the shack, a favor for a favor. What do you say? Well, it's more interesting than helping Ford with his pest problem. You accept. Alright, follow me. We get to see Seuss! Yee! And his name is short for Jesus. They don't really tell, like, they maybe say it once or twice in the show, but it's more of a lore thing. Which is, I honestly find that really funny, because everyone in town is so close to him. He's just Seuss. I love this game. I love Gravity Falls. God. You follow Stan back into the Mystery Shack, passing by the showroom and getting a glimpse of an energetic figure leading a flock of tourists through a veritable sea of obviously fabricated oddities. You hear the words, "And this is the 9th wonder of the world, right in the Mystery Shack. It's what makes this place world famous, dudes." I love him. Stan notices your pace slowing as you listen and tosses an explanation back for you. That's Seuss. During operation hours, he's the Mystery Shack's one and only Mr. Mystery. I told him he didn't have to keep the shack running while he's on vacation, but the kid's got a passion for a role. You interested in this kind of stuff? I was thinking of going on a tour. Feels weird now that you're staying at a tourist trap, though. You kind of thought... And you were kind of going to poke fun at the exhibits. Harder to do when you have to live around the tour guide. It's fine, really. Nah, I think I want to give you a tour of the place. You'll get one from the founder himself. You ever hear one of my plugs on the radio? You weren't really paying attention to the radio during the drive, just taking in the Oregon scenery. See the signs pointing to this place for over a mile down the road? Again, pretty preoccupied with the organ scenery, but you guess you did see some signs with question marks on them. Pretty vague advertising. Just seeing what works. Bumper stickers, huh? Ha! Still got one on Ford. Anyway, follow me, folks. Well, folk. Get ready to be amazed. Stan starts to lead you back the way you came. You trail behind him a little skeptical, but definitely curious. Didn't you say the founder would lead this tour? Is Seuss the founder? Stan laughs. What? No, I'm the founder. Built this place from the ground up. Well, metaphorically speaking. The house was here and the junk was here, but I was the one who spun this place into a wondrous house of mysterious junk. Stan gestures with his arms like he's smoothing out a rainbow. You're not very impressed. Prepare to be amazed. You're still not very impressed, but his energy gets you hoping you'll be amazed anyway. There's a tour group in the showroom right now, so I'll be taking you on a different cycle that completely misses them. We're starting in the gift shop. Yay, the gift shop. Oh, we might see Wendy. All the merchandise. Oh, I'm taking it in. I love it. You enter the gift shop, a simple room crowded top to bottom with the standard tourist souvenirs and merchandise. You see t-shirts with question marks, mugs with question marks, and pretty much everything has question marks. In one corner of the room stands a lumpy attempt of a statue labeled the Founder, recognizable as Stan only by the nose and the glasses. This room usually comes after I butter the customers up to buying things, but since you're staying a while, I'll have plenty of time to sell you stuff later. Take a look around. If you see an impulse buy, make it. Nothing like trusting your instincts. Oh my god. Oh, the pine tree hat. Dipper used to wear one of those. Seuss tells me they sold like hotcakes after Ford tossed his journals into the bottomless pit. Funny, those events have no correlation. Journals? Bottomless pit? The bottomless pit is so fucking funny. Why do they have a bottomless pit? We'll have a chance to swing by the bottomless pit later. It's a prime spot on every tour because the troublemakers always accidentally trip in, and I get to lead the tour without them for 20 minutes. Ah, I'm kidding. Should have seen the look on your face. Let's see, what else? Because we can do everything, so... I guess we'll just do one thing at a time. Who doesn't love a good souvenir t-shirt? They're great for layering, and they've got the characteristic Mystery Shack question mark on them. What makes it a Mystery Shack question mark instead of just a regular question mark? You ask too many questions. Or do you? He says that last part in an exaggerated tone that betrays it as a sales pitch. This guy has no subtlety. The jar of eyeballs. I thought we sold this thing years ago. Ha! Nah, I forgot to put a price on it. Just has a $sign on it. Stan takes a dark marker and squeezes in a $9.99. Then he goes back on it and makes it $29.99. That jar's got a lot of eyeballs. Now the founder statue. Yeah, should have asked Mabel to carve it. You gotta admit that every version of me's got a charming smile, though. God damn it, Stan. Aztec calendar. I absolutely know how to read that thing. And you should buy it. Freezer full of iced goods. Just because you're staying over does not mean you get to sneak over here for a popsicle. I get to do that, but that's because this used to be my place and I get founder benefits. I also get founder dibs on the pineapple ice pops. You mean the paletas? I'm from Texas. We've got better pineapple ice pops there. Thank you very much. A pyramid of mugs. You can't actually take one out of that stack. I glued them together way back when. Secret business trick. And you're telling me because no one will ever believe you. Then they'll try it, and the whole stack will fall to the floor. You notice the you break it, you buy it sign. Employee of the month. Seuss has always been the hardest worker in the place. It was only natural to hand it over to him. Alright, we're done. You sure? Well, I think I hear the tour group heading into the showroom anyway. Now, most tourists don't appreciate nature's artistic genius. By which I mean my artistic genius, because I remembered you're gonna help me out today. You don't think up a money-making wonder like the Sasquatch, which is still so fucking funny, by having a boring 9-to-5 office job. You think it up when you wonder, why hasn't anyone found the Sasquatch? Could it be that his name has been mispronounced this whole time? Anyway, just let me know when you've soaked up enough inspiration from this room, because you're gonna need to use it right after. I guess I've soaked up enough inspiration. It looks like you have deer antlers. Alright, come on. You're gonna see what makes this place the Mystery Shack instead of just the Shack. As long as you don't call it the Love Shack, I'm fine with it. We're making another attraction for the showroom. You follow Stan through the living room to the kitchen, where stuffing and animal parts are strewn across a surface to your left. Stan pulls out a thick needle and spool of thread, and as an afterthought, adds a couple of nails and a hammer to the pile. It seems a little unsanitary to do this right across from the fridge, and has the potential to look almost gruesome if it weren't so oddly cartoonish. He steps up to the workspace and pulls at the googly eyes that have been glued over the lifeless glassy ones typical of taxidermy. Mabel's contribution to the craft project remained firmly intact. Huh. That's what I get for letting Mabel bring her stash of scrapbooking supplies. One more thing to add to the backstory. Backstory? What? You don't think tourists are dumb enough to believe that the thing you're selling them is what you tell them is just like that, do ya? 'Cause if you do, you'll be set to do business in Gravity Falls. Anywhere else, though, customers take a little more work. Every good piece comes with some kind of story, or if you're Poindexter, some kind of lore. Horror stories work pretty well, 'cause with enough suggestion, people always find ways to spook themselves. Done it for years. It's kind of an art. Stan appears nonchalant, but you can see a quiet pride within him. Sounds hard. That's why I'm here, to make sure you do it right. You're still doing all the work, though. You've said you've done this for years. Always had a knack for it, even when I was a kid. Sure, there was a little learning curve involved, and I've had a few unhappy customers over the years. Stan pauses, seemingly to reminisce, and the mixed smile grimace on his face tells you he probably had many, many unhappy customers. But mostly I've run a great business on telling stories. You're learning from the true master, kid. So why don't you run this place anymore? Stan's grin melts into something softer, maybe a little bittersweet. My brother wanted to drag me off on a trip with him. Couldn't say no, and I couldn't just close the place, so I left it all to Seuss. Which is literally one of the sweetest things that ever happens in the show. I'm so fucking happy that they left the Mystery Shack to Seuss and his fiancée! And his grandma! Oh, man. You practically grew up in this place, you know? Definitely wouldn't have trusted it to Wendy. She's usually the cashier around here in the summer. It's weird having to explain all this to you. I keep thinking you already know this. Yeah. You work like you're still a part of this place. You can take a man out of the Mystery Shack, but you can never take the mystery out of the man. Specifically me, which is why I'm back to work even though I don't want to. 30 years of the same routine will do that to you. What's your original vision for the shack? Vision? Make money. What other vision do you need? But over the years, sure, I've used the mystery line for advertising. Who isn't curious? Who doesn't want to be amazed? Kids are the most skeptical of the bunch, though, let me tell you. Once they hit about 8 or 9, they love trying to prove it's all fake. Then they get older and they realize there's nothing good left in the world unless you pretend there is, and everyone pretends along with you because they're all desperate. Stan turns his attention back to the workspace, and you notice once more the daunting selection of items that lay upon the table. It's not the number, but the variety that makes you unsure of how you're going to craft something out of this. Yeah, I don't know what you're going to do with this stuff. Surprise me. Stan walks off to the side to, you guess, do some work of his own. You're glad he's not going to watch you the whole way through. How are you going to approach this? we're gonna keep things a nice mix of matched and mismatched. Now, how should you keep the parts attached? Let's see, hand stitching. Okay, you have a base to work off of. What next? Color in some of the fur. Hey Stan, I'm finished. Good enough. Stan picks your disturbing creation up gingerly. So what's the story here? Give it to me. Just have fun with it. This is a Fisquirkin. A fish, squirrel, chicken. I love it already. Stan nods appraisingly. Sounds like you got the hang of this. Alright, this thing's about as close to show ready as it'll get. Wait here a sec. Stan carries a showpiece out of the room. After a few moments, you hear his footsteps return. He comes into the room with 2 cans of pit cola. Stan sets one down on the dining table, its condensation starting to slowly drip onto the table surface. He waves you over to join him, and you slide into the seat across from him. Nothing like a cold one to finish up the day. Just having a cold one with the grunkle. I'll drink to that. Ironically, that was the last of my drink. I'm gonna pour myself another one. Just a little bit of alcohol. Oh my god. My triple sec used to be full and now it's all, like, to give you guys some context, my triple sec was full, or close to full, maybe like, I drank out of it once and now I'm drinking out of it again and it's already almost halfway down. I don't drink my tequila like this, but that's probably because the tequila isn't as good. Once I get a better, more high quality tequila, I'll end up drinking more. A little more orange juice. Just cause. I put a little bit too much alcohol in that cup, so I balance it out with more orange juice. But I also need to get rid of this stupid little ocean spray 100% orange juice thing. It's about to go bad. It's almost done. It's probably like maybe 3 glasses left after this one, but I'm not gonna finish it today. I'll hopefully finish it next week. Whew! So guess who started to stop by? Hi, Mono! It is earlier than I usually like to stream. Well, when you can check out the funny Kofi... I'm squinting so bad at you. Hold on. Mono. Mono. We sent you an email. Oh my god. It won't let me into my Ko-fi without my email authentication. Hold on. Yes, phone, I know I got an email. You've reached your... God damn it, Mono. Hold on. Mono! Mono! What the fuck, Mono? Don't emote at me, you son of a bitch. No, I don't want to be on my feed. Take me back. I did not expect a Gravity Falls dating sim, but I'm guessing you didn't expect this either. Oh, I'm gonna cry, Mono. man, you knocked my. I keep forgetting to update my goal every month. I update it like every month and a half, maybe. Later's chat clip it. No. All of you. All of you. I'm going to cry. You know what? Hold on. Now that you've got me on fucking Ko-fi. I put my new goal out there. I sob. I sob loudly. Does that mean, hold on, because doesn't Ko-fi like auto go into PayPal because it's strong like that? Hold on. My break is over, so I'll hop back on later. You're awesome. No, you, Mono. I'm actually gonna cry. Oh, two-factor authentication, you bitch. Damn you, security code. Chat and text on your computer? No, that's dangerous. I'll never do anything ever again. Why is my dad sending me stuff on Instagram? My dad always sends me, like, animal videos on Instagram. Jesus, PayPal. Why is there a partner fee? What the fuck does partner fee mean? I understand the normal fee, which is the $5.73, but then they took an extra $7.50 for a partner fee. What the fuck is that? Alright, it's assuming since I got it through Ko-fi that it's some, like I sold something, I guess. Eh. Easy come, easy go. I still got $136 though, goddamn. Thank you, Mono. I can and will cry. Anyway, let me stop answering my emails for like 2 seconds. Everybody give a nice round of applause for Mono. In fact, we're gonna run an advertisement as a celebration. Oh, I love it here. Nothing like a I forgot that was the last thing I said. Back to drinking my alcohol. Ah, delicious. He picks up his can, gesturing towards you with it as he leans leisurely back in his chair, and you watch as he takes a sip. It's a nice looking now that you're staring. Oh no. Oh no, please don't stare at the old man sip his soda. Just drink your own soda! You pull over your own can and pop it open. So, got any questions for me? Talking tends to ease me into a new place. Might do the same for you. Tell me about your brother. Is he single? Kidding. Is Ford usually like that? You mean trying to fix what ain't broken and ended up making trouble? Nah, he was the good twin growing up. You were the troublemaker, I can tell. Stan laughs. You have no idea. Got the exhibits. The showroom already seemed full when I saw it earlier. Why make more? Tourists love variety. Put up a sign advertising a new attraction, they'll come pouring through the doors. When I started this place, I didn't think I'd, like making these. Used to be another thing that made money. Now I'm stuck with it. Guess 30-something years of routine will do that to a man. Stan sounds gruff, but it's a fun gruffness. Sixer says keeping familiar habits helps too, so I've kept it up. You think I could sell some of these as art pieces? Yeah. Yeah, I could play them up to buyers and sell them at even more ridiculous prices than I usually would. Tell me about yourself. Are you single? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Tell me about yourself. Stan laughs nervously. What is this, a first date? You wish, old man. Well, I'm Pines. Stan Pines. Imaginator, town darling, used to be proprietor of the Mystery Shack. He pauses and stays paused. You give him an expectant look that wants him to continue, and he clears his throat, nervous. What, you were serious? I don't, get this often. The longest I can get people to listen to me is when I'm selling them something, and even then it's tough luck. The last time someone listened to me, they tried to eat me. Can you believe that? I barely got that much meat left on me. Was that one episode where there was that weird spider lady? Because she tried to eat him. I know that. I know that for a fucking fact. The episode was fucking wild. And? Keep going. You can't just end it there. Stan gives an uncertain smile, which becomes a full-on grin, and he laughs. Alright, I'll tell you. So you see, there's this irresistible thing called revenge. Are you gonna talk about the fucking... What's his name? What's his family's name? I don't remember his family's name. Hold on. I'll kill you, Stanford Pines! The little fucking kid. Gideon Gleeful, the Gleeful family. That's his name. You gonna talk about the Gleefuls? Stan tells you a tale of a road trip, a mountain full of mummies, and a woman who is secretly a spider. Okay, no, it was the spider episode. Okay. You don't believe a word of it, but you find yourself enjoying it anyway. Stan knows how to hold his audience in decent suspense, and he seems to light up whenever you laugh at the right parts, grinning along with you. Before today, you'd never heard of Mr. Mystery before, but now you feel like you're really seeing something special here, one-on-one with the man himself. What were you like as a kid? You're really interested in me, huh? Or do you ask everyone these kinds of questions? I'm like that with everybody. I'm like that with everybody. I don't know what you're talking about. You've heard about me already. Go bother Dipper or something. Feel like he's writing his autobiography into his journal when he hasn't even lived past his early life section yet. Stan tips his head back to get the final sip of pit, then sends his empty can down with an air of finality. Well, Ticket, you did good for your first try. If you feel like helping me around again sometime, returning the favor of the car, let me know. You nod and Stan gets up to leave when you remember something. Wait, I still owe you the price of admission, right? For the tour earlier? Nah, don't worry about it. Gives me something to hold over you if I need it. He says that and he leaves, but even from what little you've seen of him, you feel like Stan's not the type to really hold that over for you. At least not for anything serious. This tourist trap might have more to offer than you thought. Call the caterers, I hear wedding bells. Looks like this is actually working. Mabel, no! Mabel! She would, in fact, if, like, there was just somebody staying and they're just talking with Grunkle Stan, she'd be like, yes, yes! Get a wife! Get some fucking kids! Get it, Grunkle! Oh, man. You wake up to a loud crash downstairs. Not entirely uncommon in this house, you're quickly finding out, but still disconcerting. More clatters and thumps lead you to the kitchen, where Mabel teeters on a short stepladder in front of the pantry. Standing on her tiptoes, she reaches as high as she can for a small yellow box on the top shelf. Pancake mix. As long as it's not her fucking... what is it? Oh god, I don't remember what it's called, but that fucking glitter drink that she made. Where it's got glitter and dinosaurs. Oh god, what was it called? Hold on. This is gonna bother me. I gotta Google it. I think it was Mabel Juice? Was it hold on. Mabel Juice. Okay, I was right. It was Mabel Juice. Just don't put any glitter inside the pancake, please. Without a word, you go to her side and pluck the box from the shelf for her, placing it in her outstretched hand. Oh, Ticket, thank you! Grunkle Stan put it on the top shelf for some reason, but I want, no need, some Mabel cakes. It's a breakfast emergency! Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, kid. She waggles her free fingers in your face and you can't help but laugh. You can tell the house becomes more alive when this kid's around. Want to help me make them? We only need chocolate milk, coffee, pink food coloring, and pot of Goldos to make this breakfast dream a breakfast reality. As delicious as that sounds, you're inclined to ask where the coffee comes into the mix when you realize the house is suspiciously quiet. Mabel, where is everybody? Oh, Grunkle Stan needed some stuff for your car, so we went to go get Mecky-Techy stuff for that. I think Grunkle Ford's somewhere. He heard the abominable bro man was trying to steal soda from campers, so he went to help them out. So we're just alone in the house with the kids? Well, I guess Seuss is downstairs. Never mind. Yep, that's where you went. Totally knew that. So they left you guys to make breakfast on your own? You don't know the family well enough yet to know that this is commonplace, so the idea of leaving two teenagers alone to fend for themselves seems fine. If one of the teenagers wasn't Mabel. You still don't know how coffee fits into her Mabel cakes, but now you don't really want to know. Dipper attempts to hide the pancake mix from Mabel while she's grabbing the chocolate milk from the fridge. Apparently he doesn't want to find out either. Mabel, while your Mabel cakes sound divine, why don't we, quick, think of something so you don't hurt her feelings. Go out for breakfast. Is there somewhere we can go out to get breakfast? We should really save the Mabel cakes till your great uncles get back. They wouldn't want to miss them. But I want to perfect my recipe. I have to get better at cooking and baking and stuff so I can survive out there in the world. What if in high school I'll have to bake stuff and people are better than me? Mabel looks very agitated, tugging at her hair with both hands. If I can't make the perfect Mabel cakes, I can never be on Bad Dreams Dining. I gotta impress Gerald Rambone Ticket. It's my destiny. Oh my god. Gordon Ramsay. Dipper, can you cook? Maybe Dipper can make you something different. We should save the Mabel cakes for another day, a more special day. But Ticket... Mabel, still standing on the stepladder, reaches up and squishes your cheeks together, her wide eyes staring into your soul. Every day is a special day with Mabel cakes. You glance at Dipper, making a please help me and I'll buy you breakfast face that you hope he understands. Yeah, Mabel, I know you want to cook more since you're becoming an adult. Sure, but don't you think Grunkle Stan and Great Uncle Ford should be here to try them too, and not just me? Again? Mabel hops off the stepladder and ponders her brother's question, lips pursed. Eventually she nods, beaming at both of you. You're right, Dipper. I can't deny them that experience. We just used that logic on you not 5 minutes ago, Mabel. You give Dipper a thankful smile over Mabel's head as she puts the ingredients back in the refrigerator. He grins at you, rubbing the back of his neck. You wonder if he got that from one of his grunkle. Yeah, no, 'cause Ford does that. He rubs the back of his neck. They're both little nerds. I love them. That's clever now that you think about it. Great plus uncle to make grunkle. Saves time on syllables. We should go to Greasy's. They have some of the best pancakes there, with like 3 different kinds of syrup if you ask Lazy Susan nicely. Yeah, it's not super far. Let's go. The kids are about to head out of the kitchen when you realize something. Wait, aren't you gonna leave a note for the grunkles about where you're going? Oh, right. Good call. Dipper scribbles out a note for Stan and Ford and sticks it on the front door of the shack with one of Mabel's stickers. The kids lead the way towards the town, explaining various landmarks and the wild and wonderful stories attached to them along the way. And this is where we saw those 2 ghostly old people. Oh my god, the old convenience store. Hi, Scratchy! The convenience store episode hurts me. Physically. Because it's like the pains of being a kid versus growing up, and like growing up too soon. Versus like wanting to be grown and not wanting to be grown. Because like, poor Mabel doesn't want to grow up, and Dipper does want to grow up, and they're kids. They shouldn't be worried about that kind of thing. Not at that age. Like, man. And then in that episode they were 12, so it's like, I'm technically not a teenager yet, which they turn 13 next summer, which I'm assuming this is next summer. Or maybe they're 14 or 15 and it's like another few summers. It did say before high school. So no, they were probably 13. In a convenience store? Strange, but you nod regardless. Maybe she just meant they were so old they looked like ghosts. Dipper points out a diner in the distance, a log-shaped building atop a train cart, and the 3 of you head inside. I love Alex Hirsch's headcanon that Mabel becomes goth/scene during her teens. Honestly, I feel like she would be like cyber goth. That fits. She's still her old self, but her total aesthetic changes. Daughter beloved, yeah. Because I feel like Dipper also would not. He'd be like, this is just another normal day. Because she experiments so much, I feel like she'd go through every phase of goth at one point, but then also just every phase of every. Like, she would have a vintage phase. She would have probably a nerd phase, as far as aesthetics go. She just is into fashion. No, like, Alex actually drew. No, I know. I know, but I feel like that just makes total sense, just knowing her. Like, she would be the happiest goth. You soon realize that the kids know just about everyone in this town. Several people, young and old, wave at them as the 3 of you find a table, and you get the feeling that they're almost famous in Gravity Falls, though you're not entirely sure why. Yeah, no. No idea. No idea why. They're pretty cute, though. Mabel blows a paper wrapper of her straw at Dipper's face, and he retaliates by swatting her with the laminated menu. That is actually me and my sister, actually. Like, goddamn. Mabel visits a Hot Topic affectionate. An elderly woman in a pastel pink waitress dress comes up to the table, and you catch the name on her tag. Susan. It's Lazy Susan. Hiya, kids! And stranger! What can I get for you? Pancakes and all 3 syrups for me, please, Lazy Susan. Same for me, actually. Lazy Susan turns to you, notepad in hand. What will you get? The kids are getting pancakes. I'm joining them. Coming right up, sweetie. A wink? Lazy Susan winks with her good eye, of course, and heads to the back of the diner. There was one headcanon I really liked that I don't actually know if it was a headcanon or it was real. Like, they made it canon in the show. It might have gotten canonized in the last episode. The last episode's such a fucking blur to me because I was so sad. But, someone was talking about, like, how Pacifica essentially disowns her family. And someone was like, it would be really funny if she went to go work for Lazy Susan. And she just became a waitress. And I was like, that's hilarious, and I love it. Like, I love Lazy Susan just being like, oh, sure, sweetie, I'll give you a job. Like, oh, it's so wholesome. The wait for your food to arrive feels longer here than most, mainly due to Mabel and Dipper using this time to interrogate you. At first, it's somewhat intimidating. You literally crashed into their house and started hanging out with their great uncles, so they have lots of questions. Once the irrational fear of two 13-year-olds fades out, you recognize their interview for what it really is. They care for the grunkles. If you do start hanging out more with them, they want to know as much about you as possible. Pacifica beloved, she deserved better. She did, because she was a product of what she was raised to be like, and she proved that she could be better. Same with Gideon, to a lesser extent. He proves he can be a good person. He just isn't most of the time by choice. But he can be a good person, the reason he gets the biker gang on his side is because he is genuinely nice to them. He is a genuinely charismatic person. It's just, he's kind of a brat. Same with Pacifica. And yeah, that's why I like these characters so much. They're not perfect. I love them. Like Mabel, she's also a brat. Oh man, Mabel's friends, freaking... What were their names? It was... Grenda... And... oh god, I want to say her name started with a C. Candy! Candy Chu! I was thinking of her last name. I was like Cho, but like it's really close to that. I know it's not Cho. Her last name is Chu. That's what I was thinking of. There's Grendinator and Candy Chu. I loved them so much. They were so much fun. Candy and Grenda, yeah. Oh, they were just the best. I fucking love Grenda. We take this to our graves. She winks. Like she killed a man with an arm. Fucking love Grenda. She bagged a baddie. She did, because she wasn't afraid to be herself. She literally, like, punched him on the shoulder because that's how she shows affection. And he was like, I like that you're so bold. Like, that's nice. Her BF, Timothy Chalamet Jr. Yeah, that fucking, like, prince guy. I honestly love that for them. I also loved the Backstreet Boys. Fucking... the Backstreet Boys ripoff. What was their name? God, it's been so long. Oh man, I'm mixing it up with the Turning Red one now. Oh god damn it. I just remember stupid beautiful men always eating out of my garbage. Was it several times? Yeah, no, it was several times, because in Turning Red it's Four Town. Yeah, so it's several times. It's like S-E-V, and it's got the weird apostrophe, and then R-A-L several times. I gotta look that up to make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. Times with a Z, oh my fucking god. And then they were like clones, and they act like hamsters. Oh my god. Their names were Craigie G, Greggy C, Leggy P, Chubby Z, and Deep Chris. Not to mention Dippy Fresh. God, hated that boy. Mabel's questions are somewhat nonsensical. So if you were stranded on a deserted island with no boat, no cheating, what would you take with you? While Dippers are more careful and calculated. What were you doing before you came here? School? Work? Both? Neither. Did you know about Gravity Falls before you crashed into the shack? You immediately know which grunkle each twin takes after. Stan and Mabel, goofy partners in crime, versus the quiet brainiacs Ford and Dipper. It's an intriguing contrast, especially now that you're thrown into the middle of the bunch. But as the twins race up to see which syrup bottle drips into their mouth the fastest, Dipper's blueberry syrup beats Mabel's classic maple by half a millisecond, you swear on it. You know that these kids do a lot more for their great uncles than be just cute counterparts. And here we go! Enjoy, kiddos! Let me know if you need anything else! Wink! Lazy Susan fucking love her when she grabs her bad eye and winks with it. It gives me life. Lazy Susan gives out the respective plates and the kids go quiet, shoveling down their food like they've never been fed before. Between mouthfuls, you get a few more questions about yourself and your theories on aliens versus which member of M Synchronized was your favorite, but the table is near silent as the three of you eat. Epic, I do not want game updates. Fuck you. That is, until Maple speaks up through a mouthful of pancake. So take it. If we're in a totally made up and not real situation, you had to pick who your favorite was. Who would you pick, Grunkle Stan or Grunkle Ford? This seems too planned compared to her other cutesy questions. Dipper elbows her sister not so subtly and she elbows him right back, wide eyes staring at him in a sibling-linked look you can't decipher. Like, okay, say you're in a movie, like one of those weird movies Grunkle Stan watches on TV with the ladies in poofy dresses riding horses. Awfully specific, but you let her continue, taking another bite of your food. You're the main character of this movie. You got two guys who are both madly in love with you. This one does not mess around with getting to the point, huh? But you could only marry one of them, so you could be next in line for the throne. What'd you do? Grunkle Stan and Grunkle Ford were your choices. Who would you go with? Maple, it's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, really weird, and kind of gross. Come on, Dipper, this is important information that's vital to my research. What research? None of your business. Yet, I'm still gathering other research. Mabel leans towards Dipper's ear to whisper, waggling her eyebrow at you before she replies, in not a whisper, but quite the opposite. Research into how you're a huge nerd! With that, Mabel catapults a spoonful of melted butter from atop her pancake on a Dipper's cheek with a very satisfying splat. Dipper jerks in disgust but retaliates by smearing strawberry syrup on Mabel's nose, a drop of stickiness plopping onto her sweater. Ew, gross! You're gross. There's no vitriol between the twins, but lots of giggles and a few more various food missiles. Eventually, syrup streaks in Mabel's cheekbones and some of her hair, and Dipper has a small piece of pancake stuck to his face. You guys are dorks. Maybe you're right, but we're twins, so it's adorable. You say so, Mabel. Wait, quick, take a picture of us while Dipper's got pancake on his face. I have what? He swipes quickly at his face, and after several passes, gets it off. Aw, I was trying to get more candid pictures of us. Mabel, you have syrup everywhere. Really? Ugh, then it would have been a perfect photo. Here, let me get it. Your hands are sticky enough. You get back up with napkin in hand to try to wipe some of the syrup off Mabel's cheeks. Now I'm saying Mabel because of all the syrup talk. God damn it. The excess syrup swipes off easily, but a good portion doesn't budge. I mean, maybe syrup as makeup is the next new look. That's one word for it, kid. The old men are here. The old men are here. The old men are here. I took your kids out to the diner because she was gonna make Mabel cakes and I don't know what that is. I swear! We wondered where you went once we came back to a suspiciously quiet house. If it weren't for Dipper's note, we would have been worried. Sixer would have been worried. I tried to tell him you kids pulled this stuff all the time, heading out unannounced, putting stress on your poor old Grunkle's heart. He puts a hand over his heart dramatically. All those missing hours of unpaid child labor. Actually, that note wasn't me. Well, I wrote it, but Ticket's the one who said we should to let y'all know where we went. Both Stan and Ford turned to look at you surprised. Really? Figured these two knuckleheads dragged you here. Why not make breakfast at home? This place is at least a 15-minute walk from the shack. 15 minutes is nothing. Bro, I used to walk way more than 15 minutes to work. 15 minutes is nothing. Well, you glance at Dipper, swiping his finger across Mabel's cheek and licking the blueberry syrup off. Mabel has a pancake in her mouth, chewing on it like a grazing sheep. I wanted to treat them to something, I guess. It's the least I can do. You're letting me stay with you and fixing my car. I thought, since you were gone, I'd take these two out for a change. Also, Mabel was gonna make Mabel cakes again. You're just mad that you can't even make toast right. What? Yes, I can. I burned it one time. One time. Dipper holds a syrup-tipped finger in the air, indignant. Well, Mabel wanted you guys to enjoy her Mabel cakes too, and since there wasn't much food, I figured I'd take them out. Ford asks Mabel about her creation, wondering how much extra caffeine one could gain from adding instant coffee to the concoction, but Stan stays quiet. You catch him out of the corner of your eye. He's staring at you, a lopsided smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I did choose the Stan route, so we are going with Stan. Thanks, Ticket. Appreciate it. Oh, no problem at all. You smile warmly at Stan despite the heat spreading over your cheeks, but he's rubbing the back of his neck, looking down at his feet. Mabel throws a theatrical wink your way. You're not sure why. Well, kid, if you're paying, scoot over, Dipper. I want breakfast too. Stanley, it's at least 12:30 now. Grunkle Ford, that means it's time for brunch. Duh. See, this kid gets me. Now let me in so I can get some grub. Dipper moves to your side of the booth as Stan sits next to Mabel, and Ford sits as Dipper's side. Lazy Susan comes back and takes orders for another round of food and drinks for everyone, including Mabel, who decided she wants more pancakes. You're starting to regret offering to pay, but as Stan and Mabel try their hand at the syrup drip race and Dipper cheering them on, Ford watching with a wide grin on his face, you know you don't really mind that much. As long as I have the money, man. I mean, if I have, like, vacation money to burn, I might as well burn it on this. Over the next few days, you continue to help out around the Mystery Shack. Not out of obligation, but because you have nothing better to do. Besides, Seuss, practically the golden retriever of people, legitimately, is really digging the input on the current installments from an outsider's perspective. Bless his soul, the guy even offered you a job if you end up stranded here forever, dude, and need to make a life for yourself. Stan nearly choked on his ice pop as he overheard. I love Seuss. Am I a man? Am I a baby? These are important questions. Thinking about it now, the relationship between Seuss and Stan is unexpected, if not a little odd, but it makes you smile no matter how many times Stan may roll his eyes as he does it. He'll always help Seuss just to get something done just right. Showered and dressed, you go outside as per usual, but don't see anyone. After a few minutes' search, you find Stan standing with his back to you in one of the exhibit rooms, admiring the weird and wonderful animal amalgamates that he's collected for his tourist trap, hand at his chin in thought. Am I interrupting something important between you and the Gooserky? Stan turns to the sound of your voice, smiling. Nope. You need something? Any plans for tonight? Yeah, any plans for tonight, old man? No reason. No reason at all. He mulls your question over a few moments, giving you an assessing look up and down. I've got a couple errands to run. Why, you want to tag along? One thing I do actually remember about this game is Stan's route is way more weird and interesting for some reason than Ford's, even though you feel like his should be the weirder route. I feel like the weirder one is Stan's. Because his route's the one I actually remember. Because, like, of something that he makes us do. Only if you need a partner in crime. I actually know what happened, so I'm gonna say this, because it's really fucking ironic. Stan blinks in surprise. Ha! What are you? Psychic? Wait, really? It was just a figure of speech, but you guess you should have known better. Alright, heading out in a couple hours. Meet me out front. A couple hours? But no butts, Ticket. You can't rush this stuff, trust me. Okay, sure. Not ominous at all, Stan. Yeah. Meet me out front if you think you can handle it. He turns to go, but stops for a second, then turns back. Oh, and wear black. Something you don't mind getting dirty. We're gonna go commit crimes, I guess. Before you can ask why, he's gone into the depths of the shack. Oh man, that armchair. And then the dinosaur skull with the doily on it. I love that. A couple hours turns into a handful, which you pass by watching some TV with Mabel and Dipper and dozing off. You have no idea what kind of satellite they get out here, but the shows on now are some of the most bizarre programming you've ever seen. One of my favorite being baby fights! There's that one, and then there's, are you tired of owls piling up in your driveway? Well, then you need owl trowel. I might be a duchess, mother, but I'm also a woman. god, the shows even within the show, like fucking Duck-tective. Oh my god, all those shows are so funny. It's such a good, like, world building. I fucking love it. I choose to think I'm on the infomercial channel just because the infomercials are so fucking wild. Once you've had enough of waiting, you change into your darkest clothes and sit out on the front steps of the shack, watching as the sun starts to sink past the trees. It's cloudy and unusually warm for this time of day, but there's a nice breeze out. It's strange that these errands need to happen so late in the day. Considering the things you've gathered about his criminal past, however, maybe this is a typical weekday night for Stan. The screen door cracks out and comes Stan, dressed all in black, just like you are, with a lumpy duffel bag. He's not in all black. That's a brown-ass jacket. A lumpy duffel bag under one arm and a briefcase in the other hand. As he is about to speak, a sudden gust of wind comes along and ruffles his hair, and he smooths it down irritatedly before regaining his cool and nodding at you. Ready? Ready. You slide into the passenger seat as Stan settles into the driver's seat. It takes a couple tries to start, but the engine's chugging away by the time you got your seatbelt on. The radio stammers to life as the engine does, spitting out generic-sounding rock music into the leather-scented air. Ooh, I love leather scents so fucking much. Oh my god, yes! Of the car's interior. Sorry. I actually legitimately love leather scent is one of my favorite scents. Pine trees, leather, like berries and fruit. I'm a very outdoorsy nature scent person. I don't know why. But the one non-nature scent, which honestly, technically it is also a nature scent because leather comes from animals anyway. But like, I like manufactured leather scent, which is weird. Why is that like the one man-made scent that I like? Shaking my head, shaking my head. After a moment spent adjusting mirrors and fiddling with knobs, Stan slots the gear shift into drive and pulls out of the Mystery Shack slot and down something down the road. I fucking forgot. He's so serious. The radio's on and Stan taps his fingers on the steering wheel to the beat of the music while he drives. So I take it we're not making a quick trip for milk and eggs. He laughs and glances over at you. Nope. Then where are we going? First stop is to see a buddy of mine, a hunter. I get all my taxidermy supplies from him. So that's where you get your parts from. Yeah. Oh, I just figured you got them from a local farm or something. And do business with those hippies? Not a chance. Well, I really enjoyed making that showpiece with you the other day. Kurt playing Risk of Rain? Oh my god. Oh my god. What a loser. I'm kidding, by the way. He's been obsessed with Risk of Rain. I hope he's enjoying it. Then my sister immediately, playing World Racing 2. I had no idea you were so creative. Like, oh my god, Stan, you're so creative. He glances over at you with poorly hidden surprise, turning almost immediately back to the road and shrugging. It's just gluing stuff together, really. No, it really takes a lot of skill. You have a real gift for it. He turns to you again, his cheeks go a little pink when he sees the smile you're giving him. Well, thanks. After a moment, he faces the road again, but now he's tapping out the rhythm of the song with a little more enthusiasm and even humming the chorus as he drives. Do you have any other hobbies? You know. Do you like cats? Letting that one sink in. He rolls his shoulders back in a shrug, his head tilting off a bit towards the window. These days I spend most of my time out in the boat with Ford, hunting monsters and discovering things. He pauses, watching the road with that expression. I used to box. That is attractive. Oh, this. What have I missed? Mostly fanfare and me talking about how much I love Gravity Falls, I'm not gonna lie. This is the entire dating sim is just my excuse to talk about Gravity Falls. Can we talk about Gravity Falls? I've been dying to talk about Gravity Falls. Pepe Sylvia, Pepe Sylvia. I got boxes of Pepe, but instead it's Bill Cipher, Bill Cipher. I got a whole Tumblr blog of Bill Cipher. He was my era's Tumblr sexy man. Right next to the one slur in Sans Undertale. Honestly, before Sans Undertale, Jesus. have we been checking him out? Because, like, I feel like if you say, like, oh, I used a box, if you say it shows, you were definitely checking them out. Do I want to be more like, oh, really? I'm gonna be forward. Why not? He looks at you again, grinning. That's amazing. I wish I had grown up doing something like that. I wouldn't mind showing you a few things if you wanted. I'd like that. Yeah, don't, like, if you're trying to, like, get someone to like you, don't be like, oh, I wouldn't be any... Like, no. Just... Like, if you do it, at least be logical about it, but, like, don't put yourself down. We're trying to sell ourselves to this old man. But, like, in the vein of romance, not in the vein of other things. After about 20 minutes of rural scenery, Stan pulls off the road onto a long gravel driveway that disappears into the woods. Very sus. Is this the place? Stan nods and rounds a turn to reveal a clearing populated by a trailer home and a couple sheds. The trailer's a bit run down and shabby, and one of the sheds looks like it's about one strong sneeze from collapsing. Oh, I'm doing it another way. Oh no, Rosie. Rosie, I was gonna say, you're into old men, why aren't you into the grunkles? Or did it just happen too late? Should I find you sexy grunkle art? Should we share sexy grunkle art in our own private chat? Not really the place you want to be at night while alone with a guy you practically just met. Be honest, did you bring me here to murder me? But, like, not enough art, but yeah. I could find you some, Rosie. I could find you. Hold on. Hold on, actually. Hold on. Hold on. Where's incognito tab? New incognito window. Hold on. Who's your favorite grunkle, Rosie? I refuse to look them both up at the same time. I'm only looking up one at a time. I feel like you would like Ford more. Good question. Yeah, both are good. Both are good. But, like, obviously Stanley is more forward. And Stanford is more just, like, a nerd man. Both are good in their own way, yeah. Like, obviously Stan would kill a man for you. He's very protective. Love that. But Ford is more like, teehee, I made you this gizmo thing. And you're like, oh, you're so cute. It's like saying which Osamatsu sibling is better. You can't, they're all bad! I'll find one of each then. Turn safe search blurring off. Oh my god, of course there's art with Grunkle Stan and the lady from the Owl House. I haven't even seen the Owl House. Hold on, hold on. Oh wait, I found really rosy core art. Rosie? Rosie, you're fucking done! You're fucking done. As soon as I, like, find a high-res version of this image, you're fucking done. The Owl House finished it. Please watch it. I will one day. I will one day, I promise. Hold on, hold on. I know this is between you and me, but Bobby's gonna have to see this shit too. One day is not a day. Yes, it is. That's not how you spell Stanford. Oh my god. I can't fucking spell? Rosie, I'm going through some curse shit for you. I hope you're happy. I hope you're grateful. I'm trying to find something that's very you core. I'm not just gonna give you anything. I'm gonna give you something somewhat nice, at least. I am. I'm so grateful. Yeah. There's some cursed stuff. Some really cursed stuff. You know, the funny thing is they're twins, so some of these pictures it's hard to tell. Because, like, without the glasses, it's like I just have to look for the fucking dark streak in the hair. Or the light streak in the hair. And then boom. I know which one it is. Why? Well, okay, I know why Stanford is harder to find art of. It's because he came in later. In, like, fucking season 2. But still. I'm not going to stop until I find something for Ford. We smashing the old man now? No. I'm tormenting my friend. I am absolutely tormenting my friend. You know what? This is a picture. Hold on. High res, high res. I'm only accepting high res images. Cursed, 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 cursed. Rosie, you better fucking thank me. There we go. I fucking found it. Now to never look at that again. Smash the old man, break his kneecaps. Give him no! Rosie! Rosie, you're so cursed! I love you, Rosie. Be sure to take them to the pool. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. Anyway, I get myself out of Rosie's house, full of sins. We're asking Grunkle Stan if he's out, taking us out to the middle of nowhere to murder us. Stan laughs, cutting the engine and resting his arm on the back of the front seat. Unfortunately, you figured it out, so now I definitely gotta kill you. Oh no. Don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel. Anyway. I'm kidding, kid. Relax. He moves to get out of the car, then turns back with a creepy blank expression on his face. Or am I? You chuckle nervously and he laughs again, pushing the door open. Seriously, I'm kidding. Won't be long. At the door to the trailer, Stan knocks and the door opens on a dark interior before he walks inside. The door shuts behind him. I feel like this is fucking Cupid's trailer from that hippie episode. Like, I don't know who he's supposed to be talking to, but I know Fiddleford moves into the Pacific Northwest mansion because the Northwests were kicked out. You give the yard a few curious glances before realizing that the weird pile of sticks you'd been staring at is actually bones. You quickly pull out your phone to look at instead. 10 minutes later and stands back, carrying a large cardboard box in both hands. You try to put away your phone because you were looking at TikTok thirst traps and you can't be caught stumbling. You see him fumble with the handle of the rear left door for a moment before you reach over the backseat and pop it open for him. A peek in the box reveals a few various shades of furry somethings in an animal skull you don't recognize. This doesn't seem like something worth busting out all your darkest duds for. We aren't by chance robbing a bank, are we? Because I would have brought gloves. Stan laughs. No, nothing like that. He starts the car up again and you're back on the road. Somehow I'm not quite convinced. Well, who knows where the night's gonna take us. Could be legal, could be not. That a problem? Ah! It's a joke. Come on, I'm a clown. Oh, look at him, he's so happy! Ah. He's so happy. Yeah, you're a riot kid. Stan takes the highway. The final minutes of the sunset's burnt orange and purple ahead of you, while the welcome sign for Gravity Falls disappears into the rearview mirror. A new song comes on the radio, something bright and bouncy with lyrics about love, and his fingers get back to tapping. Is this ABBA's hit song, Disco Girl? Disco girl, that girl is our disco girl coming through. That girl is you. I know way too much about this fucking show. I know almost as much about the show as I know about Pokemon, which is just too fucking much information. In the retreating light, you can see faded patches on the rim of the steering wheel, the color worn away from decades. I just had the worst idea and I need to write it down. Hold on. I'm going feral. Where's my notepad? Notepad. Audio jungle. I'm gonna see this note later and hate myself! Let it be known, I got a very, quick, a message from God. Just a flash of an idea for a commission I may be able to ask my girlfriend. Because I ask her for the curse shit. Because I can't ask anyone else. No one else can know. Oh man, I'm probably not gonna do it, but I'm gonna think about it later. Did I say good morning to them this morning? I don't think I did. I didn't. I'm a bad boyfriend. Boom. Done. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, that one snuck up to me. ADHDing. I'm ADHDing. Hold on. I will get back to the game. I promise. This is what happens when you just put me in a space. I just start doing things. Kurt, stop talking to me. My ADHD. What the world? There's a Gravity Falls game. It's not official by any means, but it's a really, really old fan game, but it's got a lot of heart and soul. And hi, honey, I'm not dating an old man. What? No, you're crazy. No one will believe you. Actually, they would because they know I'm insane. But Stan be looking fine. Oh no, we got another one, boys. Acid, you know for a fact you would like Ford more though. Because he's the nerd. You're into nerds. You, like, obviously you would love Stan because he's the, like, con man. And you also like that. But you like nerds a lot. And Stanford Pines is the biggest fucking nerd. I love them both. They are both just so good. Don't you lie to me. I am lying to you. I'm lying to everyone. I'm lying to myself. I'm drinking my triple second orange juice. They can both get it! We're down bad this stream. In the retreating light, you can see faded patches on the rim of the steering wheel, the color worn away from decades worth of his touch. Man, wish that were me! I hate that. Hate that, hate that, hate that. Anyway. Acid, what is that emote? It's so funny. Oh man, it's like so funny to see it all tiny. Because I'm looking at it from like far away. The passenger seat you sit in hasn't yet taken on the shape of someone specific. Even after all this time, the springs still feel brand new. Because he doesn't get bitches. Well, I mean, he could. Technically speaking, Stanley Pines could get bitches, unfortunately. I think about this fact. It's very cursed. Meanwhile, on the driver's side of the car, Stan settled easily into his seat. One of my thoughts just like hit me like a brick, like a vine boom, like poof. And I'm like, don't hit me right now, hit me later. I haven't drank enough triple sec for this shit. Which fits him as well as a finely tailored jacket. You tuck your leg up under its mate, leaning back into the darker leather of the DeVille's interior, and watch cars pass and recede out the windshield. After a few minutes of music-backed silence, you feel like breaking it. Men love talking about their cars. That's all I know. How'd you get your car? What kind of car is it? Oh, the Stanmobile here? Stan pats the dashboard affectionately, running his hand over the leather interior. I've had her since high school. Nice ride, ain't she? Do not insult a man's car. if you want to be in his good standing. They really don't make him like they used to. Nope, sure don't. He doesn't like too much, and I've already asked him enough questions. I'll tell a joke. I'll try. My granddad had the heart of a lion. Stan glances over at you, momentarily confused as to why you're bringing this up. And a lifetime ban from the zoo! Stan laughs. Ha! That's pretty good. He thinks for a minute, presumably to come up with a joke of his own. Alright, a blonde walks into a bank in New York City. Stan, are you gonna get me canceled? Oh no, this isn't gonna be one of those awful blondes are dumb jokes, is it? He levels a withering look on you. Can I tell the joke? I don't know, can you? You grin with your lower lip caught between your teeth, clearly joking, and he chuckles. Anyways, blonde walks into a bank in New York. She goes up to the bank manager and she says, I'd like to take out a loan for $5,000. I'm taking a vacation overseas. A car passes you on the highway going 20 over the speed limit, and Stan swears and stifles it. Yeesh, night drivers. So the bank manager goes, well, miss, do you have collateral? We need collateral for that kind of loan. She nods and says she does, and she takes the bank manager out to the parking lot where she's got a $50,000 Ferrari waiting, and she says, this is my car. You can hold on to it until I pay back my loan. Stan continues, glancing over at you and trying to suppress a smile. The bank manager's confused, but he figures if this lady doesn't pay, he's going to have a nice new Ferrari in his garage, so he agrees. A sign for an exit points off to the left, the text reading, County Road 328, and Stan takes that off the highway. So he gives the blonde her 5 Gs, she hands him the keys to her car, and she heads off to Europe. A month later, she shows back up at the bank with the 5 Gs and the interest for the loan, which figures out to be about $15. Stan continues, turning down an unlit gravel road, and headlights casting spooky shadows through the trees. The bank manager takes the repayment for the loan and the interest and has one of his employees bring the car out to the front of the bank for the blonde. Out ahead on the road, a deer turns his face to the car and then leaps across the road to disappear in the woods. Just before she leaves, the bank manager stops the blonde and says, Lady, I'm real confused here. You're clearly loaded enough to afford this car, and you paid back the loan and then some. Why take out the loan if you're so rich? And the lady turns to him, runs a hand through her hair, and says, Where else can I park my car in New York for 2 weeks for only $15? Oh my god. That is so fucking funny. Oh my god. That's so that's not even like, oh my god, that's so funny, I'm gonna laugh. That's just so realistically funny. What the fuck? You burst into wild laughter and he laughs along with you. Alright, I take it back. That was the best blonde joke I've ever heard in my life. Legitimately, I think that is the best blonde joke I've ever heard in my life. Smart blonde, man. That's how it should be. Also, Acid, don't think about my bad idea for too long. Just as you finish speaking, Stan. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me put down my alcohol. I'm drinking some water. My throat needs it. Acid, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I can't promise it has nothing to do with this game, but don't look at me. Bruh. Acid! Acid, don't look at me! You'll hear about it later. If we call later, you'll hear about it. Which I hope we call later. After my stream, I'll probably eat dinner and then ask to call. Stare at me motherfuckingly. See where it'll get you. Well, yeah, I miss you. And just as you finish speaking, Stan pulls off the side of the road and the engine dies. As you step out of the car, the unearthly silence of the woods envelops the two of you. Out in the woods ahead, you see a single bright light. Is this the place? I love the lighting. Oh, it's so nice. Just about. You follow him back towards the trunk, which he opens quietly and slowly, frowning as it squeaks. What are we doing here? Oh god, why is he looking like that? You might not guess it looking at me. But I got a thing. The two of you stare at each other for a moment. He looks a little nervous. Do you want to fuck out in the middle of the woods, Stanley Pines? For art. Okay, that's better. Oh, is that all? That's pretty cool. He brightens, smiling in the dim haze of the trunk light. Well, this chump up this hill here has won by this artist, Gustav Klaunig. Snuck it from right under me at an auction. I've been trying to buy it off him for years, but the jerk won't sell no matter how much I offer him. And trust me, you meet this guy, you know it's out of spite. So we're stealing it. Now, if you guys don't know what's happening, Stan is obsessed with a sad clown painting that Bud Gleeful owns, which is Gideon's father. We are stealing the sad clown painting. It's such a deep cut because it only pops up maybe like once or twice in the entire show. But it's where that meme where it's like, oh, this. I like this. That meme, it's the sad clown painting. You got it, kid. Frankly, I'm surprised you haven't tried to do this sooner. Knowing you. Stan laughs quietly, fishing around the duffel bag for you don't know what. Wait till you see it. It's a masterpiece. I've been waiting 6 months for him to go out of town. Here, take these. He pulls out a pair of gloves from his bag, handing them to you. When you slide them on, they fit almost perfectly. I guess your size right? I bet I could guess your size. What are you, like... How, hold on. Like... 5.5? I'm gonna take another sip for that one. Anyway, we're moving beyond that. No one's going to comment on that. I'm not answering any questions. We're moving on. You nod, wiggling your fingers. Hi, I'm up work across the street! Hi, Mono! Hi, Mono. Stan chuckles, pulling out a pair of his own. We're about to steal a sad clown painting. A set of black leather driving gloves with silver snap closures that glint in the light from the trunk. You ready, kid? As I'll ever be. I'm ready. As I'll ever be. Stan tucks a few things into the inner pockets of his jacket that you can't see in the low light, and with the trunk shut just as quietly as it was opened, you follow him to the woods, towards the distant light. As you near it, a porch takes shape within the light's glow. Behind it, the dark shape of a house sits in the even darker woods. Stan leads you past the front porch and around the corner of the house to a set of stairs that appears to lead to a basement. Ah, this is my favorite part. He withdraws a small black shape from his pocket, something that looks like it might be a pen. Oh, he's picking the lock. The pen-shaped thing turns out to be a small flashlight. As he holds it in his teeth, he opens the black case to reveal a set of lock-picking tools. You're a lucky person, kid. You get to see this artist in action. He gets to work, inserting one tool in. I'm too drunk to read this. I can't watch a man insert his tool and wiggle it into something. That's just weird. I've drank too much for this. Stan, you're moving too far forward. We just met. Anyway, back to stealing the clown painting. Pulling out another and poking at the innards of the lock with it. You glance around the darkness as he works, half expecting to get caught before you get anywhere, but then the lock clicks and Stan stands, opening the door for you with a flourish. That was so cool. He beams with pride and you smile politely as you step through the door in front of him. The basement is unlit. It smells like dust and mildew, the air sour with wet dirt and mold. Stan moves past you into the dark, his little pen flashlight still lit, and leads you through a cobwebby laundry room and towards a door across from the bottom of a set of rickety wooden stairs. Wait till you see this, kid. He picks the lock of this door just as quickly as he picked the last, and the door creaks open into a dark room and odd flooring, barely lit by Stan's flashlight. Stan goes in first, and you follow him as he hits a light switch, revealing a beautifully designed gallery with plush scarlet carpets and gleaming wood paneling full of paintings of sad clowns. Let's fucking go! Stan looks more excited than you've seen him, his arms crossed over his chest and a worm smile on his face. Can you believe that hillbilly chump has a collection like this? You shake your head slowly, still looking around the room with wide eyes. Someday all these are gonna be mine. Come on, I'll show you the one we're here to get. You follow him to the back of the room and he stops in front of a large painting of a clown with bright red lips and blue circles on his cheeks, his eyes outlined in black with comically large eyelashes painted onto his eyelids. His neck roof droops sadly and his costume is dingy and worn. What do you think? This is beautiful. That's the meme. You really like this kind of thing? No kidding? Stan, I don't know if you've seen the person that has taken up a residence in your house? Yes, I like clowns. Stan's voice is edged with hope. They're all beautifully done. It's nice to meet somebody who really appreciates these like I do. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, that one snuck up on me. Oh, I shook my brains. Jesus. It's excellent, especially as an art piece. Well, why not? This is a masterpiece. The way the artist has captured his pain, the way the framing makes him look small and pitiful, even though he takes up most of the canvas. Juxtaposition of the inherent joy of clowning and the anguish of this man clearly feels is what makes this kind of painting really special. Let's get this thing off the wall and out of here. As he works to get the clowning down off the wall, you wander the room looking at the other paintings. As you look over a painting of a mime with dirt on his white and black striped shirt, you're suddenly grabbed by your shoulders. Boo! Ah! You scream, your eyes shut in fear, and you throw a weak karate chop at the source of the noise, making an unimpressive contact with something solid and muscular. It's Stan. After a moment's panic, you squeeze whatever thing is in your hands and open your eyes to find. Ha! Was that supposed to hurt me? Stan's arm and shoulder. I did not punch his man boob. I am not tall enough. I punched his arm. Hi Deb, hi Acid, hi Longsword. I'm romancing the Grunkles. Right now I'm working on Stan. I'll work on Ford. I'm gonna do Stan, then Ford, and then I'm gonna look at the extra endings, because that requires me opening a whole new window. So, each end, like, someone, this is the original game that I have linked and pinned in chat. But then someone decided to make new endings for this fan game using all the assets, because they were like, I want a little bit more out of the endings. Like, there's so much build-up, I want more out of it, and so they essentially wrote more for it themselves. So, I am happy to see. Lucky! Are you guys hanging out right now? Did you guys have fun eating together? Oh my god, how's River? How's England? How is, the Big Biscuit? As in cookie. God, this guy's been following me all day! Lucky, how does it feel to actually make a stream because you're in a weird time zone? Oh boy, he's really packing some heat in there! Wait, no, why did I stop on this sentence? Ugh. I've been too down bad to read this sentence. I can't stay. I need to go pee, actually. Guys, I'm gonna be I'm gonna be right back! Hi. I'm back. I'm back, guys. I not only went to go pee, but I also decided I wanted some Reese's cups. So I went downstairs and I got some Reese's. Let me back up so I can read everything Lucky said. Just on the train. Go Bisco. Today was a blast. That's so good. I am cold though. Can't feel my nose from the wind. Yeah, it's like cold here in Texas. It's not even that cold. It's like maybe like in the 60s and I'm fucking freezing. I can't imagine going anywhere else this time of year. It's my hands. My face is fine. Oh yeah, no, getting a good, decent pair of gloves that doesn't hinder your every movement but can still keep you warm is actually horrible. Especially here, because we don't need them. I had mine under the blanket. I kind of wish I had a bike again since I'm further from my errands now. I want my bike back, but I don't think I use it all that often. I feel like, even though we have more bike lanes over here and I feel like it'd be safer to bike over here, I'm not that good at biking. I had to teach myself, essentially. Like, me and my friends had to teach me in high school because my dad attempted to teach me how to ride a bike when I was real young, and there was no even ground where we lived, so I kept crashing, and one of the crashes led to me skinning, like, basically my whole knee off. And so I never wanted to get on the bike again. And then in high school, I was forced to get on a bike again for my outdoors class, and my friend, one of my friends, I love her so much, she only had maybe like 5 friends because she hates everybody and everything in existence, and she wishes to actually commit murder. But she was pleasant enough, and she rode circles around me going, "Get on the bike, get on the bike, get on the bike," and I was just like, I don't know a bike, and she would be like, "Get on the bike," and that's how I learned how to ride a bike again. Fun fact, I learned how to ride a bike under pressure. It took me the entire 30 minutes, but I was able to, like, not fall off the bike, and she was like, "See? It's easy," and I was just like, "You yelled at me the entire time." She goes, "Yeah, that's how you learn." I can't signal because it puts me off balance. Yeah, I want a bike that has, like, a turn signal on it. I would walk for my errands, but they're more than a mile each, and it's a bit much on foot. I prefer walking. Hi, back, I'm Longshirt. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna go be horny for the stands again. Specifically this one. Packing heat? Damn. He laughs, apparently very pleased with himself for scaring the absolute life out of you. You need those boxing tips even more than I thought. You couldn't defend yourself from a fly with moves like that. You laugh shakily, but then you realize you're still feeling up Stan's arm. Wi-Fi is getting choppy, so I gotta check out. Have a fun stream. Bye, Lucky! Hope you and River are having fun on your honeyed moon. I hope the moon is very sweet. Sorry about that. You pull your hands away a bit too fast, and he chuckles, blushing all the way up to his ear. Ah! 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 No problem, kid. He clears his throat. The silence between you begins to grow awkward before it's interrupted. Upstairs, in what is supposed to be an empty house, you hear footsteps crossing towards the door to the basement. Stan apparently hears them too, a sudden series of expressions crossing his face from shock to confusion to terror, and finally setting on indignation. He quickly takes you by the arm, whispering harshly in your ear as he drags you towards the entrance of the clan room. As soon as he comes in here, shut the door and I'll shove these boxes in front. You nod, and just as a line of light from the top of the stairs blooms into a wide swath, you and Stan duck behind a wall near the door to freedom, one corner of the stolen painting poking you uncomfortably in the ribs. Who's down there? Slippered feet come down the wooden steps in front of you, and when their owner notices the light on, he holds something long and gun-shaped out in front of himself. Pines, if that's you, I swear to God, I'm really gonna shoot you this time. Gun-shaped? Gun-shaped? gun? Yeah! Great word association there. Gun! Stan nudges you, jabbing a thumb towards the door leading outside, jerks his head towards it. You take a step out from behind the wall, take Stan's hand in your own, and pull him into a jog and then a run, the two of you scrambling up the concrete steps out into the cool night air as a voice shouts swears behind you. Stan kicks the door shut on his way out, and there's a startled yelp behind you as it makes contact with the owner of the house. There's more swearing, but you lose it behind you as you run, flashlight in one hand and Stan's hand in the other. When you reach the tree line, you part and maneuver your way through bushes and brambles, Stan crashing through them behind you. As you run, a deafening gunshot goes off behind you and you realize you're being chased. Holy smokes! Run for it, Ticket! Stanford Pines! The noises get closer, close enough that you can hear your pursuers swearing continually and loudly. You slow a bit, flashing a light behind you and raising the beam to find the distant but visibly enraged face of a man with a rifle in his hands. Acting on pure instinct, you fling the flashlight in the direction of the angry man and take off running again. After a moment, the man cries out, and the sound of pursuit fades with one final cry. Damn you, Pines! Stan cackles. Sounds like you hit him. Oh my god. I know it's long and gun-shaped. The face I made. Longsword? What do you mean? Long and gun-shaped? It's not gun-shaped. Is it gun-shaped? No, it's not. It's not. No, it's not gun-shaped. Right? I don't know what's gun-shaped. I mean, it can shoot, but it's not a gun. Anyway, I'm not getting into this debate. I am too many drinks in. You reach the Stanmobile first, sliding into the passenger. Also, I didn't tell Lucky I was drinking. Longsword, do you know I'm drinking? Hi. A sword is. Gun sword. I'm moving on. Sliding into the passenger seat as Stan slips his new clowning into the back seat before joining you up front. Both of you panting and huffing, Stan hurriedly starts the engine and pulls off. What were you thinking? Knife pistol. You know what I was thinking, Longsword! You know exactly what I was thinking. I do now. I wish you could have seen. It can shoot, but it's not a gun. Look, if you could see the logic behind my eyes that I know I can't say because I'm on Twitch right now. At the next driveway, he does the fastest three-point turn you've ever seen in your life and then peels off down the gravel road and screeches back onto the highway. Stands quiet for a second before letting loose a wild, triumphant laughter. I thought he was gonna catch me that time for sure! I had the best cocktail this morning. Half slushy. Did a man just shoot at us? Stan nods, still chuckling, and apparently pretty pleased he didn't get hit. He lets out a long, loud sigh, his white-knuckled hands at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. Yeah, that was... Holy moly, you okay, Ticket? I'll let you know when I find out. I'm a little... He pulls back onto the highway, back in the direction you came from, and you lapse into comfortable silence. After a while, he starts humming along with the radio, and knowing the song this time, you hum along with him. Gravity Falls welcome sign passes by again, but the route Stan's taking doesn't seem to lead back to the shack. Instead, you come to a stop outside rows and rows of used cars. A car dealership. Oh my god, I forgot that we go here. Why are we here? Hold on. I remember Stan's route being really weird, and him being really oddly hard to date. Why are we here? Hold on. Can't say it on Twitch is just code for making questionable Discord. Scratchy! No! Stan slides out of the car, withdrawing something from a pocket within the breast of his jacket. Once you get out and around the front bumper, you can see it's a cigar. You mind if I smoke? I actually have told people, like, yes, I do actually mind if I'm nearby. Could you, like, go away? Stan puts a cigar back. From your place a ways down the road, Stan surveys the lot, eyes sweeping back and forth until they land on what looks to be a fuse box under the light overhang of the roof over the side of the car dealership. What are we getting? New drive belt, some spark plugs, a couple other things I can't remember the name of and aren't worth explaining. Won't take all night though, right? You lean back against the front bumper of the car next to him and stuff your hands in your pockets. There isn't much light pollution around here, so the stars are bright and numerous above. Provided your car gets fixed, it might not turn out to be such a bad trip. So how are we doing this? Gotta get rid of the lights. I doubt Bud's clever enough to have night vision cameras. But we cut the power to the whole place and the cameras are gonna be gone anyways. So we cut the power, find a car, same make and model as yours, dig out the parts you need, an hour, maybe hour and a half tops. I can get the lights. You sure? No, but you can explain it to me. Get to the fuse box, flip the biggest switch. Easy, just like you see in the movies. Yeesh, starting to remember why I quit doing this kind of thing. You sure you're alright with this kid? You know, robbing the place? You don't think I can do it? No, it's not that. You've been keeping up with me fine all night, you just don't seem like you have a lot of experience here. I'm nervous, but I can do it. He smiles, a warm and genuine expression that ignites something fuzzy and soft inside you. You don't notice you're staring until he turns away and moves towards the trunk. He reaches into the car and pulls a lever under the driver's seat of the front seat. Or the driver's side of the front seat, Jesus. And the trunk pops open. You follow him to it, and after running around the contents for a bit, he brings out a pair of pliers. Markipliers? I'm not wrong. Yes, you are. Alright, you go over and take care of the lights. I got a few things to get together. You crouch down behind the fence when you reach the lot, scrambling along in the shadows until you reach the dealership's main building. With a peek over the edge, you see that the wall of the building is cast in shadow from a poorly placed streetlight. Another place, you spot a car the same as yours off to the back of the lot near a sign that says discount section big deals. It takes an embarrassing amount of effort to get over the fence, but you manage and press yourself flat against the wall, inching towards the fuse box. It's locked, but you pry it open with the pliers and look over what's inside. A bunch of switches, some wires. Flip the biggest switch, because that's what he told us to do. Oh, Nightmind's doing a Nightmind Index night. That's nice. With your face pinched in concentration, you push the biggest switch in the opposite direction, and the entire property goes dark. You slip the tools back in your pocket and take a look around just to make sure the power's out. With a satisfied nod, you feel your way out of the parking lot, knocking your shins on 3 separate cars before you figure out you should probably just stop and wait for Stan. Where you at, kid? His voice isn't far away, but he isn't close either. You feel your way around an SUV, and then a sedan? The gravel in the parking lot crunches under your feet, and you reflexively stare at the ground ahead of you as your eyes slowly adjust to the darkness. Some messages, hold on. Out ahead of you, a flashlight turns on and scans the lot until it finds you. Found you. He sounds amused, probably at the way you're standing with your arms spread wide over a sleek modern sports car. Getting familiar with the merchandise, yeah? You give the car an awkward pat and make your way towards the beginning of the flashlight's beam. You see anything the same make as yours before the lights shut off? Yeah, there's one in the discount section. It's kind of insulting now that you think about it, actually. He hands you the flashlight when you reach him, and you start slowly back towards the discount cars. Discount. Your car is a classic. It's usually extremely reliable. To be perfectly honest, it's not even your fault that it's in the state that it's in. It was Ford and his whatever it was. You're deep in salty thoughts when hands suddenly grip your ribs on either side. Gotcha! Ah! You scream and throw back an elbow at whatever's got a hold of you, and you hear Stan yelp and fall in a clatter of kicked gravel and metal clanking together. He scared you again. I'd be like, oh wow, I got you, I'm so sorry. Holy smokes, kid. You turn the flashlight... Oh no! You turn the flashlight to where you heard him fall, and you find him with a hand cupped over his face, blood dribbling from between his gloved fingers. Yeah, I deserved that one. Oh shit, I'm really sorry. Nah, I'll be alright. Just help me up. You tuck the still-lit flashlight into your back pocket for the moment, reaching down, finding his hands in the dark to pull him up. Once he's on his feet, you retrieve the flashlight from your pocket. As you bring the beam to his face, you find him holding a handkerchief over his nose and squirting. He's apparently brought a backpack with him and is sitting on the ground behind him where he presumably dropped it when you elbowed him. You know, that was a really solid hit. You got a lot of power in there. I don't know if you were just saying it to be nice earlier, but I really could show you some moves. Teach you how to direct that strength. This isn't the time! You're bleeding! He removes the hanky from his nose for a moment, gently prodding at the bridge of his nose with a finger and frowns. Well, it's not broken, that's for sure. That's good. He laughs quietly, taking a clean corner of the handkerchief and dabbing at his nose with it, grimacing and sniffling hard when it comes back clean. Good to go. You sure you're alright? Yeah, of course. I've gotten to worse beatings than that, believe me. His face is flushed from the sudden injury, but he does otherwise look okay, so you sigh and plant your hands in your hips. Then let's finish this. Stop it, Grunkle Chan. Oh my god, no. Longsword, put that away. Put those pointy little fingies away. He reaches out towards you, then captures a glimpse of blood and he reconsiders, wiping his gloves as clean as he can with the hanky. When you reach the car you spotted earlier, he pops the hood and drops his pack next to the ground, on the ground next to the bumper, unzipping and revealing a jumble of various wrenches and tools. Alright, hold the flashlight steady on the engine and keep an eye out. I am going to keep an eye out. I do not want us to get in fucking trouble. He doesn't take long for him to get what he needs for your car, shutting the hood and setting his pack on it as he stuffs parts into it. That was quick. Nah, the parts you needed are easy to find. Just takes the right... Hey, what's going over there? That you, bud? The beam of a flashlight finds you both as Stan turns around quickly, leaving the bag behind himself on the hood. Yeah? Pines? What the heck happened to your face? What are you doing here at... Are you stealing parts again? No. Stan inches closer to you until your shoulders touch, and behind you he pushes the bag into your hands before lowering his voice to speak to you. Run for it! Keep the bag out of sight and toss in some bushes nearby. I'll get it later. You nod, picking up the bag and holding it behind yourself. The flashlight by the road moves closer, and you slowly scoot away from the car and backwards. Hey you! Where you going? You move backwards a little faster! Just waddling backwards! Longsword, put those away. Now! Still keeping the bag out of sight, and when the light leaves you to check on Stan, you make a break for it towards the back fence, throwing the bag over it ahead of you. A new voice nearby speaks out, you yell, Hey! Where you going, burglar? You're under arrest! For burglary! There's a shout from Stan behind you, and then a heavy thud as one of the car alarms starts squealing. You're so surprised by the alarm that the second cop gets his hands around your wrist and slaps a pair of handcuffs on you. You better quit your skirming there, buddy! We caught you fair and square! If you guys can't tell, I'm doing, Officer Blubbs, or Sheriff Blubbs and, or Deputy Durland, that's what his name is. Officer Blubbs and Sheriff Blubbs and Deputy Durland. Or Officer Blubbs? Either way, it's Blubbs and Durland. Ah, come on, Blubbs. I saved the entire town from an interdimensional demon. Give me a break. Sorry, Stan. We got a job to do. Stan grumbles quietly, and the man behind you leads you towards the road behind Stan. Towards the road behind Stan and to Blubbs, who's now got him in cuffs. You need to get out of this, but how? I'm not grabbing the gun. Excuse me? You close the space between you and the cop behind you. When something moves between your fingers, you grab it, bringing it back. You're not sure what this is, but it feels cold and metal, so you slip into your back pocket. Ah, shoot, darling. We don't have the cruiser. Me and my ideas for romantic strolls in the moonlight. Well, why don't we just commandeer Stan's car? You mean commandeer? I don't know. Edwin Durland, you are an absolute delight, and I cherish having you as my life partner. I love Blubbs and Durland so fucking much. They're so funny. Durland giggles behind you and Blub giggles with him. The two of them push you and stand into the backseat of his car, crowding you in with clowning. Stan grips it protectively, muttering under his breath about the fuzz. He's quiet for most of the ride, with only speaking up to you once. You okay, Ticket? I'll get back to you on that. He falls silent after you respond and stays that way all the way back to the station. Inside the station, Derlin leads you to a pair of chairs by a desk and Blub disappears down the hallway. Blubs is back after a few minutes, a deep frown set into his face, and after directing this frown at Derlin, he takes you and stand down another hallway in a set of God damn it. At the first, he withdraws a set of keys and opens the door. You and Stan are uncuffed, and with a solid and somewhat alarming clang, the cell door shuts and locks. You two better get comfortable. We'll get your prince in the morning. Stan grumbles, settling down under one of the provided bunk beds, and you sit down on the one next to him. He peels off his gloves, tucking them inside out into his pockets, and fiddles with a loose thread on the thin wool blanket on the bunk bed. Through the door at the end of the hallway, you hear Derlin say something about fancy black finger paints to Blubs. Here in the bright fluorescent. I can't fucking read. Stop, please, no. Handcuffs already? Oh my god, long story. You can see that he still has a bit of blood smeared under his nose and chin. You feel a flush of embarrassment. You remember you're the one who did that. Well, this is not so great. You could say that again. How are we gonna get out of here? Stan shrugs, crossing his arms over his chest and flopping back onto the mattress. Don't think we can, kid. I'll see if I can provide them that you got hypnotized or something into coming along with me. Keep you out of trouble. Listen, if you're going down for this, and so am I. This is my car you're stealing parts for. He laughs quietly, propping himself up on his elbows. You don't want to get in trouble with the law, kid, trust me. This isn't my first time spending the night in jail, not by a long shot. Sounds rough. Yeah, well, so it goes. This won't be so bad compared to 5 years in a Colombian prison. There's a story behind that, but he doesn't look like he wants to tell it at the moment. Anyway, the only way we're getting out of this is with the keys. Then we could just slip out a window or something. You think for a moment, stuffing your hands in your pockets, and suddenly remember that thing you grabbed off the second cop, Derlin. Oh wait! You jump to your feet and dig into your back pocket, withdrawing the small metal thing you stole! And it is a set of car keys on a plastic keepsake photo of... Stan's not looking, staring down at the floor of the cell instead, but you think you know what to do with these. You go up to the bars of the cell looking for Derlin. Hey, can you hear me out there? You dropped your car keys! The faint discussion in the other room stops, and a moment later Derlin comes into view. Where'd you get my keepsake key fob? I've been looking for that. You hold it out through the bars with both hands. As he reaches for his key fob, you reach out to his belt with your right hand and unclip the ring of keys from his belt. He doesn't notice. Fuck yeah. Derlin thanks you for returning his key fob, and... What is it? Hold on, what is it? Is it that fuzzy thing? Oh, a key fob is the fucking button thing? I didn't know there was an actual word for that. I thought it was just a key remote. Damn. Gives both you and Stan a scrutinizing stare before heading back down the hallway and through the door. You hold the keys out in front of yourself and jingle them triumphantly. Look what I got off Derlin. Stan stares at your hand in disbelief, then at you, then at the keys, and then back at you again before laughing incredulously. Are you sure you don't have experience with this kind of thing? Stan takes the keys from you, looking them over in his palm. He smiles up at you and then looks down at the keys and covers his mouth with his hand, dragging it over his chin. I can't believe I've been shown up by a tourist. Get used to it, buddy, because I got skills. He looks proud, smiling up at you like you just handed him $1 million. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here. He stands as you reach through the bars and try keys until one of them works. The door swings open with a quiet creak and you creep down the hallway to the door. You open it a crack, looking out in the lobby to see Blubs asleep at the front desk and Derlin not in sight. Slowly, you pull the door open and move into the lobby. Stan taps your shoulder and whispers low. We gotta get my keys. Do you see them anywhere? Glance around and spot them next to where Blubs is asleep, drool pooling on the table. Shoot. Crossing your fingers for luck, you sneak over the desk and reach down to grab them when Blubs suddenly stirs and mumbles, Dang, Bigfoot stealing my shoes, stretching on my shoes, creasing my J's. Stan snorts behind you and you manage to suppress a laugh as you pluck the keys away. Wait, hold on. Stan disappears into another room and you're stunned, wondering what the hell he could be doing right now that's more important than escaping. Before you have a chance to call him, something you might regret later, he reappears in the doorway with the troublesome clown painting under his arm. Seriously? Duh. Alright, let's roll. Alright, get your clowning and let's get the fuck out of here. Slipping out with only a click of the station door behind you, you and Stan climb into the car and escape into the night. They know where he lives. They can just go get him in the morning. After stopping by Bud's dealership to pick up the hidden backpack, you and your partner in crime head back to the shack in comfortable silence. You'd feel tired if it weren't for the adrenaline. You carry the backpack inside while Stan brings in the clown egg and the briefcase, setting both on the kitchen table. I'd call that a successful night. Even though we got arrested, so would I. And fun too. You grin over at him and realize in the bright kitchen lights he's still got blood on his face. How do you keep forgetting? You're the one who elbowed him after all. You've got... Come here. Come here, I gotta clean your face. Come here. You pull one of the chairs up front of the table, gesturing for him to sit down. I forgot about the good art! Alright. Drink for courage. He looks a little wary but obeys, the chair's ancient metal frame creaking under his weight. You grab a couple paper towels, turning on the faucet of the sink to wet them. I unfortunately am the person to clean people up. I'm just like, you got a little schmutz on your face. Let me get that for you, because I can see it and you can't because it's on your face. Mentally steadying yourself, you hold the side of his face and neck in your hand. With gentle pressure, you guide his head to tilt back until he's lit up fully by the overhead light. You can feel him blush under your hand, his skin heating up, and he seems too surprised to protest or even speak as you wipe the now dried blood from his face. He's quiet while you work, watching you with warm brown eyes rimmed by dark lashes. I could have taken care of this myself, you know. He says this, but he hasn't pulled away or made any move to leave. I know. I did the damage. The least I could do is clean up after myself. Anyway, you've done plenty as it is. The paper towels you have become too soiled to work. The paper towels you have become too soiled to work with, so you toss them in the trash and go back to get a few more. Your hands return to his cheek, and you could be imagining things, but it almost feels like he leans into it. Really did have a good time with you tonight. I had no idea crime could be so fun. He smirks, avoiding your gaze. I had a good time too. You pause for a moment before realizing something. Those cops aren't gonna come after us, are they? That's what I said. Stan shrugs. Probably not. They're nice enough guys, but not exactly competent. That's fair. They'll probably forget and go do something else. They've got a crush on Stan. I've got a crush on both of them. Longsword, shut the fuck up. Look, I believe in gilf supremacy. Anyway, in honor of that horrible sentence I just said, here's an ad. You laugh quietly and he smirks up at you. You stand back to make sure you're finished and toss the last paper towels into the trash. Alright, we're back to the regular art. Jesus. You're sure it's not broken? Nah, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Your hand lingers on his cheek. Would it be... I feel like it would be weird to hug him. I feel like that's too forward. I'm just gonna say a nice pleasant goodnight. Well, good night. Sleep tight, Ticket. You brush your teeth and change into your pajamas, and it's not until you get into bed that you realize you're smiling. The rush from it all hasn't completely faded, but after a while your eyes grow heavy and you drift off into sleep. Nobody back home is ever going to believe this. Can you give me dating tips? You're good at this. I want to say there's only like 3 days to this. And I want to say with Stan you're supposed to play hard to get or something. We've been too nice to him. Because otherwise it would be way bigger. Someone thumps their fist on the storage room door, stirring you from sleep with a jolt and a thud as you fall off the mattress. Scrambling to your feet, you step over the door and swing it wide open. Ticket, I need your help! It's at that moment you look down to see Waddles swaddled in her arms, wearing a top hat and a small bow tie. Why does Waddles look so dapper? He does look pretty dashing, doesn't he? Wait, we're not here to dish out compliments! There's an emergency! A love emergency! Mabel stares up at you with wide eyes, her little arms unmoving as Waddles attempts to wiggle free from her grasp. This kid's stronger than she looks. Grunkles, I'd like to Facebook. Oh my god. And knowing Mabel, this can mean she has a new crush. From what Dipper told you, she's deeply rooted in her boy crazy face, or she desperately wants to wed Waddles to some unsuspecting critter outside. Waddles and Gompers— oh my god, Gompers the goat. Waddles and Gompers are renewing their vows today, and I can't find Gompers to put his gown on. You have to help me find him. You weren't actually expecting your second guess to be right. Okay, wait, Mabel, just calm down for a second. But we have to find Gompers! The ceremony's in 20 minutes! Waddles wiggles himself free and runs down the hallway to freedom, ignoring Mabel's shriek of protest as she chases him. You're compelled to go back to bed, deciding this is almost definitely a dream, but jog after Mabel regardless. You catch sight of Mabel just as she leaps over Dipper, who's sitting on the floor with a large array of graph paper and chewed pencils. She runs to the back door, suspiciously open, after Waddles' snorting self, yelling at him not to lose his tie. What? Mabel? What's going on? Waddles wedding Gompers? You're a little out of breath. Mabel's fast. Dipper smacks a head to his forehead, dragging it down his face dramatically. Of course. She told me they were renewing vows or something. They got married last summer, but she misses the pizzazz of weddings. Dipper looks nonplussed, but you can tell he's at least a little invested. Are you gonna help her with whatever that was? I don't even know what's going on. I don't want to imagine this failing. And with that, you run past him. Dipper stutters of surprise, growing fainter as you head outside. Yeah, I'd like to keep Mabel happy. Gompers, I'd like to— no. Waddles wiggles, but he don't fall down. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. A longsword Gompers is a goat. Do not do that to him. Mabel's is already a ways away when you burst out to the shack's backyard. Fortunately, Stan and Ford are nowhere in sight. You're not sure what you think of them, finding you searching for a goat bride, as Mabel calls out to lure Gompers home. Come on, Gompers! I already booked the second honeymoon and the caterers are gonna be mad! Runaway brides are so cliche! She's seriously invested in this farm critter marriage. That or she's watched way too many dramatic romance movies. Or both. Gompers! Come on, goat, pal, where are you? You hear Dipper head towards Mabel to help her look, so you veer opposite, opting to cover more ground in search of the runaway goat bride. Goats are known for climbing things. Are they on the roof? You walk backwards and put a hand to your brow, shielding your eyes from the sun as you search the scaffolding of the shack. Nothing. You continue walking the side until the rays of sunlight obscure the view above the sign from the shop. Rather serendipitously, a cloud glides overhead to block the sun, and you're able to look up higher, seeing the misspelled lettering, the various wear and tear on the roof, and a small billy goat munching on part of the weather vane. Wait. Mabel! Yeah? You point up at the roof of Gompers. Here comes the bride. Mabel shrieks, Gompers! And sprints into the gift shop, slamming the door so hard the open sign flips to close. There's silence for a moment, then something flips open on the roof's small balcony, and Mabel pops out from underneath, climbing up onto the roof and attempting to coax Gompers down. There's a ladder up to that little balcony thing inside the gift shop. It's pretty cool for fireworks. Mabel pulls a sandwich from her sleeve. You can't help but imagine what else she has up there, and waves it in Gompers' direction, and he trots towards the balcony, hopping down to Mabel's level and snatching the sandwich from her hands. She grabs the goat and heads back down the ladder into the gift shop. Oh, Gompers, you can't get the pre-wedding jitters anymore. You're already married. You can't get away that easy. Thanks to Billy and Ticket, you saved the wedding. They're already married. And with that, Mabel gets to work wrestling Gompers into his dress, yelling commands to Dipper to grab Waddles, who thankfully didn't get his bow tie dirty when he dashed away earlier, and get everything ready for the most important ceremony in the history of ever. Maybe an exaggeration, but Mabel's excitement is undoubtedly contagious. Okay, once Dips finds Waddles, I think we got everything ready. I am, of course, the a Vicar Caterer Proud Mother musical guest combo. Dipper's gonna take pictures for my scrapbook. I never agreed to that. Dipper, please. I've gotta office shin-ate. You mean officiate? See, I'm so busy I can't even talk right. Please, Dipper. I'll help you with some nerd thing later. I pinky swear. Dipper contemplates this, a hand in his chin, mirroring his grunkle Ford, of course. As long as you actually do this time, then yeah, I'll take pictures. Mabel jumps up and down with excitement, jostling poor Gompers in her arms. Yay! Thank you, Dipper. I owe you one. This is what the best brother looks like right here, Ticket. Haha, okay. You don't have to do that whole thing again. I'll get back to Waddles. You get back here. Okay, now we have that fixed. That means he has... Wait! Seuss left already! My ring bearer's gone! What are we gonna do, Gompers? Gompers gives the intelligent answer of... chewing on his bridal veil. I could ask him, but I don't know. Gompers chooses that moment to look into Mabel's eyes and bleat at her incessantly. Mabel naturally takes this as a sign from Goat. You're right. Of course, this is your special day again. Mabel turns to you with pleading eyes. Ticket, could you be the new ring bearer for the ceremony? I'm the wedding sword. Oh my god. It would give me no greater honor, Mabel. I'm really invested in this partnership. Not really, but I'm invested in this dynamic in general. I gotta see it through. Mabel beams, obviously very pleased that you're taking this as seriously as she is. Thank you, Ticket. Let's get the show on the road. Or this wedding on the backyard. It still works. Mabel runs back into the house and you can hear her thudding upstairs faster than a hungry Waddles. Gompers, thankfully, still occupied by the half a sandwich Mabel taunted him with, stays put. She comes back soon after a fluffy purple pillow, with a fluffy purple pillow and 2 clear sticks. After snapping the sticks in half, glow sticks, they're glow sticks. She curls them into small bracelet-sized rings. These are so much more fun than rings. Plus, Waddles can put it on his tail to look super handsome. Waddles oinks in agreement. In his mad dash out the house, he's lost his top hat. Hold your hands out, palm up. And get down so you're not as tall. They can't put rings on each other if you're all the way up there. She's got a point. You duck to your knees in the dirt and Mabel turns your hands palm up, reverently placing the pillow and glow stick rings atop them. Okay, Mabel, I'm here with the camera for... Ticket, why are you on the ground? Fun fact, the wedding I went to recently had an exchanging of swords. That's so cool. You gesture to the happy couple with a wide arc of your arm. They needed a ring bearer. I guess they do. Mabel nods, small hands on her hips. She looks over at the wedding scene and mumbles to herself, checking off a mental checklist. I think we have... Wait! I forgot the flower petals! I'll be right back. And she's gone again, leaving alone with a pig groom, a goat bride, and 2 glow stick bands of matrimony. Goatrimony. That kind of works. You decide not to crack that pun on Dipper, who is examining his disposable camera. He pops the back open and sighs, smacking a hand to his forehead. This one's out of film. Must have been the one Mabel used at Candy's party. He looks up at you and shrugs. I'll go get one of my spares. Make sure these 2 don't go anywhere or Mabel will. Well, you know Mabel. You haven't known Mabel as long as Dipper has, but you understand immediately. You're left alone in the backyard with the groom's pig, a bride goat, 2 glow sticks, and a broken disposable camera. Well, you'd love to say you've absolutely been in this situation before. Unfortunately, you have not. An engagement knife. That sounds so funny. Honestly, I have joked with Pix. I'm like, what if I proposed to you with a knife instead of, like, a ring? Because she doesn't really wear rings. I'm like, or, like, what if I gave you one of my old teeth? Or, like, something of that a degree. I really am happy for you both, Waddles and, Gompers. Both animals turn to you, nonchalant to the current state of affairs. But I can't believe Mabel forgot the flower petals. Jeez. Just as you go to continue the one-sided conversation between human, goat, and pig, you hear 2 voices coming along. Oh no, 2 very familiar voices. Oh no, this is embarrassing. Listen, Sixer, if you hadn't gone off about the wobbly junker, the gobblewonker, Stanley, has Dipper really never told you? God, the gobblewonker was so cool. And it made so much sense. Then you wouldn't have freaked out the kid at the store we needed, and we'd have, oh, I don't know, the stuff to fix my house after you got a car stuck in it. It's still my house, and besides, if he was a fisherman, he needed to know. Both Stan and Ford round the corner to find you sitting on your heels next to Waddles and Gompers, brandishing a pillow and glow sticks in the dirt. The 3 of you stare at each other in silence. Mabel needed a ring bearer for the wedding. Why do you have your old teeth? I used to have my old teeth. I don't know where they are anymore, unfortunately. They're lost. It's at that moment that Mabel kicks down the back door, runs to your side, and throws rose petals atop your head. Ta-da! You blow a rose petal off the tip of your nose and grin at Mabel. I think our bride and groom are ready to renew their vows, don't you? Mabel nods empathetically at you for returning to her grunkles, lighting up with a 100-watt smile. Yes, Grunkle, Stan, Grunkle Ford, you guys got back just in time. And just like that, Mabel pushes Stan forward towards you and tugs their hands so they sit across from you. Stan complains about his knees, and Ford asks Dipper exactly why the pig and the goat are betrothed. It fits with what you know about both at this point. Back. Welcome back, Lucky. Hi. Sword, we made it to the B&B. Cool. Mabel makes way to the wedding and you sit cross-legged, the pillow and glow stick rings in your lap. Every so often, Mabel stifles a theatrical sob, wiping a very real tear from her eye before she turns to you for the rings. Oh, Mabel, how should the betrothed, wear the rings, since they don't have ring fingers? Just put them where you think they'll fit best. She already mentioned she wanted one over his tail, so I'll do this one. You get up and promptly crouch down. What am I thinking? You get up and promptly crouch down in front of Waddles and Gompers, playing your ring bearer part very seriously. A glow stick ring goes onto each one of Gomper's horns, and you place, onto one of Gomper's horns, and you place the other on Waddle's rear, hanging off his curly Q-tail. I now pronounce you husband and husband. Again. Lucky this is Dev fulfilling a face. Oh no. If I plant one of your teeth, does it grow a new Dev? Unfortunately not. I wish it did. What is this, by the way, Dev? This is a fan-made game called Swooning over Stands. It's a Gravity Falls, it's called a Grunkle dating sim. It's a Gravity Falls fan game. We smashed the grandpa yet? Not yet. It's not a horny game, surprisingly. It's all build-up. It's all slow burn, baby! Grunkles, I'd like to Fox News? No! Longsword, put your cursed euphemisms away. You may now kiss the goat. Waddle sniffs at Gompers and snorts. That definitely counts. Dipper reappears with a new camera and Mabel throws more rose petals at him. A few get stuck to his fluffy hat and he rolls his eyes, but retaliates by taking a very close-up picture, the flash temporarily blinding her. Hey, save the film for the renewedly-weds. That's funny. I need plenty of pictures for my scrapbook. You owe me a new camera for this, Mabel. He sounds annoyed, but his fond sibling smile gives him way and he starts taking pictures of the happy couple, getting odd angles as Mabel pushes them into silly poses. You step away from the scene and go to head back into the house. Being a ring bearer is thirsty work, but Stan Ford stop you before you make it to the door. Hey, Ticket. Thanks for playing along with Mabel and the whole wedding thing. It's all blue ball. What? Longsword, I'm gonna... Bad. Bad. All of you bad. We're both glad you're willing to entertain her whenever we're gone. She didn't, make you do it, did she? No, she didn't. She needed a ring bearer, so I stepped up to help. Standing forward, arch matching her. She's just a teenager. Let her live her life. I'm very invested in the marriage of a goat and a pig. The three of you laugh and Stan pats your shoulder. Ford gives you a warm smile. I'm glad you're as into all that as she is. Thank you for that. Yeah, kid, it's nice of you to be, nice to her, you know? Stan clears his throat, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. Thanks for playing with Mabel and her weird wedding thing. Looks like she likes you. It's not hard, but still. He gives you a genuinely grateful smile that you easily return. It's no problem, really. I'm happy to keep her and Dipper happy when I can. Stan nods at you, pink in the cheeks before going past you and heading into the house. You swear you see Ford give him a funny look, but you could just be imagining it. Which one are you want? Right now we're on the Stanley route. We'll do Stanford after. I've been working 3 hours towards trying to kiss this man. I'm gonna cry. Fight me, clown. Where and when? I'll meet you in America, idiot. I love you, Longsword. Grunkles, I'd like to fight night. Yeah, Grunkle, I'd like to fight Gilp. You know what? I'll take that one. Hey, Ticket, you're gonna miss the party. We got popsicles. I call the red ones. Pineapple ones are mine. I call dibs. But the pineapple ones are the best ones! Mabel and Stan wrestle over a yellow popsicle while Dipper contently unwraps a red one, holding it over his head and out of Gomper's way. Ford gingerly picks out a purple ice pop and leaves the ice just open for you to grab one as well. While Stan and Mabel weren't looking, you hide the pineapple popsicles at the bottom of the chest. Dipper sees and starts laughing but doesn't tell. They're a strange bunch. these two sets of Hines twins, but they're certainly making your summer a lot more exciting as you stay at the Mystery Shack. As your stay at the Mystery Shack continues, your wreck of a car sitting outside in the heat of the setting sun. It's another day of summer, with nothing to do but wait. Your schedule is surprisingly clear today. Stan usually has something going on for you to help with, and if not, Ford, Seuss, the kids do. Who do you want to find? We're trying to romance Stan here. You pass through the living room and Mabel spots you from her seat at the table. Ticket! I was hoping I'd see you. Come on, I want to ask you something. Mabel points down at the table with a raspberry pink-colored pencil. Her art supplies scattered across the table lie across various sheets of paper with brightly colored doodles and lots of glitter. You see a drawing that looks like a cross between Barney and Godzilla, a page full of puppies, and a page with a drawing that looks kind of like you with... Is that Ford or Stan? Mabel's not finished with it yet, but the telltale jawline gives it away. Next to your San Antonio, Texas fight of the year, sword versus clown. Fuck yeah. It's intensified when she pushes... hold on. You sit down at the table across from Mabel and suddenly get the same feeling you get at a job interview. It's intensified when she pushes her organized chaos of papers aside and steeples her fingers over the table's surface. Ticket! I'll be frank. I've been trying to find a match for my grunkles for a while, but I never seem to get their matches made. Sorry? A match? But then it's like you were pulled from thin air, attracted to the shack by a magnet of love. It was a sign, and this week just made the chemistry you share with them obvious. You know who I'm talking about, right? Be there, coward. I will. Yeah, we're talking about Stan. Exactly. Grunkle Stan says he's not looking for love anymore, but I think he says that after every rejection. He's a romantic deep down, I can feel it. And you know what they say. Even if you're not looking for it, love will find you no matter what. Love? That's a jump to say the least. Well, you've certainly had enough time to form your opinion of Stan. It's shifted and changed with each additional minute. He's got his own fair share of mysteries, and damn it, you're curious. There's plenty of potential there, I can see it in your face. You know what would really get this chemistry going? Talking to him? What? No, I'm thinking something more romantic. Hold on, I'm getting an idea. I'll get everything ready, Ticket. You just focus on falling completely and utterly in love. Matchmaker Mabel's back in the game. Just as you exit the talk with Mabel, you run into Dipper right outside the living room, and it doesn't seem like an accident either. His arms are crossed and he's looking at you dubiously. So I heard about Mabel's plan. How do you... I just left the room. Yeah, well, word travels fast, and Mabel sends out mass update texts. His defensive posture softens up a bit. Just tell me one thing. I know my grunkles can look after themselves, but can you promise me you won't hurt Grunkle Stan? Dipper! Dipper! Okay, Ticket, I'm remembering that. A text notification sounds and Dipper checks his phone. And be ready tomorrow afternoon? For your lakeside date with Grunkle Stan? Ugh, this feels awkward enough. No offense, Ticket. It's just my grunkle actually going on a date? Do old people even date? Kind of hard to wrap my head around. Yes, old people date, Dipper! Mabel doesn't ask me for my help tomorrow. I have enough trouble trying to date for myself. Mabel calls down from upstairs. Hey, Dip Top, I'm gonna need your help tomorrow. Well, never mind. Like, I guess you're being forced on a lake date. Cool, I guess. Nice. I'll totally be able to sleep. And then I totally won't be really tired tomorrow. That night you head back down to your room, ready to go to bed, but mentally still stuck on that interesting conversation earlier with Mabel. Mabel had already put her plan into motion over dinner. Turns out Stan had been planning to take the kids to the lake tomorrow to go fishing, and lucky you, Mabel managed to score you an invite. Waddles joined you surprisingly, and you have some fun petting his belly and taking pictures as a distraction from your thoughts. It's almost like he knew something was up, or did Mabel send him? Is he infiltrating your safety zone for intel? He's a pig! He just wants to give you cuddles! You decide not, laying back into your mattress to try to relax. Waddle settles by your side, snuggling up. Baby! Hear me out, Dipper. I'm gonna give both your Unfortunately, I am bagging 2 old men today. Oh man. Thanks for the support, little buddy. Eventually you get tired of your phone and decide to close your eyes, but you just can't stop thinking about what Mabel said. Stan a romantic. Is that what Mabel said? Yeah, right. No way. Maybe charming in his own way, sure, but the type of guy to go on an actual date planned by Mabel? What's Mabel thinking anyway? She might go for something fancy or formal, but Stan really seems in his element with the hands-on, nitty-gritty stuff. Hopefully calling it a date won't ruin the natural setting you have going on. Your eyes finally close for good, feeling weighed down and heavy. You give Waddles a pat while you still can before slipping into unconsciousness. You slip out of a dream and back into your room. In real life, the sky is light outside, and groggily, you feel regret as you realize Waddles' comforting weight isn't there anymore. Wait, that's not what you're regretting. You're regretting the end of what you feel like was a really good dream. Stan had taken you out with him to the lake, you think, and somehow ended up in the water. No, not a beach episode! No! That's the worst thing in the world. No, do not have a spicy, steamy dream right before you have to go meet somebody. I hate that shit. Horrible. It's just distracting. Sunlight streamed down on him as he grinned at you, his white shirt sticking wet to his skin. That'd be a date, alright, but it's the last thing you're expecting from today. Laughing quietly at yourself, you glance at the clock to see it's time to get ready for the day anyway. I had to really focus on the word clock. A little while later, and you're dressed for a day at the lake. Meaning, dressed for a regular day of summer. You're not so sure what to expect, so you kept it casual. You would have eaten breakfast with Stan and the kids, but you were barred from the kitchen by Mabel, who was shielding you from a surprise. Instead, you were handed a slice of toast, topped with an oddly cheerful sunny-side-up egg and waved outside. Now that you're in the sunlight, you can see Mabel stuck a smiley face sticker on top of the egg. You peel it off with a shrug and dig in. Leaning against the scarlet door of the El Diablo? It would be of El Diablo. Like, I understand it's of the car, and the car is El Diablo, but, like, El is also the. Of the devil. That hurts me. That hurts me. I understand in English that is technically correct, but it doesn't feel correct. It feels like it should be wrong. You stare up at the totem pole outside the shack, thinking about how it stands out, how it both stands out and fits perfectly in the shack's aesthetic. It's obviously part of the weirdness of the tourist shop, but you're not sure why. It looks pretty well made, even though it's kind of creepy. And whenever you move, the eyes at the top seem to follow you. Suddenly the front door of the house bursts open, and a flurry of sequins and glittery hair clips flies out, attached to a very excited Mabel. "Ticket, are you ready?" You're not spying any conspiracy nudges or winks, so you kind of think Mabel's dropped the whole date setup thing at least for the moment. For what, fishing? Yeah, aren't you excited? This isn't just a regular lake fishing. This is Lake Gravity Falls fishing, where adventure awaits, dangers hot on your heels, and the islands shift and move in the corner of your eyes. The what moves? Are we talking about Scuttlebutt Island? I love telling that one. We were out on the shore, right when we saw this giant... Hey, you kids better not be giving Ticket that lake monster story again. Stan comes out of the shack with several fishing rods in the crook of his arm, as well as a large tackle box in his right hand. His other hand are 4 fishing hats and with haphazard embroidery on front of the 2 of them. A closer look reveals the names stitched to the hats reading Mabel and Dippy. Grunkle, Stan, you don't have to pretend not to believe us anymore. I swear it really happened. And it just rose out of the water and started chasing us. And we had to row back as fast as we could, and it was speaking in creepy monster language, and you found out it was Fiddleford McGucket. It's fine. What did I say? No more of that monster talk, or you're gonna scare Ticket away. Both kids look a little disappointed, but leave it at that. Stan puts on a smile and drops a Dipper and Mabel's respective fishing hats on their head. Mabel tugs hers on. Whoa! Oh, Jesus, Max, hi, with the party of 3! I brought the Calvary. What? Jesus Christ, Mono, why are you having people raid me during this weird-ass game? Hi, Max, hope it was going well. It's time to Mario Party. Oh, is that what y'all were doing? Mario Party is always fun. I hear about Mario Party. Because it's funny. Mono! Do not spread my sins across the earth, Mono. I know I'm publicizing them, but still. Mario characters correspond to Yu-Gi-Oh characters. In this essay, Who is Joey Wheeler? I'm very curious. Let's see. Mabel tugs on hers while running to the car while Dipper follows, exchanging his usual hat for the fishing one. Luigi. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Stan looks out after them, then turns to face you. Kids love to exaggerate. Pretty sure it wasn't that terrifying. Bowser is Kaiba? Okay, Warrior being Bandit Keith is... Waluigi is Pegasus? Look, Bandit Keith and Wario, yeah, absolutely. Luigi is also sometimes Yugi. He just swaps things. I bet. I want to read this essay, Max. God damn. Man, the more I'm thinking about it, the more it makes sense that Wario and Bandit Keith are the same fucking person. God damn. That one's wild info to me. That one's setting in like soup. Besides, I've been through worse. You hear that, kids? Only your Uncle Stan's got the right to complain. I've only seen like 5 episodes. Ask Jiro, he started it. That's fair. I used to watch Yu-Gi-Oh all the time. Lukimoto. I want to say it was just M-O-T-O, but I don't remember if they actually spelt it in the show. I really don't remember. I'm gonna look that up actually. Hold on. Moto? Actually, according to Google, it's M-U... Well, oh no, there's different ones. Apparently in Japanese, it's M-O-T-O-U, but in English, it's M-U-T-O. Hello, Moto. Oh, I just got a new Motorola phone. So there is no H. There's not an H, but there are U's? Even though it's O noises? Really weird. God, I used to fucking adore this show. It was like one of my Saturday morning, like, one of my favorite things. And I actually did, like, essentially play, like, I wrote stories, which would technically count as, like, self-D&D with, I don't remember if it's 5D, but it's the Yu-Gi-Oh! The school one, where it's, the one kid with the brown hair and the red jacket, and he just fights his friends at school, and they've got, like, the red, the blue, and the yellow bits of the school, and they all, like, represent, it's like houses and fucking other thing, I don't know. Oh my god, Dev Motorola's Yuki's counter to Kaiba. Hello Moto makes sense now. No. English do be like that. All languages be like that, honestly. I don't even. Stan hefts his fishing supplies over one arm, and using the other to dig around in his pocket for the car keys, he tosses the rods, hat, and tackle box inside. That's a GX. Okay, GX. That was the one. I know, I was like, 5D is in my head, but I know for a fact that's not the one, because I'm pretty sure that was the motorcycle one. Which I also watched. Let me make sure. Is Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D the motorcycle one? Hold on. Oh my god, 5D is the one with the guy with the black hair. Yeah, it's the motorcycle one. Anyways, I'll be heading out. Glad to drop in. Of course! Thanks for dropping in, Raiders! Go do what you gotta do. Go eat, drink, sleep, whatever you got. 5D is card games on motorcycles. Honestly, all of them were really fun, and all of them played in Saturday morning because of 4Kids. Mabel's hand darts in before Stan can close the trunk, grabbing a hat. Before you can tell what it says, it's shoved into your hands and you smooth out the fabric to read ticket. Stan groans. Mabel, I thought I told you I wasn't gonna give it to him. But you worked so hard stitching it this morning. You even got the letters the right way on, mostly. 5D was my favorite. Obviously, like, the quote-unquote... It's not the OG, because episode 0 would be the OG. But the one that played on 4Kids first was my favorite. And then probably followed by 5D and GX would be probably tied, because I really enjoyed both of those. I would play Yu-Gi-Oh! With you. I know fucking nothing except Pot of Greed, I draw 2 cards. Pot of Greed, I draw 2 cards. You guys want a Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamer? Junk VT is a Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamer. He doesn't just do Yu-Gi-Oh! But almost half of his streams are Yu-Gi-Oh! If not more. I do enjoy his streams. If he's streaming today, I will raid him, actually. I don't know if he streams today, but it is Friday, so it's possibly likely that he will. If he hasn't already. Play Duel Links. It's a simple game with a lot of fan service. It's nice. I forget what he plays, but it's like an online version of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you can build decks and just fight people online. Kind of like how Pokemon Showdown is, but it's Yu-Gi-Oh! And he plays that. He has like community days where he'll play against his audience. It's very interesting, and he also hosts tournaments with other streamers. Kurt is once again playing Risk of Rain. But he hosts tournaments with other streamers where, like, they've gotten together, like, he's had a tournament where, oh, if you win, I'll put you on a team, and then this tournament against these other VTubers, we put our teams against each other, and then you can win prizes. And even in his community days, Master Duel? Yeah, it's Master Duel. It is. I think I have a deck you would like. Oh, God. Honestly, the Toon deck is super interesting. But obviously, like, I know Curdybo was super interesting. I like obviously weak cards that are very gimmicky. So, ones that aren't very good in the long run. I'm sure if I actually, like, I misread that as... Oh my god. I made a Red Eyes deck and that's all I need. Red Eyes Black Dragon is so cool. I love that. He was one of my favorite cards. Especially when my big brother was into Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, he had the cards. He sold all his Yu-Gi-Oh! Ones, though, so I didn't get to get them. He couldn't sell all of his Pokemon ones, though, so I got the leftovers he couldn't sell. But I didn't get any of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Ones. He sold every single one. I'm so sad. Dueling. Oh, man. I want to say he had 4 parts of Exodia, too. I know he didn't have all 5, but he had at least 3, if not 4 parts. And he was trying to get that 5th part, I remember. But I want to say he ended up selling all the other Exodia to someone who had the last bit of Exodia so they could have all of Exodia. And he got, like, I want to say, like, maybe $25 for it or something. I have near 75 decks. Oh my god. I have so many old Pokemon cards that I need to sell. Because I'm not going to use them, so I feel bad. I either am going to sell them or make craps out of them if they're common cards. But if they're uncommon cards, I want someone else to have them. Like, I have a shadowless, borderless Wizards of the Coast Ghastly, who I looked online, and his card is worth like $300, $400 mint. So I'm like, this card isn't mint, but it's rare. I want someone else to have it. But I'm also poor, so like, I'm not just gonna give it to some stranger out of the pity of my heart. I want money for it, but like, I'm not gonna ask $300, $400, it's not mint. It's like, at best, a 4 or 5 grade. They're all lightly played, at best. I never got deep into playing the trading card game, so I sold all my cards long ago. I still have most of my old Pokemon cards locked away, though. I need to find cards, clothes, and crafts. The 3 C's of things that I need to sell in my goddamn house. I still have some paintings I need to find out, like, how I can sell, or attempt to sell. Because I have a Pac-Man painting that I made, and a pop art ice cream painting that I made, and I'm trying to get those sold, and I'm just not finding... I'm not finding the right places to try to sell them, honestly. I need to find the right places, because then the right person will find them. Mabel gets in the backseat next to Dipper, leaving you to look at the hat more closely. The sewing is a little messy and one of the letters is backwards, but Stan clearly put some amount of care into it. Speaking of Stan, he's staring at the hat Mabel shoved at you, thinking of something to say. Did you really make this for me? Stan scratches the back of his head and shrugs a little. Yeah, Mabel wouldn't leave me alone until I made you one. Said it was nicer if all of us had matching hats or something. I will put it on. You put it on and beam at Stan. He doesn't respond, just reaching up and closes the trunk. But you see he looks almost too privately pleased to give comment. Aw. I need a red-eyes dragon. I am... My brain is still on the game, so, like, I was thinking of, like, I'm manifesting you a card, but then my brain was saying, like, we're Stanifesting, and I'm like, stop! Actually, that is the worst. We are not saying that. But it's also just so bad I had to say that it was something I thought of. Come on, let's get to the lake before all those tourists take the good parking spots. The parking lot is far less packed than Stan made it out to be. The weather brought out the true fishing fanatics, and you recognize a few customers from the Shack's gift shop milling about. There are a couple clouds out, but the sunshine is warm against your skin as you step out of the car, and you shield your eyes from the light as you look over the lake. Dragoon, not dragon. I was leaned back in my chair. Dragoon is a dark magician and red eyes fusion. I remember now. God. And I know Valentine had like a harpy lady deck, but I want to say harpies aren't actually all that powerful. A few boats bobbing up and down in the blue-gray water sport telltale signs of fellow fishers with poles sticking out over the boat's edges, but some people are just relaxing in the water. Families sit on beach towels and sunbathe, and you spot a couple kids standing in line for a hot dog stand. For a small town, this place is pretty lively. Mabel and Dipper run out on the shore, where a splash from Mabel soon devolves the moment into a contest of who can splash the worst. Or who can splash who worst. You grin at them and their laughter, but a quiet grunt from behind you catches your attention. Left to get everything out of the trunk, Stan struggles to get the fishing equipment out without dropping anything. I'm going to help you, sir. Hey, need some help? Stan glances up at you. It's really not that much, you know. Not even a couple of poles. I know how to handle a pole. Harpy Lady Deck can kick ass? Oh, well then, I don't remember jack shit. Stan considers this for a moment, then hands you 2 of the 4 fishing poles. I think you can hold your own? What, under the crushing weight of a couple fishing poles? I think I can manage. You hear Mabel's voice from the distance away to the shore. Truce, truce, hold on, I've got a phone call. You hear Mabel taking out her cell phone as Dipper takes the opportunity to start wringing out parts of his shirt. Okay, I'll be there in 5. Bye, Grenda. Mabel hangs up and rushes to you and Stan. Grunkle Stan, I'm really sorry, but an emergency is happening right as we speak. Is someone dying? No, the opposite. A birthing! Grenda Jr. is having a baby right now, and Grenda needs me there for motherly support. Grunkle Stan, you gotta let me go! Stan scratches his head and frowns. I don't know, sweetie. I thought we were all going fishing today. Can't she hold it in? Isn't that a thing that happens? Nope, and it's not every day I get to see the wonders of iguana childbirth. Grunkle Stan, please. Mabel gives him those patented Mabel puppy eyes. Stan lets out a heavy sigh and shakes his head and smiles. Alright, Pumpkin, go on. I know your friends are waiting for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you! Mabel wraps her hand around Stan's wrist and gives him a strong hug, her wide grin never faltering. She then lets go and grabs Dipper's wrist before dashing off. I'm taking Dipper for moral support! Wait, I didn't agree to this! Mabel! Mabel! I thought lizards hatched from eggs. Thought so too, but hell, I've seen weirder. Best not to question a kid. Before you delve too deeply into thought of live-birthed lizards, your phone buzzes in your pocket. You pull it out and it's a text from Mabel. Hi, Ticket. I fixed you up so you get the whole day with Grunkle Stan. Have fun! You little shit! Oh shoot, I gotta go. Grenda says Grenda is getting closer to baby time. See ya! That clever little devil. Something wrong? Nah, just Mabel saying she's gonna send lots of pictures of the newborn lizard. Well, come on, let's get to fishing before it gets dark out. Towards the end of the pier, docked with only a frayed length of rope, is a sad-looking dinghy with the words Stan War brushed on in thick black paint. You note a small rusting motor on the stern that looks as if it's going to fall apart at any moment, and what looks like a hastily made patch on the side. There's no way this thing is watertight. Stan sets the 2 poles down inside along with the tackle box and gestures at the boat. There she is! A beauty, ain't she? Well... You look at Stan, then back at the boat, then back at him. It's a bit small, don't you think? Stan crosses his arms. You say you got a problem with my boat? Look, it's not bad if a man has a small boat. I'm just saying it's small. I'm just pointing it out. No, it's just... Nah. Carb capacity? Where are we going to put the massive amounts of fish we're going to catch? Stan laughs at that, his expression brightening. Optimistic. I like it. I'm gonna reel in so much fish it'll be coming out of your ears, Stanley pines. Alright, Hotshot, I'll hold you on to that. Fun fact, I'm apparently good at fishing. It's fat. Stan climbs down the boat first and offers you his hand to steady yourself as you follow him down. The boat wobbles and wiggles. The boat wobbles a little, swaying dangerously away from your body, but Stan's grip is firm and you're able to get in the boat without incident. Whoa there, careful now. Wouldn't want you getting wet before we've even started. Yeah? We're nice and dry up here. Everything's fine. The footing's a little tricky, see? That plank has a habit of moving and tipping this boat the whole way over. When that happens, you want to swing your weight over here. Okay, no, I'm getting out. Stan chuckles heartily, making it clear that he was joking. In your relief, you notice that he's still holding your hand from the assist earlier. I'm just messing with you, don't worry. You're not gonna get wet. Toots? Why are you calling me Toots? You're warming up to me. You silly old man, you're warming up to me. You're in good hands. And this is the only fishing vessel I own. The other one's bigger, called the Stand of War 2. Creative. Hey, I'm not joking this time. I've got pictures. Hold on. And you, quit standing. Take a seat. Don't want you losing your balance. You sit and watch as Stan digs out his wallet and opens it. It's so full of photos, several come free, fluttering down to the floor of the boat. As you pick them up, you can see that they're pictures of Seuss, the kids, and a teenager you've been told is Wendy. This is the Stand of War 2. Stan hands you an unfolded photo which depicts him and Ford standing proudly on the deck of a comparatively larger, newer, and safer-looking vessel than the one you're in now. It's docked in a place you don't recognize, and the sky is bright blue and cloudless. She's a resilient one, sailed all over and never let me down once. Well, until me and Ford came back to Oregon. Then poof, she sputtered out and we had to send her in for repairs. Something about sailing in extreme environments. Point is, I'm back down to the Stand of War Mark 1 over here. Old girl's got her quirks, but she's reliable. I'm guessing this one needs fixing pretty often. Yeah, just like my old Diablo, every time it broke down, I just fixed it up again. Learned real quick what to do and what not to do under the hood. He chuckles to himself and dusts off his hands before presenting his outstretched palm to you. See that big scar right across my palm? I told the kids I got it fighting off a big grizzly bear. Should have seen the looks on their faces. Thought I was some kind of hero. But the real story is I burned it on the engine when I was 16. Must have thought I was hot stuff trying to change the oil while the car was running. Oh my god, are you alright? That must have been so painful. My pops called me an idiot for thinking the engine wasn't hot, but my ma cleaned me up in the end. You remember you're still holding the photos and you hand them back, which he returns to his wallet with some difficulty. Does that wallet just carry photos, or does it hold money from time to time? Stan chuckles at your teasing. Nah, I just keep a lot of photos in there to remember. Keeps me grounded. Anyway, let's get this show on the road. Out in the middle of the water. Just you, me, and the fish we're gonna catch. Most romantic experience of my life. Stan turns, busying himself with cranking the motor, and with a few pulls it sputters to life, expelling a thick plume of exhaust. He coughs and attempts to wave it away quickly. Stan gives the motor a couple of good thumps and it quits coughing, the engine smoothing out to a much gentler hum. From there, he's back to focusing on untying the boat from the pier and easing it out in the open water of the lake. Glancing around, you spot the two policemen from your night in the clink, and you quickly duck out of sight, hoping to avoid being seen. Stan turns his head, notices you crash at the bottom of the boat, and quirks an eyebrow. You hiding from the sun or something? No, it's the cops from a few days ago! Stan whips his head around and spots them and lets out a laugh so loud it startles you. Who, Blubs and Durlin? I told you, those two are harmless. Besides, I think today they're a little more focused on each other than us. You peek your head over the edge of the boat, just enough to check out Stan's claim. Sure enough, the two cops seem to be engrossed only in each other, laughing and applying sunscreen to each other's skin. It's cute, you think, and a relief that they're not on the lookout to arrest you and Stan again. Whew, thank goodness. The cell was way too cold to go back. Stan gives you a nod of agreement, opening the tackle box. There's a bunch of colorful lures inside, a few hooks, and some spare string for the poles. He motions for you to hand him your pole, and within a moment, he's got a hook tied to the end of your line. You live bait or lure kind of person? Live lover. Gotcha. I'm a lure man myself, but I bet I could swing you to my side in no time. Stan picks out a piece of live bait from the tackle box and attaches it to the end of your line, then hands you back your pole. The two of you settle in. Fun fact, I used to work at a sports and outdoors store that was mostly for hunting and fishing. And we did have like a fridge full of live bait. And one time, someone decided to open one of the containers of live bait, and they're like, it was full of worms, obviously, and so everyone was just, I want to say it had popped open on its own, which is why we were holding the worms, and they were like, it was one really long worm, and we were just passing it along, but almost no one actually wanted to hold it. It was maybe only 2 or 3 people in the hunting area that were like talking about the worm and like what kind of fish like it. And then I came over and was the one weird person outside the fishing department that was like, I want to hold the worm. And I held it for as long as I could before a manager came over and was like, what are y'all doing? And I was like, okay, worm, it's time to go back. I hope it's quick. The two of you settle into the relative quiet. As you wait for a bite, you look out over the lake at the other people outside today. Whether because he noticed or whether he was just filling the lull in conversation, Stan starts pointing out faces of the locals, putting names to them and giving you a little background on each person. You quickly realize that the background info he gives has too much of his opinion mixed in to be useful, but you try to remember the names anyway. Still, time passes easily, and you soon find yourself reeling in quite a few catches of your own. Looking over at Stan, you've clearly managed to catch more, but he dismisses the difference with the excuse that his luck's just waiting to kick in any moment now. Seriously, any moment. He glares at the lake for a minute, then lets it go, leaning back with a sigh. I think it's time for a water break, don't you? Trying to distract me so you'll gain the advantage? Hey, if you faint out here, that's not gonna be on me, kid. You want a bottle or not? Okay, toss me one, would you? Stan leans down and digs around the bottom of the boat towards the bow and comes away with 2 bottles of water wet with condensation. He smiles and tosses you the bottle and you catch it, twisting off the cap and taking a grateful sip. Till now, you hadn't realized how thirsty you actually were. Stan takes out his own bottle and starts chugging the water, clearly more thirsty than you are. Some of the water slips past the opening and drips down his chin and onto his shirt, darkening the fabric. Your palms suddenly feel very sweaty and you can't look away. Look away, look away, look away. Look away! Stan notices you staring and swallows, taking the bottle away and licking the straight. Hold on. Okay, I'm better. Alright, I'm fine. Your eyes both meet for a long moment. You both just stare at each other, neither daring to take a breath. Stan licks his lips again, slowly. Almost delivered! Don't tease me, old man. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. We're in the middle of the fucking lake. No one will know. No one will know. No one will know. The only one who'll know is Mabel. The sound of a boat motor breaks the silence and you whip your head around just in time to see a speedboat tear past you at a speed that's definitely illegal for a lake as small as this one. You have half a mind to share a very rude gesture to the driver, but suddenly Stan is grabbing your hand and shouting, "Look out!" Because the massive wave... Oh no. The massive wave created in the speedboat's wake is headed your direction. It slams into the dinghy and rocks it off balance, tipping it dangerously to one side before dumping you both out into the water, fish and all. The water is cold, almost bitterly so for being the middle of I suddenly need some water! You know what? Me too, Lucky. Hold on, I'm getting some water in between my alcohol. Do I dare pour myself more drink? I only have one sip left. I've been playing this game for 4 hours? Jesus. Almost 4 hours. About 3.5, probably. The poles, the tackle box, and the... Oh, wait. Almost barely sober being the middle of summer, and despite surfacing nearly instantly, you're already soaked and shivering. The poles, the tackle box, and the fish are long gone, and the boat floats upturned some distance to your right. You swim over to it and gripped onto the curved underbelly, gasping for air. You hear Stan spluttering behind you, making his way to the boat. He's yelling at the offended boat, using some very colorful terms you've never heard before, but make a mental note to remember later for posterity. Once he makes it to the stand where he sags heavily against the wood, taking in deep, measured breaths. He too is completely soaked, and his wet shirt clings tightly to his body. As his chest heaves, you can't help but look your fill, then pretend to be very invested in scanning the lake for the 2 policemen when Stan looks your way. Well, that's one disaster of a fishing trip. You can say that again. Stan lets out a disappointed groan and starts pulling off his jacket before tossing it on the upturned boat. What are you going to tell Dipper and Mabel that their old uncle's lost his fishing touch? Ha! You wish. I could outfish you any day. I'd like to see you try, old man. Old man? Why, I oughta. He splashes water on you and you shriek in mock outrage before a wicked grin fills your face. I am splashing water back at you. You rake your arm through the water, creating a big enough wave that splashes Stan, re-soaking him from head to chest. He looks shocked for a moment before letting out a deep belly laugh and returning the gesture with an even bigger splash. By the time Blubs and Derlin come to rescue you, you both are so utterly soaked from the impromptu water battle that there's no way you're drying off in the sun. You and Stan exchange giddy smiles as Blubs head back to shore, and something tells you that despite losing all the fish, you weren't going back empty-handed, and neither was Stan. The walk back to the car is slow and methodical, a relief after the adrenaline rush you've just had a little while ago. Stan is wringing out his jacket, muttering under his breath about damaging good Moroccan leather, when a sudden and violent cold chill runs through your body. Despite the warmth of the Despite the warmth of the sun, your soaked clothes and clammy skin from the water all catch up at once and you start shivering. Oh, geez. Here, take my jacket. If it's leather, it is water resistant, more or less, so... works, I guess. Before you can protest, Stan is draping his jacket around your shoulders. Oh my god, there's a spring without his jacket! I don't know why I got so surprised. It's damp, but you're immediately He looks like Nacho Libre! It hit me like a truck. Anyway. Your chills subside just a little bit. Somehow, despite having taken a dunk in the lake along with the rest of him, the jacket smells good. It's got a ooh, woodsy, smoky. Oh, I was just saying that earlier that I like those kinds of scents. It takes everything in you not to bury your nose into the thick of it. I know it's weird to smell someone else's things, but if you smell like pine trees and like smoke, I'm sorry. At that point, it's out of my hands. Or if you smell like berries, it's out of my hands. I'm just a little rat. I'm just a little rat. While you're busy taking in the jacket, Stan hops into the driver's seat and has the El Diablo cranked and running in a flash. You need a ride back? Stan, you are my ride. I made like a look. He's certainly our ride. Anyway, I know, I'm just teasing you. He reaches across the bench seat and opens the passenger door, motioning for you to come inside. Come on, let's get back to the shack. It's a lot warmer in there than out here, you know? Stan flicks on the radio once you're cruising down the road and a good song comes on, and one that you both know the words to. Stan is humming along quietly and you pretend not to notice, not wanting to ruin a good thing. The breeze from the open windows is calming, and as the trees whiz by, you don't regret getting soaked anymore. It was nice. Losing all the fish? It's nice. It's not long before Stan pulls up to the shack and shuts off the El Diablo, and you both exit the car. Your limbs crack and pop from exertion. And only now do you realize just how exhausted you feel from the day's adventure. Man, you'd kill for a nice, warm, dry bed right about now. Hey, Ticket, Stan halts for a moment and scratches the back of his head nervously. He's looking at the ground, shuffling his feet back and forth, trying to find the right words to say. I feel kind of bad about getting you all soaked today. I promised you'd be in good hands, and then everything went right to hell in a handbasket, didn't it? Stan, it's fine. Really, you like campfires? What? I asked if you like campfires. Yeah, I like campfires. Great, hold on. I'll just be a few minutes. I actually have very fond memories of campfires, especially two very specific fires. One was a bonfire, that was like, it was like a family gathering, and we were at a lake. My family was trying to teach me how to play poker, and I'm pretty sure they were letting me winning, but because I didn't know what I was doing, I also had a really good poker face, so I was kind of also just winning naturally. And of course I can't win chips like they can, so they were giving me like cookies or something, because I was like young. So I was just like, I was loaded with cookies. And s'mores, because there was a bonfire. So I would make s'mores by the bonfire, and it was so warm and pleasant and big. The bonfire was like over 3 times my size. It was so nice. And then the second campfire that I particularly enjoyed, it was one that me and my friend started. My friend who is a marine biology major, or a biology major who, like, her specialty is marine biology. But she likes biology in general. And me and her, it was rainy, but we were trying to light a fire, so we had a hard time, like, finding unwet material. And once, like, we were burning napkins from a pizza place we had ordered pizza from, old pieces of journal, like, notebook paper, and, like, cardboard and shit. And we were throwing that in the, like, fire pit, and when we finally, like, we got some matches and they didn't work until finally, like, someone was able to actually, like, start it with a stick or something, and we, like, got it up, and all of us just started dancing like cavemen around the fire, going, Oonga Boonga! Fire! And it was so funny. We were literally just Neanderthals, and it was hilarious. I will always look at that day fondly. My phone is really trying me right now. There, phone, are you happy? I cleared all your notifications. Whoa. Where am I? That one actually took me out. Where the fuck am I? Okay. Grungle Stan. Right. We're dating an old man. You're left confused and stranded in the backyard of the shack as Stan dashes inside, slamming the door shut as he goes. A chill breeze whips through the trees and you shiver. Despite Stan's I might have to make a part 2 for this fucking game. To do Ford's ending. That or take a break. Holy shit. Despite Stan's jacket, you're still a little damp, and being exposed like this certainly doesn't help matters. You check your phone, and after several minutes are ready to give up and head inside the shack when Stan comes through the back door, arms full of marshmallows? Come here, I want to show you something. Curious, you follow him over to what appears to be a makeshift fire pit. There's already wooden kindling inside, and part of you wonders if Stan always keeps firewood laying around, or if he prepared this just for you. He pulls a book of matches from his pocket and strikes a match, the head bursting to light in a bright yellow flame. He tosses it into the wood pile, where gradually the kindling ignites. It's not long before you have a modest but warm fire at your feet. I figured you're still pretty damp, and I'm sure you're hungry as hell since we didn't catch any fish, so... He trails off and gestures at the fire and the marshmallows. It's the least I could do for screwing up your day. Stan. This is wonderful. This is wonderful, Stan. Thank you so much. Stan blushes just a little from the praise. You could tell he wasn't expecting that much sincerity. Well, shucks, I'm glad you like it. I'm not sure how long you sit out by the fire roasting marshmallows. Or you're not sure how long you sit out by the fire roasting marshmallows over the open flame. Stan's burnt his mouth more times than you can count trying to eat a marshmallow far too soon, and you burnt enough of the treat to make even the Stay Puffed man weep. You fucking Stay Puffed marshmallows. Stan plucks another marshmallow out of the bag and turns it over in his fingers a few times like he's contemplating something before turning back to you. You ever played catch with these? Huh? I mean, tossed them up and tried to catch them again with your mouth. Yeah, who doesn't do that? Hey, thought I'd ask. You never know with some people nowadays. Suddenly a grin spreads across his lips and he tosses the marshmallow up in the air straight towards you. Catch! You lean back and open your mouth just in time for the marshmallow to sail right through your lips and into your mouth. You bite down, chewing it with a triumphant grin. Victory has never tasted sweeter. The children! Pack up the gay, Stan! Suddenly... Kurt's playing Elden Ring. He's probably about to stream. Suddenly the back door flies open and out come Dipper and Mabel, running to the campfire excitedly. They're both in pajamas but look wide awake as ever, and are already snatching up the marshmallow bag, ready to dig in. Are those marshmallows? Come on, Grunkle Stan, why didn't you tell us you were roasting marshmallows? Because you should be in bed, Pumpkin, that's why. He ruffles Mabel's hair affectionately and pulls her into his lap, handing her his roasting stick. Nope, we're teenagers now. Teenagers don't have bedtimes. Yeah, exactly! So, Grunkle Stan, answer still no, kid. No, you cannot go out on a 3-day camping trip to track ghost prints. But Grunkle Ford supports my theory. If you ask me, your Grunkle Ford needs a bedtime too. How was the live lizard birth? Oh, it was so exciting! Grenda Jr. was so relaxed, she didn't even realize Grenda Jr. Extreme was being born before her very eyes. And then, wait, Dipper, you tell him the rest. Why don't you keep telling it? I didn't get a great look. But I gave you a front row seat right next to me. You saw the whole thing up close, intimately, unforgettably. Dipper shivers, not from a chill of the night air. Okay, fine. So Grenda Jr. Extreme imprinted okay, no, this is Mabel. Okay, fine. So Grenda Jr. Extreme imprinted on Dipper. Isn't that just the cutest thing? Little dip-dop of mom. No, it's not. And I'm not little. I'm manly. You and Stan chuckle at the kids' antics and give each other knowing glances as you pop another marshmallow into your mouths. The fire crackles and you draw Stan's jacket further around yourself, feeling truly warm for the first time today. Yeah, Stan is like a really hard one to catch, because their meter is supposed to be at this point basically full. It's a new day and you wake up early, grasped with a desire to go outdoors. You decide breakfast for one doesn't sound too bad, and maybe a walk. Greases isn't too far, and the food there is pretty good. You'll be back before anyone knows you're gone. To fend against the morning chill, you pull on Stan's jacket, which you still haven't returned from yesterday. You didn't see him when you got up, so it wouldn't hurt to wear it one more time, could you? You arrive at Grease's diner and you're immediately greeted with the scent of fresh coffee and sizzling bacon. Looking around at other diners, you'd guess this is the breakfast rush. Of course, in a small town like this, that means about a dozen people are here. You've only been in Gravity Falls a week, but you're starting to learn some of the names, and Stan's refresher yesterday helped too. That big burly guy over there with the bushy red beard is... Oh, Wendy's dad. Oh, fuck. I don't remember his name. Isn't it like Dan the Man, or whatever? Dan the Lumberman? Manly Dan! Yes! Hey, Dan. Huh? Hey, you're that tourist staying with the Pines! The kids are off somewhere else, so I got an open seat if you need it. It could be nice to talk with someone other than the Pines for once. While fun, their hijinks can get tiring even for you. I will sit with him, actually. I would love to sit next to Dan. Oh my god. You take a seat on the empty stool next to Dan. Lazy Susan, the waitress, comes over from behind the counter.
What can I get you to drink?
Juice, because that's what I got right now. I took half a sip, so I have half a sip left.
Sure thing. I'll have it right out.
You notice she doesn't take Dan's order. Nice jacket. Thanks! Stan Pines loaned it to me. Yeah.
The town noticed yesterday!
Half the town knows you're fucking the old man. You hadn't realized it was that public. It was that public. Splash sent a lot of fish swimming my way, though, so thanks. Does word always move that quick around here? Worried about that now? People in town were already talking before that. You just gave them more to talk about. What were they saying? He shrugs, if a slab of solid stone could shrug. I don't listen to gossip. Gossip happens to come to my ears. Lazy Susan comes out with your drink as well as a hot cup of coffee for Manly Dan. You figured he ordered it before you sat down. You watch as Dan lifts a steaming mug of coffee to his mouth and chugs the whole thing. It looks like an instant recipe for a second-degree burn, but surprisingly, almost sickeningly, he seems relieved by it. You're starting to realize why this guy has such a tough guy reputation. He sighs, putting the now empty mug down, and turns back to you. What were we talking about? I seriously can't remember.
I'll get you a refill. You ready to order, sweetie?
Me? Oh yeah, can I have the... pancakes, 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 pancakes. She leaves and you and Dan are left in silence. So, where'd your order go? She didn't take your order. I'm a regular. Pancakes and a hot black coffee, like usual. So, your daughter. Tell me more about your family. Wendy's my oldest, then there's the 3 boys, Marcus, Kevin, Gus. Didn't mention a spouse. Don't ask. 4 kids, huh? Haha, it's a lot, but I'm tough enough. Don't call me Manly Dan for nothing. He grins and flexes his muscles and winks? You think you saw him wink. What do you know about Stan? Real con artist type. Not a friend of mine, but as long as Wendy's getting paid out of his pocket, I don't care either way. Doesn't matter what I say, though. Looks like you already know what to think of him. Lazy Susan comes back to the counter, setting your plate down in front of you. She gives Manly Dan a big stack of pancakes and a refill on his coffee. He gives a minute to nod to his plate. Like I said. The conversation comes to an end as the immediate allure of food takes priority. He finishes far faster than you do and looks out the window, squinting at the angle the light makes with the trees. It's time for me to hit the road. Nice to meet you. He goes to the register, pays for his meal, and jogs out of the diner. As he leaves, Lazy Susan comes back over. She leans against the counter, giving you a smile.
So, stranger, I've been seeing you around here with the pints and haven't even had the chance to talk to you yet. Mind if I stay for a bit?
I'm going really Harley Quinn with it, but I can't quite do her voice. Not at all. The diner is nice. Are you the owner?
Oh gosh, no, I'm just a waitress. Been here ever since I was a teenager. Me and Matilda have been the only waitresses here for years, but we've got a promising new trainee working here since the spring.
Oh, is that Pacifica? Yes! She points out the window to where a blonde girl around Mabel's age is shooing a raccoon away from the diner's trash cans. Lazy Susan puts her hands on her hips with pride.
We're starting her out small. Woodpeckers next.
Okay, Susan. How long you lived in Gravity Falls?
Oh, my whole life. Besides what happened last summer, it's always been a nice town. Nice people and nice food, right?
Yeah, it's great. But, what happened last summer, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, well, never mind all that.
Do you know Stanley Pines? She laughs.
Who doesn't? Oh, he's such a real charmer. Such a handsome fella. Almost had something once, but it didn't work out. So strange, I called him every night. So how are things going with him?
What?
You two look very close. Saw you on the lake while I was fishing for dinner. Bet he's the real catch of the day, am I right?
Ma'am? Laughing, Lazy Susan elbows you companionably, but you're speechless. She winds down with a sigh.
Am I right? I'm right. Well, I better get back to work. It was nice to meet you, Ticket. Enjoy your breakfast.
And you do, digging back into your breakfast with gusto until your meal is again interrupted. This time by the buzzing of your phone inside your pocket. It's a call from a number you don't recognize. I'm picking up? Maybe this one won't be from a telemarketer. Hello? This Ticket? Stan? Yeah, it's me. I've got a surprise waiting for you at the shack. Can you get back over here from wherever you are? The surprise sounds intriguing, so you promise to be there after breakfast. It's not long until you finish up, pay for your food, and head out the door. As you approach the shack, you spot Stan already outside. Hey, I was about to call again to make sure you didn't get lost. You plan this sort of timing or what? Comes naturally. What's the thing you wanted to show me? You'll see. Just follow me. Riddler out of the box!
Let me at the bag! I'll kill the bag!
Stan leads you to a room in the back of the shack that you remember being used mostly as a storage space. Now, though, the furniture has been pushed aside, boxes have been stacked against the wall to make room for what looks like a boxing ring? It looks ragtag, hand-constructed, and distinctly homemade. You pulled this together just this morning? Started putting this together last night after everyone went to bed. Was admiring my new clowning again, thinking about our drive last week, and remembered I offered to show you how to throw a better punch. Stan shrugs, casual, as though he hadn't already put loads of work into what he's been preparing for you. So what do you think? Ready to learn how to hit? Yes, absolutely. Wow, someone's eager. He grins, though, relieved. It's like a weight came off his shoulders. Did he think you might have said no? Well, here. From his pockets, he pulls a roll of what looks like gauze tape. Before we do anything, we gotta wrap your hands properly. You could get hurt otherwise. We're about to do the Rocky montage. He takes one of your hands in his, looping the tape around your thumb and winding it around your wrist, then up your hand, wrapping it snugly. He pulls the tape between and through your fingers as they rest on his palm. His hand is warm, the warmth seeping into yours as he holds it. It's faint, but you can feel the roughness of his palm as you watch as he works, confident but careful. He's got those working hands. It shouldn't affect you as much as it does. You should feel neutral, grateful, nothing more. But when it's him and the two of you are nearly face to face, the act holds an undeniable intimacy. He pulls the tape back around your thumb and then around your knuckles expertly. It feels tight. Not tight, secure. Stan finishes the wrap at the wrist and then you watch him pull the tape towards his mouth. Clenching it between his teeth, he jerks his head to sever it. The remainder is then wrapped back around snug and complete, and Stan smiles down at his work. He doesn't look up at you yet, but if he had, you would have noticed. But if he had, you would have been embarrassed by the expression that's on your face. Other hand now. I gotta go through that again. Alright. You offer your other hand and he starts on it same as before. This time you watch the act less and watch the look in his eyes more. It's his focus you find, the care underneath it. You can see it in every pull and twist of the tape. A conviction to protect, to secure. You're so lost in the sight that before you know it, he's done looking at you again. Alright, not too tight, is it? No? Then let me show you how you should be standing. Standing? Is there something wrong with your posture? Stan starts giving some sort of explanation, but the moment he steps up to you and places his hands at the small of your back to guide you, words lose their meaning. I suddenly don't understand English. You don't want to be too stiff, you see? He directs you, smoothing out the lines of your shoulders, widening your stance, placing guiding hands to show you how you should be positioning yourself. He's talking again, but you're more than a little distracted. And that's why we do that. Make sense? Yeah! Good, now on to punching. Yes. I've got some personal experience with the way you hit. I already apologized. It could use a lot of work. I'm telling you, barely felt it. Here's how to direct that strength. He demonstrates moving to your right to assume the same stance he guided you into and swinging through empty air. He does it again slower this time for him to explain how to shift your weight, where to start, and where to go. Hey, hi, hello. Hi, Clown Man. Hello. Then it's your turn. After a couple swings of your own, the hands-on guidance is back. Stan's hands resting briefly at your waist to adjust the twist of your torso, go next to your shoulders, nudging you into a better balance. Then he corrects the movement of your arms, and his chest is warm at your back as he reaches to show you where to go. Your breath catches. Yes, there! Damn, you almost had it. Try again. What game is this? Swooning Over Stands, a Gravity Falls fan game that is also a Grunkle dating sim. I'm currently dating Grunkle Stan. It's fun. Or I'm attempting to pull him. I'm not good enough, but it's fun while it's happening. Actually, I think it'd help if I had something to hit. Sure, we can... You sure you want to go on? You look kind of red. This unexpected intimacy is a little overwhelming, and he's still very close to you. Especially after what you heard in the diner today, that whatever you have with him is obvious. It has you a little on edge. I'm fine! You put this whole room together and we haven't even used it yet. We should. For that, you're gonna need these. He holds up a pair of standard, albeit a bit old, boxing gloves and hands them to you. You have some trouble putting them on. They're a little big. Wow. Yeah! I know how to pick them. This game is actually quite old. I'm surprised it's still, like, it holds up. It's great. Hold on, let me do it. I'll lace them up for you. He takes your hand again, like earlier, pulling the lace of the gloves tighter and tighter until the fit is snug. Is that too tight? No, it's fine. He ties it off and takes your other hand, cradling it in his own for a moment before his hands move up, brushing along. Okay, he is still putting the glove on. He pulls the laces together, and as he does, you still look at his face. There's that same focus, that same care. The longer you stare, the more you feel heat rushing to your face, turning it red. How about that? It feels perfect. He looks up and his eyes lock with yours. He looks away, clearing his throat with a gruff cough, and you notice now his face is... Yeah, you stupid old man, join me in hell. We should, get started. It's nice to see you aren't the only one affected, as you watch Stan quickly wrap his own hands with the lingering blush on his face. He pulls on a pair of fingerless gloves next, and walks into the makeshift ring. You're gonna try to land a hit on me, alright? You're just gonna stand there and let me hit you? Stan laughs, shaking his head. You think I'd make it that easy on you? No, I'm gonna be hitting back. I'm not gonna let any of my hits land, but it'll stall you enough to make it a challenge. Remember what I showed you. Jab, swing, block. Putting them in action is just the next step. Boxing's pretty simple when you get down to it, but it's all in the timing. You need to know what the other person in the ring is thinking. It's almost like a dance. The other person in the ring, even though you're up against each other, they're just as much your partner as they are your opponent. Even though you're going head to head, this is literally Rocky. You have to be willing to get intimate with them. Knowing the right moves at the right time in the right place, you wind up forming a bond with your opponent. I want to form a bond with my opponent. I need water. Where did you learn so much about boxing? Well, when we were kids, my brother and I had it a little rough. We weren't too popular with the other kids in the neighborhood. Aw, he's sad. So our old man put us through boxing lessons. Wanted us to be tougher. My brother couldn't quite take to it. Not exactly. Poindexter could ace the lessons, same as how he was good at anything he put that big old brain towards, but quit the first chance he got. But me? What else did I have going for me, you know? If anything, I had to be tough enough to protect him, to keep us all safe. I've always got to be the tough one, and I always have been. It's hard, but sooner or later you forget what it's like not to have to feel so tough, so I guess you could say it gets easier. After I left home, I went on the road for a bit, got in my fair share of trouble that followed me wherever I went. But I was fine. I was tough enough. I knew how to fight. Got me far enough, didn't it? It's got me through all these years. Here I am with... Stan's eyes seem to glisten, but he looks away before you can tell for sure. He smiles with that big, ridiculous grin, as though he reassures you. He fakes a cough and wipes at his nose. Jeez, it's so dusty back here. Might as well get started already, right? You probably don't want to listen to me rambling all day. Like I said, timing is key. Is it the time to make that big swing? Or will they be able to block it? Sometimes it's smarter to take a quick jab. Even if you don't hit hard, being quick enough to wear your partner down and keep them blocked is enough to get you there. Let's dance. Oh no. Oh no. A jab is faster than a block. It does 1 damage. A swing does 3, but is stopped by a block. If neither opponent blocks, both hits will succeed. Jab. Slow and steady, right? That should wear him down eventually. Stan doesn't look like he's tiring out anytime soon. Okay, I'm blocking. Stan doesn't look like he's tiring out anytime soon. Oh god. You aren't getting tired yet, are you? No. I'm blocking. Oh, I'm catching up. I'm catching up, old man! Stan's panting by now, sweat shining on his forehead and collarbone. Alright, I'm calling it. Yes! I won, old man! Stan laughs. It's been too long since I had a decent fight. Hey, you're great! You laugh too, the two of you lock eyes again. There it is, that warmth, that redness. You're both covered in sweat, out of breath, and even though you're both exhausted, you still pick up on the light in his eyes and eagerness. There's something here that's waiting to break in this moment of eye contact. Breaking the silence, you decide to be the first to act this time. You know what? I think I'd love to dance with you sometime. Yeah, we should do this again. Definitely. But I mean, I think I'd really like to dance with you in a more literal sense. Not as opponents, but together. You and me. You hope he feels this too, this connection, this chemistry you have. It can't just be you. Your breath is held nervous, and while it felt like time stood still in the space of that pause, just a second later, Stan breathes in and then speaks. I'd like that, you know? I'd really like that. He's smiling in a way that lights up his face like you haven't seen it before. You're smiling too, wide and goofy, full of a sheer giddiness you can't contain. There's something intoxicating about it. With that feeling running through you, it's a hard fall back to earth. Hey, can you help me get my clothes off? Stan laughs loud and free and obliges. They're stuck. It's later that day, just after dinner, when you get around to telling Stan about your time at the diner. So, I guess I'm asking, is it always like that around here? People talking about my love life? After you survive Mabel, everyone else is a small fry. Not much to talk about this town. When a tourist crashes their car into the jewel of the town at the peak of the season, it's prime material. Enough of that, though. I thought we could have a private movie night, to wind down a little. I keep the movies in that cabinet here. Go ahead and pick one. Heart-wrenching classic drama! It's an old black and white movie about a young woman whose lover has to leave the country to pursue his dreams. At the film's climax, Reddy's about to get in the boat and sail for the lovers' kiss his violent soul. They promise never to forget each other, and he sails away, knowing they'll never see each other again. You hear sniffling, and after confirming it didn't come from the TV, you realize it's coming from your left from Stan. He's resolutely staring at the TV with a deep-set frown on his face, but his eyes are shining with held tears. Stan really is a romantic at heart. Good call, Mabel. You act like you didn't notice and continue to watch as the heroine returns to her average life, clearly no longer satisfied with mundanity. Feeling comfortable, you shift your position a bit to rest your head on Stan's shoulder. Getting sleepy? A little, but I gotta see how this ends. There's no way she's just gonna go on like that. Stan chuckles before making a sound of excitement. Look, this is the best part. He said that about 3 times already, but you don't mind. Not too long after the film concludes, leaving exactly what the woman did when she returned to the dock later that night unclear, setting up for a sequel you know Stan has in his collection. The ending credits scroll across the screen against a melancholy orchestral accompaniment. That was a good movie, and you're crying. I'm gonna point it out. Hey, his wasn't the only heart the drama touched. That movie played your heart like a fiddle, and tears run down your cheek as the credits roll. You wipe it away, but Stan notices. You feel that much for him, huh? His tone is gripped with emotion he can't hide. I bet. I could get Seuss to write one of those fix-it stories. Or, I bet I could get Seuss to write one of those fix-it stories. Really? He fixed Detective so that Detective's twin brother loved him again, just like when they were kids. I'll see what he can whip up. By the time the credits are over, you're sleepy enough that you can't imagine getting up from your spot. Stan seems to feel the same, but the jarring shift of the TV screen from black to loud, snowy static brings him to his feet. He grumbles, switching out the unit off, but not bothering to take the tape out. You were right, that was pretty good. Of course I was, Ticket. Stan offers you his hand to help you out of your seat, and you accept. Your eyes meet for a moment, the faint glow of the table lamp catching in them before you break the silence with a laugh, smiling tiredly. thanks for the session today. My arms are sore, so I hope that means it's working. Then you realize your hand is still in Stan's and he beams at you. Oh, definitely. Well, good night then, Stan. I'll see you in a few hours, I guess. Sure thing. Good night, Ticket. You go to bed that night comforted that perhaps Seuss's fanfiction can fix all. I got a little bit better, but like, I'm not even halfway on the meter. And I thought that, I don't remember the game being this long. Jesus. What in the... When you open your eyes, you're being stared at by a fat, wet snout. Ah! Oink. Oh, Waddles, it's you. The plump pig is laying on your chest, and boy, he's really hefty. Ticket! Ah! You jolt up, or the sudden voice above you, sending Waddles falling from your chest into your lap with a scream. You turn to see Mabel, all metal-filled smile and rosy cheeks, barely able to contain her glee despite nearly scaring the light out of you. Hey there, sleepyhead, it's lunchtime. What happened to breakfast? A glance at your phone tells you you've slept in past noon. Instead of leaving and letting you get ready for the day, though, Mabel sits down on the edge of the mattress with you and looks at you expectantly. So how have things been going with Grunkle Stan? Has he told you about feelings yet? Have you two kissed? You're not sure you would tell her that, even if those things did happen. Both things, lots of times. No, I'm not lying. Why don't you ask Stan? 'Cause he won't tell me a thing! Come on, Ticket, I thought we had a bond that lets me learn how much I'm improving my Grunkle Stan's second chance of love. Third chance, fourth chance. Actually, let's not put numbers on that. Okay, maybe there haven't been any milestones, but things are going great, right? What do you think? Absolutely. Definitely. And I think you should tell him how you feel. I'll keep that in mind. But can I get changed now? Oh, right. Silly me. Come on, Waddles. They leave and you're left to your thoughts. With all that hectic supernatural stuff in Gravity Falls that inexplicably often finds itself in or near the shack, you haven't been able to spend much significant time with Stan since your boxing session. You've only found short moments, like a late night game of cards that ran longer than expected because by the end of it, you're both just left the deck on the table, and you listen to him tell a story about how this one time well, you guess it was a significant amount of time. You just really never wanted those moments to end. And just yesterday, Ford came up to you in the kitchen, standing with a bowl of cereal in hand that he was apparently in the middle of eating, and basically gave you a condensed version of, if you break my twin brother's heart, I'll make you regret it. The bowl of cereal turning out to be 95% marshmallows did not make him seem any less intimidating. You're not sure why he did that. As far as you know, there's nothing official between you and Stan. Besides, Stan and Ford don't even live on land anymore. They'll be setting sail again, exploring the seas and documenting oddities of the world. From what you've heard about it already, it's intense stuff that keeps them on the move and untethered. And you're no experience, but your car's looking close to done, meaning you'll have to leave soon enough. All you can do is hope you'll leave without any regrets. Heading through the back door so you won't disturb Seuss's current tour, you round the house to where your car has stood for the past 2 weeks. Sure enough, there you find Stan staring thoughtfully into the hood before he spots you and brightens. How's it hanging, Ticket? Fancy finding you here. Fancy finding you here outside your own house where Ford told me you'd be. What can I say? I'm unpredictable. Never know what I'll be up to next. Your car's almost good to go, as far as I can tell. Planning to take her for a quick test run around town to make sure. Sounds fun. When do we go? You ain't coming. I don't want you inside if there's an explosion or something. There won't be, but it's a precaution. Okay. But if you're free tonight, I figured we could celebrate. Yeah, sure. What do you have in mind? Can't tell you. Ruin the surprise. All you gotta do is worry about yourself. Meet me back here in a few hours and wear your best studs. Yeah? Yeah, Stan? Shoots you a wink, twirling your car keys around his fingers before he turns and gets into your car. Unsure why you couldn't go with him and hang out tonight, you wave goodbye and watch carefully as he revs the car to life. And it works! No explosion! He gives you a thumbs up, which you return, and pulls out on the dirt road towards town. A handful of hours later, it's just about time to get ready for your date. Stan got back to the shack a moment ago, and through the window you'd spotted Mabel talking to him outside. Though you couldn't figure out what they were saying, you laughed to yourself when she took his face in her hands, squishing his cheeks and looking him straight in the eye. A cute intimidation tactic, maybe. After rummaging through all the clothes you'd brought with you for your trip, you're relieved you managed to find an outfit that fits the occasion. Something classic. Sometimes the classics are just nice. Feeling good about the outfit you chose, you head outside to meet Stan. You step out onto the back porch and are met with his back to you, looking off into the distance. You're about to call his name when he turns your direction, your words die in your tongue, speechless at the sight. God, it's the suit! He has the suit! Woo! You can see his chest hair. I got a little bit of alcohol left, hold on. Final sip of courage, let's go. He looks handsome. Yes, he does. What a handsome man. Not a young man, but a handsome man. Your eyes catch the way his gold chain glints in the light, drawing your attention to his proudly exposed chest, helpfully framed by the cut of his shirt. The buttons almost strain to contain how good he looks. No, do not go lower. Stan whistles playfully at the sight of you. Oh no. Aren't you a cypress sort? Do it! You know what? That one pleased me. You do a turnaround, making sure to give an extra flourish as you spin. Stan's eyes light up as he laughs, tipping his imaginary hat to you in appreciation and whistling again. So where to? Hands in his pocket, Stan nods over to the Stanmobile a few feet in front of you. Only one way to find out. Last time we did this, we robbed somebody. Whoa! Let's go! He offers his arm and escorts you to the passenger side, opening and shutting the door for you before heading to the driver's side. While you were already looking forward to this, the way Stan looks at you makes you more eager. And that cologne? It suits him. You watch him, thinking to yourself just how crazy this is! Your brain is telling you to get a grip, but your cheeks are beginning to ache from smiling so much and you can't bring yourself to mind. The El Diablo soon purrs to life and you're on your way. Since you don't know your destination, you're not sure how long the ride will be. Not like you mind at all. Mid-conversation. You always this mysterious with your dates? Luring them off into the night with the promise of a good time? Stan chuckles. Nah, only the ones I like being around. Good to know. Besides, you should definitely know what to expect from a drive with me by now. The unexpected? Bingo. You gaze out the window again, unable to keep the smile from your face. Another minute or so passes before Stan speaks again. Alright, we're almost there. Close your eyes. Really? Yes, really, and I've got a blindfold in the glove box if you can't stop yourself from peeking. Somehow it sounds like he's not joking about that last part. After what you've seen with him, it wouldn't be a surprise. Why do you have a blindfold in your glove box? Comment on it. You laugh and cover your eyes with your hands. You can save that for another time, I promise. You can't see, but somehow your instincts tell you he's flushed red from that. He laughs, pleased. You keep your eyes closed for another minute or two as Stan begins to tell you at the time he was hogtied and blindfolded by some thugs on the side of a desert road. Just as he gets to the good part about how he had to hitchhike using only his nose, the car comes to a stop. You both hear and feel Stan put the car into park and realize there's muffled music not too far from you. Can I look now? Hold on. Stan exits the car, and footfalls tell you he's walking near your side. In a second, he's there opening your door. Can I look now? Stan chuckles. Unless you can walk with your eyes closed. You open your eyes to see a rundown diner. Gracie's Diner, to be exact. The building is about as slightly shabby in appearance as it was when you last visited, but under the glowing "We Have Food" sign is an endearingly hand-painted banner reading Disco Night. Through the windows you can spot energetic silhouettes and flashing multicolored lights. Hardly grandiose, but still beautiful. Oh my god, Stan! Stan! He takes your hand and helps you out of the passenger seat. What, you don't like it? I love it! Actually, wait, you remember? I want to know what this is, actually. I know you've been dying to see the magic I make on the dance floor. Right! The dancing! I forgot about that. Oh my god. Seemed cruel to keep you waiting any longer. Come on! I wanna dance. Tease him. him, tease him. I'm drunk. Just a little bit. Not really, but still. I'm drunk on love. We'll see if you can keep up, old man. Oh, now you're in for it, kid. Hold on to your socks. As you step inside, you're greeted by the sight of a dance floor. Hoo, 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 hoo. Let's go! I just start break dancing. You're greeted... Blah, blah, blah. A disco ball reflects fragments of colored spotlights all around the room, and even the cow skull above the jukebox has string lights wrapped in its horns. There's a good amount of people here, mostly older adults, which is unsurprising given the music genre, but there are a few younger folks who seem to be enjoying themselves unironically. You're surprised you don't see Mabel and her friends here. You finally look back at Stan and catch him pretending he wasn't just watching you for your reactions seconds earlier. You didn't do all this just for me, did you? Nah, it's a monthly thing that picked up a while back. I lend them some equipment for it every time, but I may have knocked it up a week or 4. He's smirking, he's so proud of himself. You roll your eyes but give him a fond smile. Then let's dance already. Grabbing Stan's hands and ears, you lead him onto the dance floor and he follows eagerly. Alright, we can start off with something easy. Nuh-uh, I need to see your moves first. Make sure you're the real deal. Got any requests then? Freestyle. Actually, foxtrot would be interesting, but no, freestyle. Whatever will impress me most, make me swoon. Stan assumes a serious pose, pausing dramatically before he busts into the cheesiest hustle move there is. Do the hustle. Do 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 do. I can see it. My eyes. Stan laughs freely. Any other requests? Foxtrot's a thing, right? Can you do that? I'm not quite the young buck I used to be, but I still got some trot in me. And you dance. Before you know it, the song is passed, and then another and another. You weren't too sure at first, but Stan's actually a great dancer. He's light on his feet and definitely got rhythm. He knows just where to guide you and how to hold you. Oh god, you hope your hands aren't sweaty. Are you sweaty? Your face feels hot when he shoots you a wink before leading you into a half turn that lands your back flush against his chest. Oh my god. You're keeping it pretty good, Tiki. You having fun? As long as my hands aren't sweaty, yes, I'm having a great time. He asks low in your ear in a way that makes your heart flutter as you sway together. Only because I have such an amazing partner. I could say the same thing. Stop! Stan laughs, bring you back to face him, but the song ends only seconds later and he releases his hold on you. It's a slow song and Stan raises his brow at you questioningly. I don't know if he wants initiative. I'll take initiative, why not? Of course you want to continue. Laughing, you take his hand in yours again and guide it back to your side. Stan beams and brings you closer still. You're about to rest your palms against his chest, but change your mind and rest them on his broad shoulders. You're almost nervous to look him in the eye, but when you chance a glance upward, you're so pleased with what you see. You've been close before, intimately even, but this is a whole new ballpark. Face to face, moving slowly as one, nothing to distract the one from the other's gaze. You try not to think about how good he smells, or how comforted and electrified his hold makes you feel. And you definitely try not to think about how a slight lean forward would easily bring his lips to yours. Oh no. Don't think about it. The song changes again. Almost too soon, you think, but Stan just picks up his tempo to match, keeping your proximity the same. But now you don't even have to look at your feet. The pace quickens and you both get caught in it. A swing, a twirl, another swing, and you're dipped in Stan's arms so smoothly it takes you a split second to realize why you're nearly upside down. Stan's grinning down at you, panting from the intense bout, holding the dip. I would be speechless. I'm not gonna kiss. He can make the move, I'm not making the move, okay? Surely there are stars in your eyes as your gaze holds Stan in amazement. Apparently pleased at what he sees, he laughs and brings you back up to his arms to finish off the dance just as the song ends. A quick glance around the room lets you know that most of the surrounding patrons were watching the two of you dance. Oh no, that's embarrassing. They look away as you notice, some whispering and some getting back to their own technique. It's Stan who speaks first. Hungry? Not what you were expecting, but you're kind of relieved he's keeping the mood light. I thought you'd never ask. Or I'm thirsty. Thirsty for this dick! I'm kidding. I thought you'd never ask. I want food. Great. My treat, kid. Pick anything you want. Of course, the place he's most generous at is a diner whose most expensive entree is $20. Lucky for you, I only want some fries and a shake. Sounds perfect. Instead of waiting for a server to come by, Stan goes straight to the counter to order. You sit down in a pleasantly unsticky booth to wait for him and notice that Stan left his jacket on the seat next to you. I'm putting it on, I'm cold.
He's so handsome.
In no time, Stan returns the 2 orders of fries and 2 shakes. He grins when he sees his jacket draped over your shoulders. Hope you don't mind, I was feeling a bit chilly. Nah, that one looks good on you, and it's not wet this time. This is a joke. It could be. That was a joke. Disclaimer. He sits, sliding in right next to you. It's been a long time since I just got fries and a shake from an old diner. Not usually something people my age do, I guess. When was the last time? Sweet Moses, decades ago. Long before you were born, I'm sure. You right? Does it live up to the nostalgic I was born in the wrong era hype? Oh, price-wise, absolutely. Shakes were 35 cents and fries were 30 tops. At that price point these days, I could buy lunch for the whole town. Of course I wouldn't, but you get what I mean. He laughs, stirring his shake with a straw. Must have been nice, being able to afford basic necessities and luxuries, minimum wage being up to par and all. Hey, I thought we were supposed to be having fun here. I am. Creating a dialogue is important. Ready to dig in properly, you take a fry and dip it in your chocolate shake. Stan, handful of fries ready to be shoved into his gaping mouth, looks at you like you just screamed bloody murder. What? Did you just... You've never tried it? No, of course not. It's delicious. Perfect mix of sweet and salty. Stan frowns. Don't knock it till you try it. He scoffs, picking up a fry and dipping it in your shake instead of his own and pops it into his mouth. His eyes widen as he chews, silent as he swallows. That's actually not half bad. I'm stealing one of his fries. You stole a bit of my shake. Fuck you. Seizing the moment he's off guard, you reach over and snatch a fry from his plate. Hey! Payback! Stan picks up your shake and takes a big old swig. Hey! He sets it back down, licking his lips triumphantly. He's missed a spot though, and there's a bit of chocolate on the left of his... Wipe it off for him. Hey Stan, you got some... Stan's breath hitches at your touch. When you absentmindedly lick the chocolate away, he's nearly beet red. And just like that, he Guys, it's happening! I'm standing up! It's happening! I'm T-posing! It's happening! It's happening! I caught my breath. Okay. There's a kiss. And just like that, Stan leans forward, meeting your lips with his. The kiss is sweet in more ways than one. The taste of salt and sugar, a combination both familiar and excitingly new. Fuck! Yes! Yeah! Get his ass! Yeah! Let's get it, Rosie! Let's get it! We got the old man! That's... wow. Yeah, you could sure get used to that. Old man, old man, old man. We got the gilf. We bagged him. Let's go. Pack it up, boys. We got him. The two of you part, eyes wide. A delighted laugh escapes you and Stan joins in. Hey, you want to get... What? Lead the way. Let's fucking go. Rosie! Rosie, I'm gonna kill you! Rosie, you can't just say that. We're on Twitch.com. That's an orange YouTube comment. Begone, thought. I say as I'm still not sitting back down in my chair, I have to stand up. Soon you're back in the old Diablo, engine purring to life as Stan screeches out of the little parking lot and onto Main Street. Kill me, I'll stay Stan. With the way he drives, you honestly don't know how he keeps his car in such good shape, even with his mechanic skills. But eventually, you look at Rosie, and you stare at them and you go, why are you like this? And then you go back to kissing this old man. Get that bread, get that head. Eventually, your speed becomes reasonable as Stan transitions from asphalt road to dirt, and you're left to realize your quickened pulse isn't due to his driving, but from anticipation. You're taking me for some late night errands again? Nah, thought we could just see where the road takes us. You know, for a small town, it sure is huge. Tell me about it. This forest is more of a trap than the shack. Worked on me just fine. I can't take all the credit on that one. Sure, Ford's babe magnet helped. Damn, we really calling it babe magnet. Are we the babe? Stan barks out a laugh at that, but I was drawn to this place on my own too. I mean, it's grown on me. Like a fungus, sure, but it has. Oh, that's Stan. But I'm not the kind of guy who hikes trails or draws gnomes. That's my brother. I'd rather be in the city than the woods. Way fewer bugs, more people to pickpocket, not everyone knows my face. Errands. Yeah. So then how does someone like you end up in a place like this? You said you were from Jersey, right? I know how everyone else has gotten here, but not you. Stan sighs as if the weight of his whole life story lies with that question. Luckily, he humors you. Long, and I mean long, story short. My brother and I had a falling out when we were kids, high school. Got kicked out, barely talked to him and my parents for 10 years. He moved here. I spent those years bouncing state to state. Oregon, one of the few I hadn't been banned from. Oh, I'm so sorry. Stan just scoffs. Yeah, that was far from the worst of it. He asked me to come here, shit hit the fan, and then it was another 30 years before I got to see him again. Didn't even know he was alive. The reason he was gone was my fault. It's terrible. But yeah, well, it's in the past. Obviously, we're close again. Almost too close. Having to live on a boat with the nerd has really tried my patience at times, I'll tell you. Still, the complaint is fond in its gruffness. By now, it feels like you've been driving for a good while. You're starting to wonder if Stan really does... Oh, excuse me. Have no idea where he's going, but the thought stops in his tracks as the car makes a sharp turn on a diverging path. You catch the slightest glimpse of a wooden sign reading, "Do not enter." Stan, where are we going? Relax, Ticket, I know what I'm doing. There's a real hot spot, but it better not be a fucking kissing hill! We already did that! We already did that, Stan. There's a real hot spot up ahead on the cliff's edge. Lets you see the whole town and horizon and everything. Real picturesque. Sounds amazing. The car suddenly jerks left and there's a troublesome bump as you go over a large redwood root. That is, if we don't die before we get there. Sorry, kid. That one was in my blind spot. It's pitch black outside, Stan. Everything's a blind spot. Alright, hold on. One more jump and we're in the clear. Hold on. You grasp the back of your seat in one hand and the car's door handle with another, unsure of how big a bump he has in mind. It's worse than you expected, Stan accelerating enough that you swear the wheels have left the ground, until landing hard enough that Stan finds it necessary to brace you with his own arm, keeping you from slamming your head into the dashboard. There! The hills with the UFO shape! God, these hills are so fucking pretty. And geographically impossible. I love this fucking area so much. The Stanmobile pulls up to its destination at the cliff's edge. Just as Stan said, you have a perfect view of the whole town, the surrounding canyon, and the remarkably saucer-esque shape cut into the natural bridge. You catch Stan's pleased grin from the corner of your eye as you gasp, taking it all in. Speaking of taking it all in, other than Dick, I need to take a little, 2-second break. I'm debating on getting more alcohol. Or, I think I'm gonna hold off, but I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry guys, I had a craving for some roasted corn, so I went downstairs and got my tahine corn, and had a few bites and then put it back. Okay. Alright, so I forgot how long this fucking game was. I remember going through all the routes in a single day, but I think that was me using the guide and speed running, and the day before I had actually gone through the separate routes, and it took me basically all day. So now that I'm remembering, we're gonna have to do Ford's route next time. Like, and I don't even know how long the extra ending is. I don't know. I don't know how long it is. We'll see how it goes, but my goal is I'm definitely finishing this, and I'm gonna try to open the other one and do the ending for it, the extra extended ending for his route, because both of them are separate files, so I have to open them separately anyway. So I might as well open his extended route and just see where that gets me, I guess. Though the sun has long since set, the small glowing streetlights from the small town illuminate the surrounding trees, providing only a slight hint of the mountain shadows. It's not until seeing it from up here like this that it sinks in just how secluded from the world Gravity Falls is. It's almost like a hidden treasure among the evergreens. And though the black, thick forestry behind where you parked might seem daunting alone at night, here with Stan it just feels promising. Guessing you like it, right? It's beautiful. As you survey the scene, you realize this cliff seems rather untouched, save for a flimsy barrier made of wire and stakes just before the end. How'd you find this place? Well, there's another spot just like it. There's another spot just like this one that I'm told the kids call Lookout Point. It's just across from us, actually. Stan points to the spot opposite the car straight ahead. Huh. Place is infested with teenagers, though. Saw it myself when I drove up here to help Dipper with a girl situation. Teenagers? Gross. Exactly. It hits you more fully now that you're here with Stan, alone together, away from the world as you know it. You're thrilled, anxious, and suddenly don't know what to do with your hands. I never know what to do with my hands, which is why I just move them around. A nervous giggle escapes you, and Stan offers a kind and reassuring smile in return as he slings his arm along the back of his seat, crossing his leg over the other. The casual air is contagious, and you're thankful for it. So how'd you kill time in a place like this for 30 years, besides all the shack and secret portal stuff? Stan laughed, scratching his cheek. Well, as you know, I'm full of surprises. I'd skip town every now and then for actual supplies or a promising hookup, but as the shack became more of a household name, I had to stay put for longer and longer, so I'd make do trying to enjoy the small town thing. You settle in, you're not budging until he elaborates. Like what, though? Does fun stuff like disco nights? Stan scans the horizon looking for something. Okay, there. See the bowling place? Used to have a team there. We were really good, thanks to yours truly, until this wet blanket Toby came on board and had used bumpers like a baby. Again, you didn't mean to laugh. Yikes. You got that right. Aside from that, there's a great taco joint and bar. Kids like to go to the arcade. Mini golf place is pretty decent. He starts counting on his fingers. There's a mall, creepy animatronic pizza place, a public pool, which I would not recommend you go to, by the way, unless you're into sitting in strangers' filth. That all sounds pretty dang fun, minus the filth part. Bedtime, good night everyone, have fun smooching the gilf. Thanks, Lucky. Have fun sleeping. Say hi to River for me. I'm smooching the old man and no one can stop me. It sounds like there's actually a lot to do around here. It's weird, ain't it? It's like, you'll never hear about a place, but if the situation calls for it, pow! Right there in town. You really like hearing Stan talk. About anything, really. The way he emotes with his hands, the grit in his voice, the gradual increase of enthusiasm when he gets passionate, even about something small. And of course, he never fails to make you laugh. You could listen to him all night long. And you prepare to do just that, adjusting your legs into a more relaxed position. Nothing wrong with taking advantage of the leg room of these wide bench seats. The graveyard. Ah, nothing special there. Not even that spooky. Sure, the grave of America's lost president is there, and something about a national treasure, but I went there myself for artifact inspiration. There wasn't even a decent headstone to steal. That's where Robbie and his parents live. The factory on a cliff nearby. I'm surprised that place is even there. It used to be this attraction in the middle of town, this brat Gideon Gleeful. Gleeful. Like Bud Gleeful, the car dealership guy. Gleeful. Yep, Gideon is Bud's snot-nosed kid. They used to run this scam that made money off poor suckers' hopes and dreams by posing Gideon as a psychic. Oh no. It's just as tasteless as what you're imagining. He'd even dance around and sing like a monkey in a tux. So what? I had a real monkey at the shack back then. Wore a hat and everything. Anyway, these idiots obviously ate it all up. He became my biggest competition and an even bigger pain in my ass. That old factory is where they used to make his merchandise. What happened to Gideon? Kid had some realizations, I guess. Like a lot of people in this town. Supposedly he's trying to get that silver spoon out of his mouth and be a normal tween like the rest of them, but who knows? Haven't heard about him this visit, so I can't tell you for sure. Must be a good sign. What's that weird shaped building? That's the club. You shoot him a look. Stan makes it through his next words laughing. That's the name. I'm honest. You snort. Clever? The name might be questionable, but the place is nice enough to only let you in if you're rich. Only ever managed to sneak in once. Bad vibes there, even for somebody like me. Worst of all, food was mediocre. Not the kind of quality I didn't pay for. There's a lull in the conversation, a moment where the both of you are simply admiring the view. It seems you've inched your way closer to Stan as he was speaking, because all of a sudden you realize your leg is not that far from his. The reflection of the outside light on Stan's glasses keeps you from being able to read his expression. Get closer. We're trying to get that bag. We're trying to get that bag. And by bag, I mean him. You very nearly closed the gap between you both, and it would have been smooth too, if not for the creak of the patent leather seat. Just as you go to lean closer, a squeak! Stan's grin tells you he noticed. Damn, time for the diversion. What's that on the water tower over there? Ah, that old chestnut? What's it look like to you? Muffin. Looks like a muffin. Not sure why anyone would choose that as a symbol for vandalism. Maybe it scares the hell out of anyone with a wheat allergy. Maybe it's a bran muffin. That is a Robbie attempting to do an explosion. I love the attention to detail. God, this fucking game is so nice. He wiggles his fingers like he's telling a spooky story. With extra raisins. Almost died up there once. Real doozy of a story. You take the bait. Oh, do tell. And so he does with his usual flourish, painting a picture of the time he and his great niece bravely scaled the tower and nearly got shaken from it by a video game character come to life. You find yourself with another chance to move closer. Get even closer. Stan's speech falters a bit as you inch closer and the side of your hand brushes his, but he continues when you leave it there. So, I say to Mabel, having just looked death straight in its dumb ugly face. Finally, your thigh meets his, and suddenly he seems to have a pretty persistent itch on the back of his head because he can't stop rubbing it. So, punk Robbie learned his lesson eventually, but you know how his type are. I think I have an idea, yeah. Your eyes meet Stan's, and you hope to God he can't tell how your heart is hammering your chest for trying to get that bread, get that head. Screw it, here goes nothing. You steal your nerves. Why am I this nervous? This isn't even real. You steal your nerves, moving and gently resting your head on Stan's shoulder, leaning into his side. You hold your breath as you focus on the water tower in front of you, worried about what look he could be giving you. Stan clears his throat, pulling his arm away from you, and for a moment that feeling that you just crossed a line makes you mentally curse yourself, until he lets out an embarrassingly fake yawn, and his arm above his head goes out, and it rests across his shoulders. Fuck yeah! We getting that bread. Getting that head. Yes! Let's go! We're winning! Only dubs. You're so excited by his touch and your success that it takes you a moment to realize the yawn and stretched. He just used that old cliche, and moreover, it worked. Let him enjoy his victory. I want to call him out. You can't help but laugh. What? Stan red and smiling sheepishly down at you. I can't believe you just did the yawn and stretch. It worked, didn't it? It's still a... Is it still a trick if it's recognized as one right off the bat? Stan's silent for a moment before making a face. Yeesh. There goes my 7 days without an existential crisis streak. Now that you're against a side, you really don't know what to do with your damn hands. Are they extra sweaty? Curse these... No one say anything. I get to see my girlfriends later. Again, as casually possible. You decide to rest a hand on Stan's leg just above his knee. Okay, cool. Cool. Towards the knee is fine. Keep it towards the knee. At your contact, Stan coughs on his own surprise. You're about to remove yourself and apologize, but he stops you by beating you to it. Sorry, I'm fine. Just had something stuck in my, flagella. For a moment, you dare not say a thing and instead close your eyes. There's that scent again. That overtone of cheap cologne mixed... Oh, man. Cheap cologne mingled with leather, cigar smoke, and salt. God. That's a scent. That's a scent I would like as a cologne. Can I have that as my own cologne, actually? I feel like Pix would like that. From this proximity in this car, it's just the right kind of overwhelm. You are overstimulated with romance. You can't really believe this. Never in your wildest imagination could you imagine this is how your solo summer road trip would work out. How you pulled an old man. But in this moment, you can't really imagine it any other way. You're just happy. Ah! It's the attractive art again. I'm just pointing at my computer. Alright. It's fine. It's just art. Hey, Yeah? Thanks for your help. His eyes meet your own as he smiles down at you. No problem, kid. It's what kind souls like me do. You're really a lifesaver. Seriously, my car would have been a goner. And you rescued me from being bled dry by a mechanic, too. You can feel the rumble in Stan's chest as he hums. Crooks. All of them. Not even charismatic about it. Certainly a plus, too. Bold? Hello? And then again, me putting my hand on his knee was also bold, so... Your hand moves upward towards his broad chest just below the open V of his shirt. I'm not only thankful for a place to freeload, though. Stan. I've actually had a really incredible time here. Seriously, I'm the luckiest person to ever be ripped out of the forest with their car, since it was by such a lovely family. Or a nice family. Lovely family, nice family, same thing. Better than a simple trip to the Mystery Shack, huh? Definitely. I got stanced up. I got defensive. I don't think that we filled the meter enough, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try, for stream's sake. Mabel's words come back to you, and despite your doubts begging you not to say anything stupid, your heart is yelling at you to tell him already, damn it. You know what? Yeah, if everything goes south, you're already about to pack your bags and leave. You never have to think of you don't even have to think of the name Gravity Falls ever again. You can just fucking book it. You know what? Perfect excuse. I pressed the wrong button. Stan, I really like you. This is the worst confession. You focus on the gold chain just by your fingertips and toy with it. Why is that so me, though? I'm so ADHD. If someone has jewelry, I'm gonna start playing with it. Avoiding eye contact to keep your nerves while you got them. You can hear him swallow thickly despite your heart throbbing in your ears. I really enjoyed getting to know you these past couple weeks. Even when you got me shot at. Interesting. I can't tell you how much of a relief it's been to not only escape death by complete boredom, but to also find myself having some of the most fun I've ever had, period. You need an extra gulp of air for this next part. Thank you for tonight. I'm glad you brought me here. And I'm gonna miss you. I glance up and there Stan is, looking at you with a mix of emotions you can't quite place. You think you feel his pulse skip a beat under your palm, and you're sure your own does the same as he licks away. His pronounced jawline is further exaggerated in the shadows, and you can see it clench before he faces you again. You... Yes! 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 Again! I remember Stan being the harder one to woo as well. I remember on my first playthrough not being able to bag him. Am I getting it? Am I getting it? Anyway. You don't know who leans in first, or more or anything, but suddenly Stan's hand is cupping your face and his lips are on yours. It's sweet, but somewhat clumsy, as his glasses remind you of their existence by hitting you in the cheek as he leans in close. You can't... Alright, you know what? I belong in jail. Goodbye. I'm going away. I'm going away. My dad has glasses, so anytime I hug him, I know what that feeling is like, but I know it because of my dad! Oh, that's funny. Anyway. You can't help but hum against his lips. And oh god, you forgot to breathe. You part, both of you breathing just a bit heavier than before. Stan's big dumb grin is accompanied by pink dusted cheeks. Don't give me the lip! The thing? Was that... Are you okay? What does I think we could do better mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? I don't even... Hold on, I'm gonna save. I'm quick saving. Because I'm gonna do my normal thing. But I kind of want to know what I think we could do better means. So what does I think we could do better means? Okay, if it's another kiss, I'm not going back on it. As long as it's just another kiss and not more embarrassing flirting. Stan laughs, cupping your face and bringing his lips to yours once again. He's more confident now, more sure with his hands. This kiss lasts longer and shows no sign of stopping anytime soon. But from this angle, it's still a bit awkward side by side like this. Stan makes a noise of surprise against your mouth as you grab him by the collar and drag him. Oh my god! But then he laughs and you can feel a smile on yours. Oh my god. Do it all in! Thank you, Scratchy. I know you got my back. The kiss deepens before Stan breaks it, to instead kiss along your neck, your collarbone. His stubble feeling absolutely Skipping ahead. I am not gonna linger on anything I might get flustered over, because I don't have the brain power for it right now. Your fingertips have ruffled his hair beyond repair at this point. You have to admit you prefer it this way. You get caught up in this moment. In his embrace, the kisses, each more intoxicating than the last, and his hand caressing your sides and waist in a way that... Oh no, that's spicy. Just... whoop! You bullet the jolt with your heart flipping and Stan's head shooting up at the noise so fast it hits the roof of the car with an embarrassing clunk. He swears furiously and grabs his head as he looks at the source of the disruption. What the? Sorry, Mr. Pines! You bolt up at the voice, distant and slightly echoing. Stan practically growls, pinching the bridge of his nose and hiding his face in shame. Sweet Moses. It was an accident, we swear! Oh god. Stan flips on his headlights to illuminate another car with two people inside it, directly across from you at lookout point. It must have pulled up as you two were not looking. Stan kicks open his door so hard and fast you're amazed it's still on his hinges as he steps out. I'm gonna kill you, Robbie! Robbie, run! Robbie? Are you serious? Sure enough, the figure in the driver's seat, scared out of his absolute wits, fits the description of an angsty-looking emo teen. There's a girl in the seat next to him with purple hair who seems to be trying to hide behind her phone as she slaps the boy's shoulder like, we gotta get out of here. Go, go, go. We were just leaving. We didn't see your car. I don't remember your last name right now, Robbie, but you're gonna hope I never find out. You're dead. You hear me, kid? You're dead. God. It's so funny. The other car screeches the rest of the way out of sight, a couple more accidental honks, and a final "I'm so sorry" being thrown your way as it goes. That was absolutely mortifying. And although definitely the most embarrassed you've ever been, you kind of feel bad for the guy. Imagine being on the other end of this situation. Stan flops back into his seat, swearing under his breath for a moment before sighing. He rubs his face with his hands before looking at you. Well, that happened. Scratchy, don't look at me like that. He seems nice. Stan grumbles, shutting his car door and starting up the engine. Can't even drive to a cliff to get any privacy in this town. Guess we should start heading back. He offers you an apologetic smile. We should? But can we take the scenic route? Yeah, absolutely. This reminds me of the time I was in the car with Lunar and her boyfriend, and for some reason, my tired and very ADHD bored brain was like, you guys know how dangerous Roadhead is, right? Like, I don't know why it exists. Like, if the car is at a stop, sure, it's fine. But, like, if the car's going, like, that's worse than, like, drinking and driving. Like, why would you do that? And I started going off on it. And she was like, why are we talking about this? The scenic route. No, I would not commit Roadhead because it's dangerous. Luckily, the scenic route is also the long way home. You're mostly joking about a scenic route back to the shack during the time of night, but both Gravity Falls and Stan have a way of amazing you to no end. Little bioluminescent mushrooms are sprinkled along the path, on the trees, in perfect rings. Stan drives slowly and you take advantage of it to marvel at the greenish glow. This isn't... I almost read that as an edible. I can't read anymore. I'm losing my ability to read. This is incredible. There's a lot more where these came from, or so I've heard. There's a gnome forest somewhere around here. Never been, 'cause, well, gnomes. But maybe Ford can let us know if there's somewhere like it without the pests. You rest your head on the windowsill, watching the toadstools of all shapes and sizes go by, counting them. I'd really like that. And with each passing I need water. Whew, much better. With each passing minute, the rumble of the road and the thrum of the car seem to add another weight to your eyelids, and suddenly your fatigue catches up with you. You alright? You hum an affirmative, and Stan takes you at your word. This could be better. Sliding up next, yeah, get nice and warm. Cuddle. Come on, let's go. Get that bag. Continue what we started at the cliff, except wait until he's parked. Sliding up next to him, you bring Stan's free arm that's not in the wheel around yourself. Like it was earlier this evening, and he chuckles. That's right, get yourself... You let your eyes fall closed, content. Wake me up if there's a nymph or something. Will do, Ticket. Looks like this is actually working out. Dude, that's the most the meter has been filled. Fuck yeah. Get that bread. Get that head. Oh no, it's the last day. Weeks ago, you'd worried today would never come, but now that it's here, you don't know how to feel. Just yesterday, when Stan told you your car was good to go, you wanted to believe there was something still left for him to fix. Yesterday evening, after your final dinner with the whole Pines family and Seuss' back-breaking goodbye hug, you'd almost resigned yourself to letting go. But now in the clarity of daylight, you realize that these weird and wonderful people don't have to disappear from your life for good. You'll always have the memories, and you'll still be able to keep in touch through letters, packages, and video calls. They won't be able to get rid of you even. Too late, suckers. Cherish friends for life! God, that's me. That's so fucking me. Once you have me as a friend, you ain't ever get rid of me. Get that? I'm sorry, what? You heard me. When you make your way out of the shack, you're met by the Pines. I'm not gonna say it in front of the kids, they're right here. And Waddles. All gathered beside a large tarp, covering what you guess is your car. They're talking amongst themselves until they spot you. There he is! Thought you were gonna miss the big reveal. Now, you guys! Ford and Stan each take an end of the tart, pulling it off with a flourish as Mabel and Dipper throw handfuls of confetti in the air. Ta-da! The reveal is indeed your car. Your car. Jesus Christ, excuse me. Ooh, that had pepper in it for my breakfast this morning. Oh my god. Besides a couple of nicks here and there, it's hard to believe it was the same one you crashed just weeks ago. Heck, it probably runs better than it did when you first got it. Looks amazing! You take it all in, running your hands along the hood and marveling at the spotless windows. Ford, can I call you the next time I need a tune-up? If this is what happens when you use that magnet gun, I might ask you to total my car more often. Ha! Yes, well, we can find a middle ground. Hey, no love for me. Don't forget who got you out of this mess in the first place. I could never. Trust me, I'll think of you every time I can use my windshield wipers without jamming the button. You laugh, giving Stan a big hug in gratitude. Thank you, Stan. You turn to the whole family, taking the moment in. Thanks to all of you. It's been unforgettable. Get that bread? Yeah. Familiar car keys back in hand, you unlock the car and load your belongings into the truck. Mabel comes up and hands you a package wrapped entirely in ribbons and bows, winking. Just something to remember us by! Stan calls from where he is forward to the left of your car. I don't know what that is, but it's from me too. And me. Dipper simply shoots you a thumbs up, and when you look at Mabel, the label on Mabel's gift, you see his name is already on it beside hers. I'm gonna open it. You're about to pull out the ribbons, but Mabel chides you. No, you gotta open it on the road after you leave. Or, well, after you stop at a rest stop, because you're driving. Please don't get into another accident. You tuck the gift into the trunk on top of everything else, making sure it'll stay safe from being crushed. After Mabel, Waddles comes up to you as well and snorts up at you. You give the little guy a loving pat. You're gonna miss that pig. I would miss that pig. Holy shit, if someone had a pet pig, I would in fact cuddle said pig and miss it when I had to go. You're really gonna miss Gravity Falls too. I don't know what to say, except I guess you're about to say goodbye when Stan interrupts you. Hold on. I got one more thing to say before you go. And kids, head on in first. You two, Sixer, give us some time alone. I gotta show him some kinks with the engine. Here, show me some kinks. Grunkle Stan? That was a bad joke. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That joke was so bad. And Mabel oohs as she leaves, accompanying Dipper and Ford back into the shack. You think that was altogether too easy, and Stan must think so too, because he turns back to the shack's visible window just as Mabel peeks out from the side of the window pane. Alone, Mabel! Mabel disappears from the window and Stan turns back to you. Well, it's been some couple of weeks, huh? Yeah, it has. Gotta say, I'm usually on the other side of this conversation. If there's a conversation at all, that is. Look, I've never been good about any of this stuff, so I'll just cut right to the chase. This was a summer thing? I get it, I really do. Date the grunkle. Date the grunkle. Date the grunkle. Stan laughs with relief. Really? I mean, of course, really. I'm a fantastic catch. You lucked out with this one. I did. Man. Gotta work out the kinks. Hammer's engine yells harder. That one was classy. I have to snap for that one. Honestly, Stan, you're not wrong. You don't come off as the long distance type. I was afraid to ask, so I wasn't sure I had the guts. But I'm glad you did. Yeah, well, you know, there's still a few things I could get a better hang of. You give him a warm look of your own, letting your fondness show, and Stan flushes under your gaze. Well, I guess I should give you my number. You already have that. I'd like a proper goodbye kiss. Me doing the little finger, Stan's the kids better not be fucking watching. I'd literally be like, please give me a kiss, and then look at the window and be like, you kids better not be fucking watching. Get back in the fucking house. Stan's grin is contagious. You barely lean in before he meets you with a purposeful kiss, one that holds promise. It's enough to bring bring you back to memories of that night in his car on the cliff. Oh yeah, you'll definitely be staying in touch. His touch. Boom. Just as you're about to deepen the kiss, a hyper God damn it, Mabel! Rips your attention from each other to the sound's origin to find that it's none other than Mabel pressing up against the shack's window. I knew you could do it, Grunkle Stan! I knew it! Love it last! She's just over here just like dancing, just like, get that! Yeah! I did it! And we're over here just like, god damn it, the moment. It's been ruined. A small hand comes into view and grabs her away from the window before a six-fingered one waves and draws the curtain shut. Stan looks a bit peeved at being interrupted, but relaxes as you laugh. You got some good kids here, Stan. Trust me, I know. Mabel talked me through some of the rough spots, believe it or not. Oh, I do. Maybe next time me and Ford Doc, we can, pick up where we left off. Yes, 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 yes. Another more chaste peck on the lips serves as your answer. Hold you to it, sailor. Don't forget me now, alright? I swear I'll spam you with text messages if you do. Dipper showed me how. Laughing, you say your final goodbye with one last look to him. Couldn't forget you if I tried. See you later, Stan. See you later, Stanley Pines. Stan watches as you get in your car and start up the engine. You turn on the road with ease, and in the rearview mirror see Stan waving goodbye, as well as Dipper, Mabel, and Ford from the shack. You smile at the sight and say a last goodbye into the quiet of your car, watching until you have to focus on the road once more. Goodbye! Ah! A little while longer and you're through town, back on the open road. A sign passes, now leaving Gravity Falls. So sad. It's not until you're at the next rest stop that you think to open Mabel's gift, or well, the Pines family gift. You unwrap it to find Mystery Shack souvenirs, a small knitted square Mabel has helpfully labeled as a mug sweater, and a photo. Oh. Okay, so guys, I'm really curious about what the extended ending fucking means. We are definitely going to do it. We are definitely doing it. We are 100% doing it. Fuck. Please tell me this is the right one. Which one did I download first? Oh god. Hold on. Which one did I download first? Which one did I download? That one. That one. Okay, so it should be the first one. So it should be this one. It should be this one. Come on. Open. I can and will cry if you don't open. Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Huh? What? I know it uses all the same art assets as the original game, and same music assets as well, so it looks like the original game, and I believe they got permission for it. They should have gotten permission for it. But, type in your name. We were Ticket. Welcome back to Gravity Falls, Ticket. Oh, right, shit, my preferences. Oh, It saved my preferences. Oh my god, this is right where it left off. Holy shit. You can't help but grin at the adorable bundle, but the glimmer on the photo catches your eye and you take it in your hands. Beneath the glothy finish, Stan shoots your striking grin from a beach rivaling his gorgeousness. He leans nonchalantly against a palm, a white suit coat and blue flowered shirt outlining his broad chest. A stunning sunset highlights a boat in the distance behind him, but you're too busy staring at his blisteringly handsome face to pay it much heed. Excuse me, Jesus. So sentimental, I'm getting gassy. When you can finally rip your gaze away from it, you can put it down with the other gifts, rubbing it admiringly with your thumb. But to your surprise, your stroking movement made something dislodged from the cardstock. Another photo was stuck to the back of the first one. Curiously, you lift the new image, eyes widening when you realize what it holds. In it, you and Stan sit by a fire, a marshmallow whizzing. Did Mabel and Dipper take a picture of the marshmallow nonsense? You're leaning back trying to catch it. Stan's huge grin shows he's anticipating what you already know you failed to do. Your heart skips a beat. Mabel must have taken this just before she and Dipper came outside the nightstand. Except I did catch it in my mouth. I did it. Deep in your chest, you suddenly feel hotter than the flame printed on... I didn't even read that last part, sorry. You just... Actually, wait, there's a back button. Hotter than the flame printed on the small image. You smile, eyeing it again. In it, your hair is messy, strands of it still sticking together from the lake water gripping it. Your clothes still look a little damp, and the expression you're making is nothing less than laughable. You scoff quietly, unable to brush away the embarrassment of how you managed to look so terrible. And yet Stan is smiling, like a total dork. You've seen that vexatious grin so many times, but you've only seen it when he's looking at you. You? Why you? What did he see in me, you wonder? Of course you're awesome, but everything about you has been nothing less than a disaster since you crashed your car. You examine the picture again, focusing on a moment of how Stan looks. His hair has dried in the strands of the lake created. Without his coat, his belly sticks out a little. He's slouching. He looks just as bad as you do, if not far worse. You chuckle. Is this really the man you spent so much time with? In this image, he looks so much more disastrous than your car ever did, but that didn't make you like him any less. Wait a minute. You shake your head, putting the picture back on the passenger seat with the other parts of the gift. You put your hands on the wheel and glance at the road. You have to get going. You need to go. Where are you going again? You try to remember why you left your house in the first place. You were going on vacation, duh, but why did you come here? Where were you going? You pop open the glove compartment, dig around for your paper map, but taking a glance at its heavily detailed top-down view doesn't jog your memory. You're so... Oh, are they adding mystery elements? Oh my god, are they adding mystery elements? Are they adding mystery elements? Oh my god, I'm ready. I'm ready. What do I do? You were so eager to get back on the road. Where are you going? You shove the map back in and slam the compartment shut. Maybe you'll remember when you're driving again. You jam the gear shift into drive and start getting back on the road. The open windows allow the overbearing scent of pine into the car, like Stan Pines. You shake your head, trying to clear it. As fresh as the scent makes you feel, you can't help but think of it fading away as you drive on. You roll up the windows, sealing it out. The sudden silence allows you to hear your phone buzzing. You glance down at it, face down the passenger seat, inches from the picture. You accidentally catch a glimpse of Stan again, which is enough to make your heart drop in your shoes. You ignore the insistent vibrations from your device. You rub your fingers over the smooth ridges at the back of the wheel. The false leather feels familiar. You take one hand off the wheel and try to wave away the thought of a dark burgundy jacket ridden with this intoxicating scent. Your phone buzzes again. Whoever that is can wait until your next rest stop. Frankly, you'd rather not spend one more minute in Oregon than you have to. All the trees here are too familiar. At first they seem looming. When you first came here, you were worried one might fall on your car and kill you. But they slowly started to act like a wall, shielding you from the harsh outside world, like a gloved hand holding yours as you run, like a toasty jacket draped over your shoulders, like a fire warming you and drying your damp hair and clothes. This is so, emotional. What the fuck? Like a sturdy pair of arms dipping you as you dance. Like Stan. Your throat burns. It's over. You're leaving. This is it. Happily ever after or not, you have to go. You have to go. You have to... Where are you going? Your heart starts to beat faster, like your car... as you jam your foot harder against the accelerator. You go a couple extra miles over the speed limit, as if hoping the fierce wind outside would tear your jumbled thoughts away. But the speed of the car only reminds you of the night you drove a Stan. You desperately try to blink back the tears starting to spill from your eyes. It's over. The memories are overwhelming. Your mind races. Why are we having, like, the depression? The I'm leaving a really good place depression. Your mind races backwards through the past few weeks, making it impossible to hold back your tears anymore. Why do you feel this way? It was just a few weeks. Besides, you're sure you'll get a chance to see him again sometime. Then why do you feel like you won't? Your mind forces you to think back on your time with him, the laughter you shared, that first night driving around and wreaking havoc. And when you first drove into town, when this disaster first started, out of the blue your car jolted and went skidding off the road, taking your heart with it. You practically feel the terrifying sensation all over again. Wait. Your car is starting to drift off to the side. You wrench the wheel back, trying to stay on the road, but it fights back. Holy cow, there's gotta be some really strong crosswind. You try to take control, but the force wrestles harder. You're not strong enough to wrangle the wheel back to the left. Your sweating hands slick its surface without warning. It slips between your fingers. The tires screech on the pavement. You scream as your car flies off the road, shielding yourself from impact. You're jolted forward and to the side as you feel your car about to flip. The imaginary noise of crumpling metal and shattered glass dashes through your mind, and you can't wait for it to be real. But by some miracle, the car falls back on all of its tires, throwing you against the window. You yelp as your head smacks the glass. Ow. Your vision blurs and your ears are ringing. The sound of tires squealing replays in your mind over and over. You can hear your breath and your heart, but nothing else. Both are too quick and feel like any second they'll cease for good. You hear something slam, then a cool breeze hits your left side. You blink and realize the door is open. All at once, your senses are back online. Your vision clears and you can feel your seatbelt holding you snugly against your seat. You can smell pine. You hear a voice that's shouting your name. Ticket! Ticket! You take a deep breath, only realizing you'd been holding it. You start coughing violently, your lungs begging. Oh, thank Moses, you're okay. Stan? He laughs in relief. I thought I lost you. You're about to mumble, I thought I lost you too. But he cuts you off, reaching for your seatbelt release. It clicks in the belt. What is going on? Putting two firm hands on your shoulders, Stan looks into your eyes. You okay? No, he's touching you. You can barely breathe. I think so. Why do I have a little pine sticker? Like, that's cute, but, like, it's super close to fucking Dipper sticker. He pulls away and your lungs start working again. You only just realize how desperately you wanted to hear his voice again. Here, come here. Aww. Aww. Two brawny hands make you jump. One goes under your arm and around your back, and the other wraps under your knees. Stan grunts as they scoop you up with surprising. Oh, God. Carrying me away. Oh, God. Romantic. He carries you away from your car and gently places you on a soft patch of grass, sighing when your weight's off his shoulders. Now you can see your car was inches from smashing into a boulder twice its size. Hey. You look into his eyes and a sudden. Oh, no. It takes everything you have to keep yourself from kissing this stupid man. His expression suddenly changes and his brows shade his eyes in worry. Oh my gosh, your head. He touches up and touches the spot where your skull struck the window. You flinch a little, though you're not sure it has anything to do with the small flare of pain his touch generates. I'm so sorry. It's okay, it's not like it's your fault. All at once, it seems a waterfall of guilt comes crashing down on him. He avoids your gaze. That's not exactly true. What do you mean? Stan glances at the road, and you turn your head, spotting a worried looking forward by Stan's shining red car. He's rubbing the back of his head with one hand and holding the magnet gun with the other. We might have sort of chased you down a little. You idiot. What did you want to tell me? I would have answered your texts at the next road stop. What the fuck do you want from me? Your heart skips a beat. You point over your shoulder at your car. That was you? He looks down. I'm sorry, I just about got you killed. What? No, it's okay. It is? Wait, that sounded weird. I mean, as long as you never do it again. Scratchy, don't look at me like that. Trust me, I'm not exactly putting it on my to-do list. His eyes find you, sweeping up and down your frame once before he speaks again. I'm sorry, I got another... Like, someone on Steam is playing something and it fucking distracts me every time. Wait, so you don't hate me? What? Why would I hate you? You were ignoring my text. Buddy? How many hours has this been? How many? How long has it been? Your eyebrows go up. Shoot, that's why your phone was buzzing. I'm sorry. When you didn't answer, I didn't know how else to get you to stop. And that's why he used the magnet gun. Didn't die, it's whatever. I needed to talk to you again. You look down. You drove all the way out here just to talk to me? He nods sheepishly. Why? Something I gotta tell you. I'm sure I'm not your first choice when it comes to guys. Are you sure? Sure, I have a catch, but we're not exactly... Fear. Stan? Stan. I'm not reading that one. I'm mad at you now. I'm mad at you now. Why do you think I'm trying to pull Well, I mean, I'm trying to pull you and your brother. But, like, that's different. He pushes the glasses up onto his forehead as he massages the bridge of his nose. They flip. This is not the time to have a breakdown, Stan. Stan, you are having an emotional breakdown, and you're gonna hurt my feelings. To be honest, there are few people I could stand, let alone get along with. He bites the inside of his cheek, looking up at the sky for a moment. But you're so different, in a good way. When you started driving away, I realized I didn't really want you to go. Maybe I'm an idiot, alright? Maybe I roped you into 100 things I shouldn't have. It's really stupid of me to force you in all that stuff with me you probably didn't even want to do. Shouldn't have gotten you involved. Stan, I know you have, like, self-esteem issues, but calm down. Listen, Ticket, I'm sorry about everything. I must sound so stupid. You find your cheeks brimming with the sensation of a smile. Stan, I missed you. He frowns, raising an eyebrow. You did? Really? You're really gone for maybe 10 minutes? You look at the grass cradling your legs. I didn't want to leave. I was just on vacation. I don't know if I have a job that requires me to be somewhere, but I mean, my vacation, technically speaking, probably isn't over if it's only been 2 weeks. Then again, how long do road trips usually last? I don't actually know. Stan smiles affectionately, looking you up and down. You mean it? You nod, eyeing his lips. He scratches the back of his head. Listen, kid, I don't want to freak you out or anything, but is there any chance you'd want to stay... Okay, so this is what they meant. They wanted an ending where you stay in Gravity Falls. Interesting. That's, like, nice, but I feel like the other ending wraps up so nicely that you don't really need this. This is nice. This is a nice AU. I like my other ending, though. With me, I mean us. Do I kiss him or say I'd love to? Feels really forward. I feel like I'd love to is more direct. There's the music. It kicked back in. Stan, I'd love to. His face brightens. Really? You nod. You're not pulling my leg? You laugh and shake your head. He smiles but falters. You sure? I want to make you stay or nothing. I'm sure. He stands a little taller. Come here, I'll help you get your stuff. What about my car? I'll come back and get it later. Just lock the doors. You nod and do as you're told, popping the trunk to let Stan snatch up all your bags in one trip. You grab the gift off the front seat before following him to his car. Ford greets you with a smile and a shy glad to have you back. Then he agrees to sit in the back seat with your suitcases so you get a shotgun. It's so funny. As he pulls a 3-point and you start back home, or to the mystery shack, you can't help but smile. In fact, your throat starts to burn and tears well up in your eyes again. Despite trying not to sniffle, Stan glances over at you and spots some moisture about to spill. What's wrong? Do you change your mind? No! Mystery shack, bruv, that doesn't sound sus! I'm taking you back to my mystery shack, babe. That does sound sus. Damn, you're right. You see Stan out of the corner of your eye forward jump as you shout. That came out much louder than you wanted to. I mean, no, sorry. You scratch the back of your head embarrassed. I'm just really happy. The smile Stan flashes you makes your heart skip a beat. Damn, Guitar, you putting in overtime. You know what? Me too, kid. He looks back at the road but reaches his right arm over to place a gentle hand on your knee. He rubs it comfortingly, making it impossible for you not to grin. As the glorious Mystery Shack comes back into view, the midday sun glaring off its surface, you can't help but smile. Now this feels right. Okay, so their ending was just retconning the fact that you have to leave. Which I'm sure... That's also a big thing in the show, is like a lot of people didn't want Dipper and Mabel to have to leave, but they have somewhere to be. And it's not like they're gonna leave forever. They can come back. Same with us. We can long distance it for a little bit until the next summer and then come back. He's not gonna be gone forever. Thank you for playing. He's not gonna be gone forever. Huh. Anyway, hold on. Actually, hold on. Where's the actual one? Hold on, because there are illustrations in the real one, and I completely forgot about it. Like, I actually completely forgot about the illustrations. Almost as bad as the Love Shack. I actually made that joke earlier, yeah. Oh, does it keep the same? Oh. Wait, what the Hold on. You guys don't get to see this. This is for me. There's 2 handsome images that I don't have unlocked, but you know what? It's fine. I'm not here. I already 100%ed it a while ago. I just... Dude, that took 5.5 fucking hours. Dude, this game is taking me longer than Outlast to get through. What the fuck, man? Oh my god. Holy shit. I want to raid somebody, but then they're gonna see what I was playing. And I don't know if I want to have to explain that game to anybody. Let's see, Junk isn't streaming from what I can tell. Oh, right! Frickin'... The idiots are streaming. Oh, did Kurt stream, like, fuck up or something? What were you playing? Kurt knows at this point. Except we're gonna raid JLad because I don't see Kurt's stream up right now. So we're just gonna raid into JLad. Thank you all for joining me for this lovely spur of the moment dating sim day that I ended up. It ended up being all freaking day. It's been almost 6 hours. I didn't even eat lunch. I ate like a late breakfast, and now after this I'm gonna have to eat an early dinner. And now I'm gonna be thinking about the other route for this game. I want to date Stanford. But I don't have the time tonight. Otherwise I'll be up until like 3 in the morning. So next time we are going to go on Stanford's route. I promise. That is my promise. I'm going on Stanford's route. Alright, you guys? I don't know when my next stream time will be. Maybe Tuesday. I know for maybe Sunday. We'll see. We'll see if I'm tired on Sunday. We'll see. Either way, go give JLad a big hello. And please be very good and kind to them. Y'all the realist. Thank you.